Welcome to our serene storytelling haven, where relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Settle into your cozy nook and let the gentle sounds of our tales transport you to magical and peaceful places. Remember, you can enjoy these stories ad-free on Patreon for an uninterrupted journey. Unwind, let your imagination drift, and allow these whimsical worlds to guide you into a restful slumber. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange occurrences began to unfold. The usually bright and cheery residents found themselves rubbing their eyes in disbelief as the colors around them started to fade. First, it was just the vibrant wildflowers that dotted the meadows, their petals turning a dull, lifeless gray. Then the leaves on the trees followed suit, losing their vivid greens to take on an ashen hue. Before long, even the clear, babbling brooks ran murky and lackluster. Young Willow, a curious sprite with emerald eyes that seemed to capture every shade of the forest, was among the first to notice this unsettling change. As she flitted about the village, delivering sunbeams to warm the thatch-roofed cottages each morning, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness at the muted tones surrounding her. The usual symphony of color and life that greeted her each dawn was now a subdued whisper of its former self. Willow's heart ached for the vibrant energy that had once thrived in every corner of her world. She remembered how the wildflowers had danced in the gentle breeze, their colors a vivid tapestry woven by nature itself. She recalled the rustling leaves engaging in a harmonious dialogue with the wind, a conversation that now felt stifled and mournful. Her wings fluttered with a determination that belied her small stature as she resolved to uncover the cause of this malaise. One crisp morning, as Willow perched on a windowsill catching her breath, a wizened old oak tree rustled its branches to get her attention. Its bark was rough and ancient, telling tales of centuries past, while its leaves whispered secrets in the gentle breeze. The earthy scent of the oak mingled with the musty aroma of fallen leaves, enveloping Willow in a comforting embrace of nature's timelessness. "Dear Willow," the tree's weathered voice carried on the breeze, mingling with the soft rustling of leaves like an ancient melody. "I sense there is something amiss in our beloved forest. The vibrant life force that flows through every plant and creature seems to be leaking away." Willow's delicate wings fluttered with concern, the faint hum of their movement blending with the whispering wind. "But how? And why?" The ancient oak shook its head, beard-like mossy tendrils swaying. The scent of earth and moss filled the air, grounding her in the moment. "I'm afraid I do not know the cause. But if this continues unchecked, I fear for the well-being of our home. You must seek the counsel of Orin the Oracle. He may be able to divine what forces are at work." With a determined nod, Willow took flight, her iridescent wings leaving a shimmer of golden sparkles in her wake as she navigated the forest paths toward Orin's grove. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and the melodious calls of distant birds, their songs weaving through the trees like threads of hope. As she flew, Willow couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The forest that once thrummed with life felt as though it was holding its breath, waiting for something to shift. Each branch and leaf seemed to lean toward her, whispering in the language of rustling leaves, urging her to succeed in her quest. Deep in the heart of the woods, surrounded by towering pines whose needles whispered age-old secrets to the wind, there resided a magical circle of standing stones. And there, cross-legged in peaceful meditation, sat Orin, an ageless, gentle-eyed centaur with a thick chestnut coat. His presence was calming, like the promise of dawn after a storm. As Willow relayed her troubling observations, Orin's ears swiveled forward in rapt attention. Once she had finished, he stroked his silver-feathered tail pensively, the soft rustle creating a soothing rhythm that echoed through the grove. "You are correct to be worried, young one. A powerful but displaced force is indeed leeching the vibrant essence from our realm. I will need to consult the ancient celestial maps to pinpoint the source." With deft hooves, Orin unfurled a massive, dusty star chart ingrained with mystical runes. His intense study was broken only by the occasional sage nod or thoughtful At last, the centaur's emerald eyes widened with understanding. Turning to Willow, he explained, "It seems a rift has been torn in the boundaries between realms, a metaphysical tear, if you will. Through this rift, the life-giving energy that nurtures and colors our world has begun hemorrhaging into the void between worlds. Willow felt her wings droop. Is there nothing we can do to stop it? To repair the rift? Orin favored her with a warm, reassuring smile that radiated warmth. Do not lose hope, my friend. While mending the rift will be no easy task, I believe recent events have conspired to provide us with the means. Reaching into a pouch at his side, the centaur withdrew an ordinary rock, or so it seemed at first glance. But as Willow peered closer, she saw that it pulsed with a faint, fibrous light, like the delicate roots of a seedling. This is a celestial seed, Orin said reverently, born from the ashes of an ancient fallen star. Its energy can be siphoned to prevent further essence loss and ultimately reseal the rift. However, he frowned thoughtfully, we will require help from the highest planes to catalyze and direct the seed's power. Willow felt her heart skip with fearful anticipation. The highest planes? You don't mean... Orin gave a slow, weighty nod. I do. We must beseech the aid of the radiant astrali, those mythic guardians who tend the celestial skies. They alone can focus the celestial seed's magic in the precise matrix required to mend the tear between worlds. The weight of the task ahead made Willow's stomach flutter, reminiscent of the time she first learned to fly. But she remembered the bleak, half-life state of her beloved forest and found her resolve steadying. She was the one who had first witnessed the mysterious draining of color and vitality. It was her responsibility to make things right. Very well, she said, raising her tiny chin. Just tell me what I need to do. Over the next few days, under Orin's wise tutelage, Willow learned the protocols for entreating the astrali. She wove celestial ribbons imbued with stardust, prepared sacred seeds to be used as stellar offerings, and practiced the complex star song invocations. Each task was steeped in ritual, the air humming with anticipation as she prepared for the summoning. The journey to summon the astrali was not just about preparation, but also about introspection. Each night, as Willow rested under the canopy of stars, she found herself reflecting on her own place in the cosmos. Her connection to the forest, once taken for granted, now felt like an integral thread in the vast tapestry of existence. The realization that her actions could ripple across realms filled her with both awe and humility. As she pondered beneath the celestial expanse, she remembered the stories her grandmother had told her as a child, tales of cosmic bonds that tie the smallest leaf to the furthest star. Her grandmother had always emphasized the importance of harmony and balance, concepts that now resonated deeply with Willow as she prepared to reach out to the astrali. When the time came for the ritual summoning, Willow found herself in a remote mountain grove typically reserved for solstice rituals of the highest order. With Orin watching proudly from a distance, she arranged the components just so, forming the great celestial rune of boundaries and worlds with precious star metal filaments. Taking a steadying breath, Willow began the sonorous star song invocations, her high lilting voice blending with the spherical chimes and ringing metals. She poured all her fervent hopes and urgency into the woven melodies, beseeching the astrali to heed her call and grace the ritual circle with their radiant presence. For long, breathless moments, it seemed as if her efforts would be in vain. But just as Willow was preparing to redouble her efforts, a shimmering tendril of light pierced the velvet indigo sky, quickly blooming into a kaleidoscopic spiral. In an explosion of celestial light and harmonic resonance, 4 majestic figures emerged, leaving star trails in their wake as they descended to the grove. Astral-born sentinels with forms too radiant and ever-shifting for mortal eyes to fully comprehend, the astrali pulsed and shimmered, their stellar light painting the very air around them in a dazzling prism. Willow felt herself overcome with reverence and no small amount of trepidation, but she forced herself to hold her head high, hands cradling the celestial seed as Orin had instructed. One of the astrali forms coalesced into a shape reminiscent of a radiant stag, its prismatic crown of light undulating with each sonorous breath. It turned its ineffable, all-seeing gaze first towards Willow, then Orin with a slight dip of its luminescent head. Its voice carried the weight of solar harmonics and the ethereal whispers of nascent galaxies. We perceive the cry of this realm, The delicate filaments connecting all worlds grow thin and peeled back, fraying apart at the boundaries. Willow found her voice almost sticking in her throat from sheer reverence, but she managed a small, respectful curtsy. Yes, great ones, we humbly beseech your aid to mend the rift, and in so doing restore the vital essence to our realm. This celestial seed can provide the power to do so, but only you command the precision to direct its unique matrix of cosmic energy. The Astrali stag regarded the proffered celestial seed, and Willow could sense its deep contemplation resonating across expanses of space and time. This will require turning the delicate ley knots of creation in ways unattempted since the first realms blossomed into their present vast infinite/eternal infinite paradigms, intoned the Astrali. Yet we cosmic wardens are bound by sacred mandates to address all trans-universal afflictions, lest they spread into unravelings too grievous to heal. As one, the four radiant Astrali focused their cosmic convergence upon the delicate celestial seed cradled in Willow's upturned palms. The seed began to pulse in resonant harmony, its light amplifying from the barest glimmer to a blinding incandescence as it absorbed the Astrali's boundless metaphysical energy. The grove filled with whirling stellar vortices and blinding cyclones of rainbow light, forcing Willow and Orin to avert their eyes, lest they be seared by the stunning power at work. Wave after wave of directed cosmic force spun dizzying geometric hypermatrices in the space around the celestial seed, achieving a harmonic convergence never before witnessed. Just when it seemed the celestial energies would rip apart the very grove, or reality itself, the blinding light imploded in a single point of infinite finite density. A resonant pulse, unlike anything Willow had experienced, thrummed through her very soul as the boundaries between worlds realigned with an unfurling reinfolding. And just like that, it was over. The Astrali Guardians hung suspended amid slowly rotating nebulae comprised of stardust and primordial forces. Willow dared to unshield her eyes, blinking away spots of brilliance, only to behold the celestial seed in her hands had transcended its humble origins. It was now the very essence of creation's promise fulfilled, a luminescent fractal seed shimmering with the elemental foundations of life, color, and vibrant cosmic vitality. Go now, tender of nature, the Astrali's voice told solemnly but with a hint of pride. With this catalyzed celestial matrix, you have the power to reseed your realm, bolstering its spiritual anchoring continuum anchoring affinities with the higher, infinite higher orders, until its full infinite vitality is restored. We cosmic guardians are ever vigilant against transgressional worldly rifts and energetic infinite bleeds. May your verdant realms be reborn in prismatic glory infinity. Cycle, eternal score cycle. With a swirling cosmic vortex, the Astrali Sentinels took their radiant leave, their stellar luminescence fading into the indigo skies, leaving only the nebulous echoes of their presence. Cradling the fractal celestial matrix seed reverently, Willow took wing, her emerald eyes shining with a renewed sense of purpose and hope. Over the following days and nights, with Orin providing counsel and anchoring the celestial attunements, Willow traversed every grove and glen, every brook and valley of her beloved forest. Leaving sparkling trails of stardust in her wake, she carefully placed fragments of the fractal matrix at key convergences, ley nexuses where the cosmic life stream flowed nearest to the surface. Wherever the luminescent shards landed, the air thrummed with celestial resonance as ancient primordial filaments of creation were rewoven into the realm's quantum ancestral matrices. The draining essence bleed sealed itself as the elemental borders between worlds were reknit and reinforced. Within a fortnight, color and vibrant life force had rebounded with breathtaking intensity. Flowering rainbow trees stretched their reborn canopies skyward, their blossoms filling the warm zephyrs with dazzling auroras of fragrance. Prismatic brooks and waterfalls flowed with liquid light, attracting sprites and fairies in dazzling multitudes. Even the rocks and stones thrummed with renewed earthly cosmic energy, their crystalline matrices refracting the ambient auras in hypnotic kaleidoscopic patterns. As Willow soared on euphoric winds above the reawakened forest, its primordial essence amplified across the dimensional transdimensional boundaries, her heart swelled with profound gratitude and joy. Never did she imagine such cosmic choreography could elevate the beauty of her cherished homeland to these sublime harmonies. On her wingtips she could sense untold realms of infinite potential wonder, now pulsing in celestial resonance with the infinite spiral of creation itself. On a particularly luminous day, Willow paused at the edge of a sparkling brook, its waters now running as clear as crystal. She gazed at her reflection, noticing subtle changes in her own form. Her wings were more iridescent, capturing the very essence of the skies she had flown through. Her gaze fell upon the forest she loved so dearly, now rejuvenated, and she felt a deeper connection to the world around her. She recalled the words of the Astrali, echoing softly in her mind. Their promise of vigilance and renewal was not just for the forest, but for her as well. She realized that her journey had not only been one of duty, but also of self-discovery. The courage she had summoned, the wisdom she had gained, and the bonds she had forged with Orin and the celestial guardians had all become integral parts of her being. Whenever darkness of any kind threatens to encroach, she knew that the radiant celestial guardians would ever keep vigil across the vast night, eternal night, their cosmic light, a promise that infinite vivid renewal awaits those who have the courage to reach out and rekindle the first star-mote infinite primordial. And so the forest thrived once more, a testament to the power of unity, courage, and the eternal dance of creation. Willow, now a harbinger of cosmic harmony, continued to weave her sunbeams through the village, carrying with her the profound truth that even the smallest being can ignite the brightest light. In the ensuing days, the village's festival of colors, once muted and almost forgotten, was more vibrant than ever. Villagers, now aware of the fragility and beauty of their world, celebrated with renewed vigor, painting their houses in every hue imaginable, each brushstroke a tribute to the restored life around them. Willow, cherished by all, was invited to every feast, her stories of the Astrali and the cosmic seed passed down from generation to generation. Each tale carried the essence of her journey, instilling hope and courage in those who listened, reminding them of the interconnectedness of all things. Life in the village continued, but with a deeper appreciation for the magic that surrounded them. Willow often found herself reflecting by the brook, the crystal waters a constant reminder of her journey, and the cosmic forces that danced just beyond the veil of the sky. And so, in the heart of the enchanted forest, life flourished anew, a vibrant tapestry woven with threads of stardust and dreams, forever watched over by the celestial guardians and their steadfast harbinger, Willow. Story 2. In the heart of the village of Eldergrove, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the shimmering expanse of Lake Loria, stood a small, unassuming shop known to the locals as the Corner of Curiosities. This little haven was a labyrinth of peculiar and mysterious items, each with its own tale to tell. The air inside was always laced with the comforting scent of lavender and old parchment, creating a cocoon for those who ventured within. The shop seemed to have a life of its own, with wooden floors that creaked in familiar rhythms and shadows that played hide-and-seek among the shelves. The shelves themselves were crammed with relics of forgotten times, dusty tomes with gilded letters, delicate glass vials filled with shimmering powders, and trinkets that seemed to hum with untold stories. The shopkeeper, an elderly man named Arlo, was as much a fixture of the village as the ancient oak in the town square. His twinkling blue eyes held countless stories, and his beard, as white as the first snowfall of winter, seemed to grow longer with each passing year. Arlo was known for his gentle wisdom and the warmth with which he welcomed every visitor, whether they were regulars or wandering souls drawn to the curiosities he kept. He had an uncanny ability to sense what each visitor needed, guiding them with his soft-spoken words and a knowing smile. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop, her eyes wide with curiosity. Her hair was the color of ripe chestnuts, and her cheeks were flushed with the rosy hue of adventure. Lila had a spirit that craved exploration, often leading her to places others overlooked, always searching for the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. As she entered, the bell above the door tinkled softly, and the warm, inviting scent enveloped her like a welcoming embrace. The shop was a treasure trove of wonder, and the soft glow of the autumn sun poured through the windows, casting a golden light across the shelves. Lila's gaze fell upon an intricately carved wooden box. It was no larger than a loaf of bread, yet seemed to pulse with a soft, inviting glow. The carvings depicted swirling vines and tiny twinkling stars, and as Lila ran her fingers over them, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. Intrigued, Lila opened the box, releasing a faint, melodious chime that resonated through the room. Inside, nestled in velvet, was a simple silver key, its surface etched with tiny, shimmering runes. As soon as her eyes met the key, Lila knew this was the source of the mysterious pull she had felt. Just then, Arlo's gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. "Ah, you found it, my dear," he said with a knowing smile. "That key has been waiting for the right person to come along. It holds a secret, you see, a secret that only you can unlock." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. Her mind was a whirlwind of possibilities, each more fantastical than the last. "What does it unlock?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "That, my dear, is for you to discover," Arlo replied, his eyes twinkling with mystery. "But be assured it will guide you to something truly wonderful." With the key safely tucked into her pocket, Lila thanked Arlo and stepped back out into the world. The crisp autumn air filled her lungs as she set off down the cobbled path that wound through the village. The village itself seemed to hum with anticipation, as if it too knew of the journey Lila was about to embark upon. As she walked, Lila noticed a change in the air, a soft humming that seemed to emanate from the key itself, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest that bordered her village. The trees stood tall and proud, their golden leaves rustling like whispers in the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor that danced with the wind. It was not long before Lila encountered her first companion on this unexpected journey. From behind a cluster of ferns emerged a small creature, no taller than a rabbit, with fur as fluffy as a cloud and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Greetings," chirped the creature, introducing itself as Finn. "I see you found the key of whimsy." Lila smiled at the creature's exuberance. "Hello, Finn, do you know where this key leads?" "Indeed I do," Finn replied, hopping excitedly. "It opens the door to the Glade of Whispers, a place where dreams and reality intertwine. Follow me." Together they ventured deeper into the forest, Finn regaling Lila with tales of the Glade and its wonders. The forest was alive with sound, the gentle babbling of a brook that wound its way through the trees, the song of birds weaving through the treetops, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. Lila felt a growing connection to this place, as if each step she took brought her closer to a forgotten part of herself. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, they arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. At the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, with a door carved into its side. The runes on the key glowed softly, matching those etched around the doorframe. Lila took a deep breath, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. She inserted the key into the lock, and with a gentle turn, the door swung open, revealing a world bathed in silvery light. It was the Glade of Whispers, just as Finn had described, a place where the impossible seemed possible. The glade was a tapestry of enchantment, flowers that glowed with their own light, trees that whispered secrets on the wind, and a gentle stream that sang a lullaby as it meandered through the grass. In the center of it all stood a circle of stones, each one radiating a gentle warmth. As Lila stepped into the glade, she felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. Here, she could hear the whispers of the world, dreams, hopes, and stories waiting to be told. Finn trotted beside her, his eyes alight with joy. "Now, Lila," Finn said, "the glade has a challenge for you, but fear not, for wisdom and friendship will guide your way." At that moment, the stones began to glow, and a gentle voice filled the air. It was a riddle, simple yet profound, weaving a tale of balance and harmony. Lila contemplated the riddle, feeling the weight of its meaning settle in her heart. As she pondered the riddle, she recalled a story Arlo had once told her about the balance of nature, a tale about the interconnectedness of all living things. The memory of his gentle voice and the warmth of the shop filled her with clarity. With Finn's guidance and the whispers of the glade, Lila found the answer, a lesson in understanding the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart. As she spoke the answer aloud, the glade shimmered with approval, and a sense of warmth enveloped her. In that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the key. It was not just a tool to unlock a door, but a catalyst for discovery, a reminder that the world was full of wonders waiting to be found. She had embarked on a journey, not just through the forest, but into the depths of her own spirit. As night fell, Lila and Finn sat beside the stream, the gentle glow of the glade embracing them. The journey had changed her, filling her with a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She knew that she would carry the lessons of the glade with her, wherever her path might lead. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila turned to Finn. "Thank you, my friend," she said softly, "for guiding me here." Finn smiled, his eyes twinkling like stars. "The pleasure was mine, Lila. Remember, the magic of the glade is always with you." And so, under the blanket of a starlit sky, Lila and Finn drifted into a gentle slumber, cradled by the whispers of the glade, a reminder that the world is a wondrous place, full of magic and friendship, and the quiet strength that comes from understanding and wisdom. In the warmth of the night, Lila's heart was light, knowing she had found something truly extraordinary, not just in the world, but within herself. As she closed her eyes, she felt a gentle breeze carry the scent of lavender and old parchment, a comforting reminder of the journey that began at the corner of curiosities. Days later, back in the village, Lila found herself wandering the familiar cobblestone streets, absorbing the vibrant life around her with newfound appreciation. She noticed the intricate carvings on the stone fountains, the way the morning light caught the dew on the roses that bloomed in the gardens, and the laughter of children echoing through the lanes. She realized that her journey hadn't ended in the glade. It was only the beginning. The village, with its friendly faces and colorful market stalls, had its own stories and secrets waiting to be discovered. Lila visited Arlo, who greeted her with a warm smile. As she recounted her adventure, Arlo listened with rapt attention, his eyes twinkling with delight. "Ah, the world is full of wonders, my dear," he mused, handing her a small, intricately woven bracelet. "This is a token from the shop, a reminder that wherever you go, you carry the magic of discovery with you." As Lila slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, she felt a sense of belonging and purpose. It was as if the village and the glade were connected by invisible threads, each one a part of the tapestry of her life. She knew that wherever her journey led her, she would always find her way back to the corner of curiosities, the place where it all began. But Lila's transformation was not just inward. Her newfound insight began to ripple through the village, inspiring others to seek their own adventures and explore the mysteries around them. Soon, tales of encounters with magical creatures and hidden glades became a common thread among the villagers, weaving a tapestry of shared wonder and connection. One evening, as Lila sat by the lake's edge, watching the sun dip below the horizon, she felt a familiar presence beside her. It was Finn, his eyes reflecting the last rays of sunlight. "I see the village is changing," he said, his voice soft as the evening breeze. "Yes," Lila replied, a smile playing on her lips. "It seems the magic of the glade has found its way here too." Finn nodded, satisfaction in his gaze. "It was always meant to be, Lila. The world is a wondrous place, and you, my friend, have helped others see it." Together they watched as the first stars appeared in the sky, a gentle reminder of the endless possibilities that lay ahead. The journey of discovery was never-ending, a path that wound through the heart of Eldergrove, the depths of the forest, and the limitless expanse of the human spirit. And so, with the village of Eldergrove alive with wonder, Lila's adventure continued. She knew that the key had opened more than just a door to a magical glade. It had unlocked the potential for magic and friendship in every corner of her world, a legacy she would cherish and protect for all her days. As the days turned to weeks, Eldergrove transformed into a haven of curiosity and exploration. Inspired by Lila's journey, the villagers began to gather every fortnight at the square, sharing stories and discoveries over steaming cups of herbal tea. The Corner of Curiosities became the heart of these gatherings, its shelves now adorned with new curiosities brought by those who had ventured beyond the familiar. Arlo, with his twinkling blue eyes and endless tales, became the unofficial storyteller of these gatherings. He would recount the legends of Eldergrove and the wonders beyond, weaving each tale with threads of wisdom and humor. Lila often found herself at his side, sharing her own experiences and encouraging others to seek the extraordinary in the everyday. One evening, as the moon hung high and the stars danced in the sky, Arlo paused mid-story, his gaze settling on Lila. "Would you like to share the tale of your latest adventure, my dear?" he asked, his voice gentle and inviting. Lila nodded, her heart swelling with pride and gratitude. She rose from her seat, the bracelet on her wrist glinting in the moonlight, and began to speak. Her voice was steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of the Glade and its wonders, of the lessons learned and the friendships forged. As she spoke, the villagers listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder and excitement. When she finished, a hush fell over the crowd, the air thick with anticipation and possibility. It was as if Lila's words had unlocked something within each listener, sparking a desire for discovery and connection. The silence was broken by a ripple of applause, a celebration of not just Lila's journey, but the spirit of adventure that now thrived in Eldergrove. As the gathering dispersed, Lila lingered at the edge of the square, gazing up at the stars. She felt a familiar presence beside her and turned to find Finn, his eyes reflecting the celestial glow. "The village is truly alive now," Finn said softly, his voice a gentle melody in the night. "Yes," Lila replied, her heart full, "and it will continue to grow and change, just as we have." Finn nodded, satisfaction in his gaze. The magic of the Glade was never meant to stay hidden, it was always meant to be shared, to inspire. Together, they stood in companionable silence, watching as the village settled into the embrace of the night. The world was vast and wondrous, full of mysteries and magic waiting to be discovered. And Lila, with her heart open and her spirit strong, knew that this was just the beginning of her journey. With a final glance at the stars, Lila turned to Finn, a smile playing on her lips. "Thank you, my friend, for being part of this journey with me." Finn grinned, his eyes sparkling with joy. "The pleasure was mine, Lila. The world is a wondrous place, and you, my friend, have helped others see it." As they walked back towards the village, the night air filled with the scent of lavender and old parchment, a reminder of the shop where it had all begun. The corner of curiosities remained a beacon of wonder and discovery, a place where the magic of the world was always within reach. And so, with Eldergrove alive with wonder and possibility, Lila's adventure continued. She knew that the key had opened more than just a door to a magical glade. It had unlocked the potential for magic and friendship in every corner of her world, a legacy she would cherish and protect for all her days. Story 3. In the quaint village of Willowmere, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Willowmere was a place where the air smelled of honeysuckle, and the cobblestone paths were lined with cheerful daisies nodding in the gentle breeze. The scent of freshly baked bread often wafted from the village bakery, and the sound of children's laughter echoed around the central square, where a weathered fountain murmured its own ancient tales. Clara was known throughout the village for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. Her auburn hair, often tousled by the wind, framed a face of earnest curiosity and bright, intelligent eyes that seemed to reflect the deep greens of the surrounding forest. She had a knack for finding beauty in the mundane, and a dreamer's heart that saw stories in the clouds and mysteries in the rustling leaves. Clara's days were filled with adventures through the meadows and by the babbling brook that sang its way through the village. The brook, with its crystal-clear waters, was a sanctuary for small, darting fish and delicate dragonflies that danced on its surface. But her very favorite place to explore was the attic of her grandmother's cozy cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten relics, filled with old trunks, faded photographs, and dusty books that smelled of time itself, their pages whispering stories of yesteryears. One rainy afternoon, as Clara sifted through a pile of moth-eaten quilts, she stumbled upon something unusual, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was tucked away beneath layers of linen, its surface polished to a soft gleam, as if lovingly tended to by careful hands. The box was adorned with delicate engravings of vines and stars, and a tiny silver latch that gleamed invitingly, hinting at the secrets it held within. With a gentle click, Clara opened the box, and to her astonishment, discovered a shimmering orb nestled inside. The orb was no larger than a plum, and it glowed with a soft, iridescent light that seemed to pulse gently, like the heartbeat of a sleeping creature. As Clara held it in her hands, she felt a warmth spreading through her fingers, a sensation both comforting and mysterious, as though the orb were welcoming her into a world of hidden wonders. That evening, as rain drummed softly against the roof and the fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the walls, Clara showed the orb to her grandmother. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, smiled knowingly. Her eyes, crinkled with age and kindness, held a myriad of untold stories. "Ah, my dear," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "you have found the orb of whispers. It holds the secrets of those who came before us, and it will guide you if you listen carefully." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. "How does it work?" she asked, her voice a whisper of curiosity. Her grandmother chuckled softly, her laughter like the gentle chime of distant bells. "The orb can reveal its secrets, but only if you open your heart and mind. It will show you what you need to know. But remember, dear Clara, the journey is yours to make." That night, as Clara lay in bed with the orb glowing softly beside her, she felt a gentle tug on her heart, as if the orb was calling her to embark on a journey. She fell asleep with dreams of starlit paths and whispered secrets, where the air was filled with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and the distant hoot of an owl. The following morning, Clara set out, the orb cradled gently in her hands. Her journey took her through the village and beyond, into the sun-dappled woods where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their leaves rustling with secrets of the past. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors ranging from deep amber to fiery crimson, and the air was crisp with the promise of adventure. Along the way, she met a wise old owl named Hoot, with feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that twinkled with kindness like twin stars. Hoot perched on a low branch, observing Clara with a tilt of his head. His voice was soft, yet carried a weight of wisdom. "And where might you be going, young traveler?" he hooted softly. Clara explained her quest, and Hoot nodded sagely, his eyes closing in a slow, thoughtful blink. "The path you seek is not always visible to the eye, but rather to the heart," he advised. "Trust in your wisdom, and the orb will guide you." With Hoot's guidance, Clara continued her journey, feeling a sense of calm confidence growing within her. The orb seemed to respond, glowing warmly as if in agreement. As she walked, she encountered more friends. A playful squirrel named Nutmeg, who chattered cheerfully about the importance of laughter, his antics a source of endless amusement, and a gentle deer named Willow, who taught Clara the value of patience and grace, her movements as fluid and serene as a summer breeze. Each new friend imparted a lesson, and each lesson brought Clara closer to understanding the orb's purpose. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara found herself at the edge of a serene lake. The surface of the water mirrored the sky, creating a perfect reflection that shimmered with the promise of hidden truths. Clara sat by the lake, the orb resting on her lap, glowing softly in the twilight. As she gazed into the water, she realized that the true magic of the orb was not in the secrets it held, but in the journey it inspired. It had taught her to see with her heart, to listen to the quiet wisdom of the world around her, and to trust in the gentle strength of friendship. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara whispered a thank you to the orb, the lake, and the friends she had met along the way. As if in response, the orb glowed brightly one last time before settling into a soft, contented glow. Clara returned to Willowmere, her spirit forever changed. She placed the orb back in the wooden box, knowing that its magic would always be a part of her. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, the rain a gentle lullaby on the roof, she dreamed of new adventures, of laughter and whispers, and of a world filled with wonder. In the following days, Clara found herself more attuned to the quiet rhythms of village life. She listened with new ears to the stories of the elders, their tales weaving a tapestry of history and wisdom. She discovered a hidden garden behind the village bakery, where wild herbs and flowers grew in joyful chaos, their scents mingling in the air. Clara tended to the garden, nurturing it as it had nurtured her, and shared its bounty with the villagers, spreading the magic of growth and renewal. One crisp autumn day, as Clara was tending the garden, she noticed a young boy, Oliver, watching her from a distance. His eyes were wide with curiosity, much like her own had been when she discovered the orb. Oliver was new to Willowmere, having moved with his family from a bustling city, and he seemed entranced by the simple beauty of the village. Clara invited Oliver to join her, sharing stories of the village's hidden wonders and the magic of the Orb of Whispers. As they worked together, planting seeds and nurturing the earth, Clara saw in Oliver the same spark of wonder that had guided her on her journey. She realized that her role was not just to explore and learn, but also to pass on the wisdom and magic she had discovered. As the seasons changed and the village of Willowmere thrived under Clara's care, she found herself growing into a role she had never anticipated, that of a mentor and a guardian of the village's stories and secrets. Her life was a testament to the power of curiosity, courage, and the unending journey of the heart. And so, in the cozy village of Willowmere, where daisies danced in the breeze and the brook sang its eternal song, Clara grew up to be a wise and kind-hearted woman, her life forever enriched by the magical secrets of the Orb of Whispers. Her story became a cherished part of the village lore, a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come. Yet as the years passed, Clara found herself often revisiting the attic where her journey had begun. The attic seemed to have its own heartbeat, a quiet rhythm that resonated with her own. It was here, surrounded by the echoes of time, that Clara would reflect on her adventures and contemplate the future. She sensed that the orb had more to reveal, not through its glow, but through the paths it had guided her to take. One particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow through the attic window, Clara found herself drawn to the wooden box once more. She opened it, not expecting the orb's light, but rather seeking the comfort of its presence. To her surprise, alongside the orb lay a folded piece of parchment she had never noticed before. The parchment was aged, its edges frayed, yet the ink was vivid, as if written just yesterday. Unfolding the parchment, Clara discovered a map, not of places, but of constellations. The stars were drawn in intricate patterns, and at the center was a depiction of the Orb of Whispers. Beneath the map, in elegant script, were the words, "The stars are the stories of our ancestors, paths for those who seek to understand their own journey." The realization dawned upon Clara that the orb's magic extended beyond the earthly realm. It was a bridge to the heavens, a reminder that her story was part of a larger tapestry woven by time and space. The map was not a guide to a destination, but an invitation to explore the infinite possibilities of her own heart and mind. With renewed purpose, Clara shared her discovery with the villagers, inviting them to join her in stargazing gatherings. Under the vast canopy of the night sky, they would share stories, dreams, and aspirations, each star a reminder of the connections that bound them all. And in these moments, Clara understood that the true magic of the orb lay in the unity it fostered, the sense of belonging it inspired. Thus, the Orb of Whispers continued to guide Clara, not with the light of revelation, but with the gentle illumination of companionship and shared dreams. And as she looked to the stars, Clara knew that her journey, like the universe itself, was ever expanding, filled with endless possibilities and the promise of new beginnings. As time went on, Clara began to delve deeper into the stories and myths of Willowmere. She unearthed tales of the village's founding, legends of brave ancestors, and whispered secrets of the woods. These stories became the lifeblood of the community, binding the villagers together in a shared narrative that celebrated their past and illuminated their future. Clara's gatherings grew in popularity, becoming a cherished tradition in the village. People of all ages would gather under the starry skies, their faces glowing with the warmth of shared stories and laughter. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and regrets, and found solace in the understanding that they were all part of a greater whole. In time, Clara's role as a storyteller and keeper of the village's history became formalized. The villagers built a small amphitheater at the edge of the woods, a place where the stories could be shared and celebrated for generations to come. They named it the Starry Hearth, in honor of the orb that had sparked Clara's journey and the constellations that guided them all. Clara's heart swelled with pride and gratitude as she stood before the gathered villagers on the opening night of the Starry Hearth. The orb lay nestled in her hands, a silent testament to the power of curiosity and the unending journey of the heart. She shared stories of the past, honored the wisdom of the present, and dreamed of the limitless possibilities of the future. And as the moon rose high in the sky, casting its silvery light over the village, Clara knew that Willowmere's story was just beginning. With the Orb of Whispers as their guide, the villagers would continue to explore the mysteries of the world, discovering new wonders and forging unbreakable bonds of friendship and love. In the end, Clara understood that the true magic of the orb was not in its ability to reveal secrets, but in its power to illuminate the path of the heart. It had taught her to see the world with open eyes and an open mind, to cherish the moments of connection and understanding that bound them all together, and to trust in the gentle strength of friendship and love. And so, in the cozy village of Willowmere, where daisies danced in the breeze and the brook sang its eternal song, Clara's story became a cherished part of the village lore, a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come. And as she gazed up at the stars, she knew that her journey, like the universe itself, was ever expanding, filled with endless possibilities and the promise of new beginnings. Story 4. In the quaint little village at the foot of a sprawling, mysterious forest, life moved at a gentle, unhurried pace. The villagers, with their weathered faces and hands calloused from years of toil, often gathered in the evenings under the starlit sky to exchange stories and legends. Clara, a bright-eyed young girl, with hair the color of autumn leaves, would sit among them, her heart racing with anticipation as tales of the Enchanted Glade unfolded. These stories spoke of a place where dreams whispered through the leaves, and time itself seemed to hold its breath. As the stories unfolded each night, Clara's imagination painted vivid pictures of the glade. She envisioned the trees swaying like ancient sentinels, guarding secrets of forgotten times, and the air shimmering with the hues of dreams. She could almost hear the rustle of leaves carrying the echoes of laughter from children who might have played there long ago. The legends told of a hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of the past, its mist imbued with the wisdom of the ages. Clara's curiosity was as boundless as the night sky. Her mother often found her perched on the windowsill, gazing wistfully towards the forest, her eyes reflecting the twinkling stars above. "What do you see in there, my little dreamer?" her mother would ask, brushing a stray curl from Clara's forehead. "Magic," Clara would reply with a soft smile, her voice filled with wonder. "I feel it calling me." The forest, with its enigmatic allure, seemed to pulse with an invisible energy that only Clara could feel. Her dreams were filled with visions of hidden pathways and secret clearings, each one promising untold adventures. She imagined herself as a guardian of the forest, learning its secrets and protecting its magic. And so, one crisp autumn morning, Clara decided to answer that call. The village was wrapped in a gentle mist, the kind that promised a day of discovery and adventure. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with bread and cheese prepared by her mother, Clara set off towards the forest. The leaves underfoot crunched with a satisfying crispness, each step echoing her excitement. As she stepped into the forest, the world around her transformed. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, each breath a reminder of the adventure ahead. Her heart beat in time with the rustling leaves, a symphony of nature welcoming her into its embrace. The deeper Clara ventured, the more the forest revealed its wonders. She marveled at towering trees, whose trunks were carved with intricate tales of old. Each carving seemed to pulse with life, the stories yearning to be heard. She paused to trace her fingers along the lines and curves, feeling a connection to those who had walked this path before her. Suddenly, Clara heard a soft rustling in the underbrush. Out popped a creature unlike any she had seen before, a small, fluffy being with ears as long as its body and eyes like polished marbles. It chirped a merry greeting and hopped along beside her, its presence both comforting and delightful. Clara named her new friend Willow, and together they continued deeper into the heart of the forest. As they walked, Clara and Willow encountered a series of whimsical phenomena. A gentle breeze carried with it a flurry of shimmering leaves, each one twinkling like a tiny star. They danced around Clara and Willow, swirling in patterns that seemed to spell out words of welcome. Clara laughed, reaching out to touch them, feeling a tingle of magic at her fingertips. The path then led them to a crystal-clear stream, babbling softly over smooth stones. Here, Clara paused to rest, dipping her fingers into the cool water. As she did, she noticed tiny fish with iridescent scales darting about, their movements creating ripples that caught the sunlight in a dazzling display. Willow chittered happily, clearly enjoying the sight. As they lingered by the stream, Clara's thoughts turned inward. She realized how the forest mirrored her own journey of self-discovery. Each step revealed a new facet of her personality, a deeper understanding of who she was and who she wanted to become. She was learning that courage was not the absence of fear, but the determination to move forward despite it. Her mind wandered back to evenings in the village, where the stories of the Enchanted Glade were interwoven with tales of bravery and wisdom. Clara recalled the story of her grandmother, who had once ventured into these very woods and returned with tales of a hidden garden, where the flowers spoke in the language of dreams. It was a tale of courage, of meeting oneself in the heart of the forest. Continuing their journey, Clara and Willow encountered an elderly man with a long beard, sitting cross-legged beside an ancient oak. His eyes were a deep, wise blue, like the depths of the ocean, and he wore a cloak that seemed woven from the very shadows of the forest. "Welcome, young adventurer," he said in a voice like the whisper of the wind through the trees. Clara hesitated, but Willow nudged her forward. "Hello," she replied, curiosity piqued. "Who are you?" "I am the keeper of stories," the man replied, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "I guard the tales that have yet to be told and those that are waiting to be discovered." Clara's eyes widened. "Will you tell me a story?" she asked eagerly. The keeper chuckled softly, the sound like leaves rustling. "It is not I who will tell the story, but you, Clara. Your journey is your own tale, filled with wonders yet to unfold." With that, he handed Clara a small, intricately carved box. "Inside you'll find the seeds of stories," he explained. "Plant them in the soil of your imagination and watch them grow into new adventures." Clara accepted the box with a sense of reverence, feeling its weight and the promise it held. She nodded, understanding that her journey was just beginning, the forest itself a chapter in the story of her life. Further along, Clara and Willow came upon a grove of trees that whispered secrets in the gentle breeze. Their leaves rustled in a language Clara couldn't quite understand, yet she felt a sense of peace and belonging. It was as if the forest was reassuring her, encouraging her to continue her journey with courage and an open heart. At this point, Clara noticed an old stone bench tucked away beneath a canopy of vibrant ferns. It seemed to invite her to sit and rest for a while. As she settled onto the bench, she found a small, weathered book tucked into a crevice in the stone. Curiosity piqued. She opened it to find pages filled with sketches and notes from a traveler who had walked these paths long ago. The entries spoke of a quest for knowledge and understanding, much like her own. Clara pondered the words, feeling a kinship with the unknown author, and resolved to add her own experiences to the book before returning it to its resting place. Clara's fingers traced the faded ink on the pages, and she could almost hear the whispers of the past travelers, sharing their wisdom and dreams. She wondered about the lives they led and the journeys they undertook, each step contributing to the tapestry of stories that wove through the forest. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Clara and Willow finally reached the Enchanted Glade. It was a breathtaking sight, a circular clearing bathed in a soft, otherworldly glow. The grass was lush and green, dotted with wildflowers that seemed to hum a quiet tune. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire glade. Clara felt a gentle warmth spreading through her, a sense of fulfillment and joy. She knew she had found something truly special. The challenges she had faced along the way, though gentle, had revealed her strengths, her courage, her kindness, and her unwavering curiosity. She realized that the journey itself was as magical as the destination. With the night settling in and stars beginning to twinkle above, Clara lay down in the soft grass, Willow snuggling close beside her. The forest sang a lullaby, a soothing melody that wrapped around them like a cozy blanket. Clara closed her eyes, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. As sleep gently claimed her, Clara knew she had found not just the enchanted glade, but also a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. She dreamed of more adventures to come, of paths yet to be discovered, and of the courage it takes to follow one's heart. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit of adventure, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest keeping watch, its magic a comforting presence in the night. Story 5. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, whispering forest that seemed to breathe with life, there was a quaint village called Willow Glen. The village was renowned for its vibrant gardens, where flowers of every hue blossomed in a riot of colors, and trees stretched their leafy arms toward the sky like ancient sentinels. The air was thick with the scent of fresh earth and blooming lilacs, mingling with the crisp, invigorating aroma of pine. The sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced across the forest floor, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. Yet, among all this natural splendor, there lived a young woman named Leora, who found herself at odds with the world around her. Leora had always felt a deep connection to the forest, its towering trees providing a canopy of solace and its babbling brooks a melody of comfort. Yet she struggled with the shifts and changes that life seemed determined to cast her way. Her heart longed for the constancy of the ancient oaks and the predictability of the river that lazily wound its way through Willow Glen, its gentle flow a mirror of her yearning for stability. Change, she felt, was a tempest that threatened to uproot her from her safe, familiar soil, leaving her adrift in the unknown. Each morning, Leora would wander into the forest, seeking solace among the trees. The forest was alive with the chorus of birdsong, the rustle of leaves, and the distant call of the cuckoo. The ground beneath her feet was soft and damp, the aroma of moss and earth rising with every step. On one such morning, when the dew still clung to the grass like scattered jewels, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled in a clearing was an old, weathered stone well, covered in moss and vines that twinkled with tiny drops of moisture. She had never seen it before, and its sudden appearance intrigued her, as if the forest itself had revealed a secret just for her. As she approached, she noticed an ethereal figure hovering beside the well. The figure was a shimmering, silvery sprite, whose wings caught the light like 1,000 tiny rainbows. Her eyes were kind and wise, pools of ancient knowledge, and her presence exuded a warmth that made Leora feel immediately at ease, as if she were returning home after a long journey. "Greetings, dear Leora," the sprite said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves and as soothing as a gentle breeze. "I am Seraphina, guardian of this well. It is a magical place, and it appears when one is in need of its gifts." Though Leora was accustomed to the forest's enchantments, the appearance of the well and its guardian filled her with wonder. "What is the well's gift?" she asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes like sunlight on water. Seraphina gestured toward the well's depths, where the water shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The cool air around the well seemed to hum with an unspoken promise. "This well reflects one's inner journey. It shows what change looks like and how it can lead to growth. Are you willing to see what lies within?" Though hesitant, Leora nodded, drawn by the promise of understanding. The forest seemed to hold its breath as she peered into the water, and as she did, the surface rippled and transformed, revealing a vision of her life. The water showed her the village, her family and friends, and the forest she loved so dearly. Yet, as the scenes shifted, she saw herself facing challenges, moments where she felt lost and overwhelmed. But intertwined with these were images of her perseverance, her kindness, and the quiet strength she had cultivated over time. The vision unfolded like a tapestry of her life, each thread a testament to her growth, and she felt the weight of her fears lift as clarity dawned upon her. When the water stilled, Leora looked up at Seraphina, her heart lighter with understanding. "I see now," she whispered, her voice echoing with newfound confidence. "Change is not something to fear, but to embrace. It is through change that I have grown, just as the forest renews itself with each season." Seraphina smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have discovered the secret, dear Leora. Embrace the magic within you, and let it guide your path. You are not alone on this journey. The forest, your friends, and even I will always be here to support you." With newfound resolve, Leora thanked Serafina and promised to return to the well whenever she needed guidance. As she made her way back to the village, she noticed the beauty in the changing leaves, the vibrant hues of autumn signaling the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. The forest around her seemed to echo her newfound acceptance, its whispers now a symphony instead of a solitary tune. Back in Willow Glen, Leora began to share her newfound wisdom with others. She helped her friends see change as an opportunity for growth and discovery. One day, as she sat with her friend Alara in the garden, they marveled at a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, a living metaphor for transformation. Together they nurtured the village, ensuring it thrived as a place of harmony and peace, where each change was a step towards a brighter future. Her influence extended beyond her immediate circle, however. Leora began organizing weekly gatherings at the village square, inviting storytellers and elders to share their tales of transformation and resilience. The square, once a place of simple market exchanges, became a vibrant hub of shared knowledge and experience. Villagers brought blankets and sat in the mellow glow of lantern light, listening as stories of old and dreams anew interwove, creating a tapestry of communal wisdom. One afternoon, as she wandered through the village, she came across an elderly woman named Marin, who sat quietly under the shade of a spreading chestnut tree. Marin was known for her mysterious past and had lived through many chapters of change herself. Leora approached her, hoping to glean insights from her rich tapestry of experiences. "Marin," Leora began, her voice gentle yet curious, "how have you embraced the changes in your life?" The old woman smiled, her eyes crinkling with the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. "Ah, my dear Leora, change is the river we all must cross. It's the dance between holding on and letting go. Each season in my life has taught me to look beyond the immediate and see the threads that connect the past, present, and future." Her words lingered with Leora, adding depth to her understanding of the journey she was on. It was not merely about accepting change, but seeing it as a continuum, an ever-flowing river that carried history, present moments, and future possibilities. As the seasons passed, Leora found herself transformed. She no longer feared the winds of change, but welcomed them as old friends. Her heart was open, her spirit resilient, and she walked her path with a gentle strength that inspired all who knew her. She cultivated a garden of wildflowers, each bloom a reminder of the beauty that can arise from change, and her laughter rang through the village like a bell, lifting spirits and soothing hearts. One evening, as the village gathered for the annual harvest festival, a celebration of bounty and community, Leora found herself standing at the edge of the crowd, watching the villagers dance and sing under the starlit sky. The air was filled with the rich aroma of roasted chestnuts and spiced cider, mingling with the laughter that rose like music into the night. It was a moment of pure joy, a testament to the resilience of her people and the strength that lay in their unity. As she watched, she noticed a newcomer among the revelers, a traveler, adorned in a cloak of deep indigo, embroidered with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the firelight. His eyes were a stormy gray, reflecting both curiosity and a sense of adventure. Intrigued by his presence, Leora approached him, her curiosity piqued. "Welcome to Willow Glen," she greeted, her smile warm and inviting. "I hope you find our village to your liking." The traveler nodded, his gaze meeting hers with a quiet intensity. "Thank you, Leora," he replied, his voice rich with experience. "I've heard tales of this place and its wondrous forest, but it is the spirit of the people here that truly captivates me." They spoke long into the night, sharing stories of their lives and dreams. Leora learned that his name was Kalen, a wanderer seeking meaning and connection in a world that often felt too vast and fragmented. He, too, had wrestled with change, viewing it as both a challenge and an opportunity for growth. As their conversation deepened, Leora felt a kindred spirit in Kalen, a recognition of their shared journey toward understanding and acceptance. Under the twinkling canopy of stars, they found solace in each other's company, realizing that while the paths they walked were different, the truths they sought were remarkably similar. The connection between Leora and Kalen grew, and soon Kalen found himself staying in Willow Glen longer than he had intended. He began to contribute to the village with his skills as a craftsman, creating intricate carvings that adorned the village square. Each piece told a story of change and resilience, echoing the tales shared during the gatherings Leora had inspired. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and lavender, the village settled into the embrace of night. The stars blinked into existence, twinkling like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. In the serene quiet of Willow Glen, the forest sang a gentle lullaby, and the world slipped into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that change, though mysterious, was the very essence of life itself. And in her heart, Leora carried the forest's song, a melody of hope and renewal that would guide her through every season yet to come. 6. Once upon a time, in a quaint village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and the gentle whispers of a sparkling river, there lived a young woman named Lila. Her days were spent weaving bright tapestries of silk, each one telling tales of the village's ancient lore. Though she loved her craft, Lila felt a persistent yearning deep within her heart, a longing to understand the stories she wove into her work. Her grandmother, the village storyteller, often spoke of the days when their ancestors roamed far and wide, bringing back legends and knowledge from distant lands. One twilight, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by the crackling fireplace in her grandmother's cozy cottage. The air was thick with the scent of chamomile and honey, and shadows danced gently on the walls. Her grandmother, with eyes like pools of wisdom, handed Lila a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This," her grandmother said, her voice like a soft melody, "has been passed down through generations. It holds the key to our family's legacy." Intrigued, Lila opened the box to find a delicate silver pendant, shaped like a crescent moon, entwined with vines and tiny etchings that seemed to shimmer in the firelight. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her fingertips, and she felt a gentle pull, as if the pendant was whispering ancient secrets just beyond her understanding. Her grandmother explained that the pendant was a symbol of their heritage, a connection to the ancestors who had been the keepers of stories, wisdom, and magic. It was said that wearing it would guide the wearer to places of great significance and reveal lessons forgotten over time. That night, Lila dreamt of a path through the forest, illuminated by soft, silver moonlight. The path led her to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming night jasmine, and the river's song was a soothing lullaby. She awoke with a sense of purpose, a quiet determination to follow the vision from her dream. The next morning, with the pendant resting against her heart, Lila set off into the forest. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets of ages past. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. Lila followed the path her dream had shown her, feeling an invisible hand guiding her steps. After some time, she reached the clearing from her dream. It was even more enchanting in the daylight, with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze and the river glistening like liquid crystal. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and lichen, but still exuding an aura of quiet strength. As Lila approached, she noticed carvings on the altar similar to those on her pendant. She traced the symbols with her fingers, feeling a connection form, a bridge between past and present. Suddenly, she understood the importance of her journey. The altar was a place where her ancestors gathered to share stories, wisdom, and magic, ensuring their legacy would not be forgotten. In that moment, Lila felt a profound sense of belonging, as if the roots of her heritage had wrapped around her heart, grounding her in a rich tapestry of history and kinship. She realized that the strength of her lineage lay not just in the stories of the past, but in her ability to carry them forward, to weave new tales that honored the old while embracing the new. Over the coming days, Lila returned to the village, her heart full of newfound understanding. She shared her journey with the villagers, inviting them to join her in the clearing to tell their own stories and learn from the lessons of their ancestors. Together, they wove a vibrant tapestry of tales, each thread a testament to their shared history and hopes for the future. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the soft rustle of the river, Lila and her village found peace in the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves, a legacy of wisdom, kindness, and unity that would endure for generations to come. As Lila lay down to sleep that night, she felt the warm embrace of her ancestors and the comforting presence of the pendant against her skin, reminding her that she was never truly alone. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a forest filled with ancient trees and whispering streams, there lived a young sapling named Willow. Though small and slender, Willow's spirit burned bright with curiosity and wonder. As the seasons changed, Willow watched in awe as the taller trees shed their leaves and donned new garments of green. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, her own branches remained bare and unchanged. "Why can't I grow and transform like the others?" Willow sighed, her leaves drooping with disappointment. It was then that a gentle breeze carried the soothing voice of Oak, an ancient tree whose wisdom was as deep as his roots. "Dearest Willow, growth comes in many forms, each as beautiful as the last." Willow perked up, listening intently as Oak continued. "Your time will come, little one. For now, embrace the journey and savor the lessons along the way." Though encouraged by Oak's words, Willow couldn't help but feel restless. That is, until one starry night when a shower of stardust rained down upon the forest, coating everything in a shimmering veil of magic. As the stardust settled upon Willow's branches, they began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Suddenly, tiny buds appeared, unfurling into delicate leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the moonlight. Willow gasped in wonder, her heart swelling with joy and gratitude. She had blossomed, not through force or impatience, but by embracing the natural rhythm of life. From that night on, Willow's leaves held a touch of magic, glowing brighter with each passing season as she grew taller and stronger. And though her transformation was gradual, she never lost sight of the beauty in the journey itself. The other trees marveled at Willow's radiant leaves, and she shared her story with any sapling who felt lost or uncertain. Oak, ever the wise mentor, beamed with pride at Willow's growth and the lessons she had learned. As the years passed, Willow's branches stretched high, her roots delving deep into the earth. She had become a beacon of light and hope in the forest, a reminder that change often comes in unexpected ways, and that true growth lies in embracing the magic within. And on nights when the stardust fell once more, Willow's leaves would dance with a brilliant glow, casting a warm, enchanting light that illuminated the paths of all who sought guidance on their own journeys of transformation. Story 8. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stretched their limbs like ancient guardians, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was cocooned by the verdant embrace of nature, with its cobblestone paths winding like gentle streams through clusters of cozy cottages. Each morning, the air was filled with the sweet scent of dew-kissed flowers and the melodious symphony of chirping birds, creating a serene and enchanting atmosphere. In this charming village lived a young girl named Tessa. With eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart as warm as the hearth on a winter's night, Tessa was known for her curiosity and kindness. She lived with her grandmother in a small cottage that stood at the edge of the forest. This cottage, with its thatched roof and walls adorned with climbing ivy, was a place of comfort and joy. Tessa's grandmother, affectionately known as Nana, was the village's storyteller. Her tales of wonder and magic were woven into the fabric of Willowbrook's evenings, drawing villagers young and old to her fireside. Nana had a knack for making the simplest stories come alive, and her words were like a gentle breeze, carrying listeners to far-off lands and times. One crisp autumn afternoon, while helping Nana sort through her collection of old books and trinkets, Tessa discovered a curious object hidden beneath a pile of dusty tomes. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight filtering through the window. As Tessa traced her fingers over the carvings, she felt a faint warmth emanating from the box, as if it held a secret waiting to be uncovered. "Nana, what is this?" Tessa asked, her voice tinged with wonder. Nana turned toward Tessa, her eyes twinkling with a knowing smile. "Ah, that is a special box, my dear. It is said to hold a map to a hidden world, a place where magic and nature live in harmony. But it's not just any map. It reveals itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. Intrigued by her grandmother's words, Tessa felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She had always been drawn to the mysteries of the forest, and the thought of a hidden world filled her with a sense of adventure. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Willowbrook, Tessa lay in bed, clutching the wooden box to her chest. She dreamed of faraway lands and secret places, her imagination painting vivid pictures in her mind. The next morning, Tessa awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. She decided to embark on a journey to uncover the secrets of the box and find the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of. With Nana's blessing and a satchel filled with essentials, Tessa set off into the forest, her heart brimming with anticipation. The forest was alive with the vibrant colors of autumn. Leaves of gold, crimson, and amber danced in the gentle breeze, carpeting the ground in a tapestry of warmth. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, creating dapples of light that flickered like the flames of 1,000 tiny candles. Tessa walked along the familiar paths, her senses attuned to the whispers of the trees and the rustling of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the path began to change. The trees grew taller and older, their trunks thick and gnarled like wise old sages. The air was filled with the heady scent of pine and earth, and the light took on a mystical quality, casting everything in a soft, ethereal glow. It was here, in the heart of the forest, that Tessa felt the gentle pulse of magic. Tessa paused beneath an ancient oak, its branches stretching toward the sky like welcoming arms. She opened the wooden box, and to her astonishment, a delicate map unfolded before her eyes. The map was unlike any she had seen before. Its lines shimmered and shifted, revealing a path that wound through the forest and beyond. Guided by the map, Tessa continued her journey. She crossed babbling brooks that sang with the voices of the water sprites, and traversed fields where wildflowers bloomed in riotous colors. Along the way, she encountered creatures of all kinds, each one friendly and curious about her quest. One afternoon, as Tessa rested by a crystal-clear spring, she met a fox with fur as silken as the finest velvet. The fox introduced himself as Finn, a guardian of the forest paths. His eyes sparkled with intelligence and mischief, and Tessa felt an immediate kinship with him. "Where are you headed, little traveler?" Finn asked, his voice as smooth as the babbling water. "I'm searching for a hidden world," Tessa replied, showing him the map. Finn studied the map with a knowing nod. "Ah, the world of the Whispering Glade. It's a place of wonder and magic, but it's not easy to find. You must be willing to see with your heart and not just your eyes." Encouraged by Finn's words, Tessa invited him to join her on her journey. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, their path illuminated by the golden light of the setting sun. As they walked, Finn shared stories of the forest's history, tales of ancient trees and the spirits that dwelled within them. His voice was a comforting presence, and Tessa felt grateful for his companionship. Days turned into weeks as Tessa and Finn made their way toward the heart of the Whispering Glade. Along the way, they encountered challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. They navigated through dense thickets and crossed treacherous ravines, always guided by the shifting lines of the magical map. One evening, as they camped under a canopy of stars, Tessa confided in Finn about her hopes and fears. What if the hidden world doesn't exist? She wondered aloud, her voice barely a whisper. Finn, ever wise and gentle, replied, "Sometimes the journey itself is the destination. The friends we make and the lessons we learn along the way are treasures in their own right." With Finn's words resonating in her heart, Tessa found renewed determination. She realized that her quest was not just about finding a magical world, but about discovering her own strength and resilience. Each step brought her closer to understanding the true meaning of friendship and courage. Finally, one misty morning, Tessa and Finn reached the edge of a magnificent glade. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers and the soft hum of nature's melody. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the very essence of magic seemed to dance in the air. As they stepped into the glade, the wooden box in Tessa's hands glowed with a warm, golden light. The map dissolved into a shimmering mist, revealing a hidden doorway nestled among the roots of a grand willow tree. Tessa's heart swelled with awe and gratitude, knowing she had found the entrance to the hidden world. Together, Tessa and Finn crossed the threshold, stepping into a realm where time and reality intertwined in harmony. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonder, with cascading waterfalls, lush meadows, and creatures of every shape and color. Here, the boundaries between magic and nature blurred, creating a paradise of endless possibilities. Tessa spent many days exploring the hidden world, guided by her newfound friends and the wisdom she had gained on her journey. She discovered that the magic of the Whispering Glade was not confined to one place, but lived within her heart, a beacon of light and hope. Eventually, it was time to return to Willowbrook. Tessa bid farewell to her friends, promising to carry their stories and lessons with her always. With Finn by her side, she retraced her steps through the forest, her heart full of gratitude and joy. When Tessa returned to her village, she found Nana waiting by the fireside, her eyes filled with warmth and love. Tessa shared the tale of her adventure, weaving a tapestry of words that captured the magic and wonder of her journey. And so, Tessa's story became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and the magic that lies within. As the villagers gathered by the fireside, their hearts were filled with the comforting glow of Tessa's tale, a story that would be told for generations to come. In the end, Tessa learned that the true magic of the hidden world was not in its wonders, but in the journey that led her there, a journey that transformed her heart and opened her eyes to the beauty of the world around her. And as she drifted off to sleep, the gentle lull of the forest's whispers cradled her dreams, a reminder that magic is everywhere, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. Story 9. Once upon a time, nestled within the lush, emerald folds of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Larkspur Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand beneath the glow of 1,000 twinkling stars. The people of Larkspur Hollow lived in harmony with the enchanted forest, and their days were filled with laughter, song, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets only the forest knew. In this village, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a kind-hearted soul, with a curiosity as boundless as the sky itself. His eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 adventures not yet taken, and his heart brimmed with dreams spun from the gossamer threads of imagination. Finn's days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of the forest, befriending the woodland creatures, and listening to the stories of the old oak trees, whose bark was etched with the wisdom of ages. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was ripe with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change, Finn set out on one of his many adventures. The forest, cast in shades of amber and gold, seemed to beckon him deeper into its embrace. As he wandered along a winding path, his footsteps cushioned by a carpet of leaves, he came upon an ancient oak larger than any he had ever seen. Its gnarled branches reached towards the heavens, and its roots delved deep into the earth, holding secrets untold. Captivated by the tree's grandeur, Finn approached cautiously. As he drew near, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart skipped a beat, for he knew at once this was no ordinary box. With gentle hands, he opened the lid to reveal a tiny glowing crystal, softly pulsating with a warm, golden light. As he held it, the crystal felt alive, thrumming with an energy that resonated with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Finn marveled at its beauty and wondered at the magic it might hold. As he pondered, a soft voice broke the silence. "Do you know what you hold, young one?" Startled, Finn looked around but saw no one. Then he noticed a small, wise-looking squirrel with fur the color of cinnamon perched on a nearby branch. Its eyes twinkled with intelligence, and Finn realized it was the source of the voice. "This, dear Finn, is the Heartstone," the squirrel continued. "It is a gift from the forest, a token of trust for those pure of heart. It holds the power to reveal hidden worlds and unlock secrets kept by nature herself. But beware, for its magic is not to be used lightly." Finn's mind whirled with the possibilities, a hidden world, secrets of the forest, all within his grasp. Yet he remembered the squirrel's warning and decided to tread carefully. Thank you, Finn said sincerely. I will honor the trust the forest has placed in me. With the heartstone tucked safely in his pocket, Finn made his way home, his mind alive with wonder. That night, as he lay in bed, the forest's whispers lulled him to sleep, and his dreams were filled with visions of mystical lands and ancient trees with stories to tell. The following day, Finn awoke with a sense of purpose. The heartstone was more than just a magical object. It was an invitation, a call to adventure. Determined to uncover the secrets it held, Finn set out once more, guided by an instinct he couldn't quite understand. As he walked deeper into the forest, following the heartstone's gentle glow, he noticed subtle changes in his surroundings. The air grew fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers, and the sunlight seemed to dance more playfully through the canopy. Soon, he found himself in a part of the forest he had never seen before, a hidden glade where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering sweet melodies. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Finn approached, feeling a pull he couldn't resist. As he touched its bark, the heartstone vibrated gently, and a doorway appeared, shimmering with ethereal light. With a deep breath, Finn stepped through the doorway and into a world beyond his wildest dreams. The air was filled with the sound of laughter and the scent of honeyed blossoms. Creatures of all kinds, some familiar, some fantastical, frolicked among the vibrant flora. It was a world where magic was as natural as the breeze, a place where dreams and reality entwined. As Finn explored this hidden realm, he met a myriad of gentle, kind-hearted beings. There was Sylvie, a graceful deer with antlers woven with vines and flowers, and Bramble, a jovial hedgehog with quills that shimmered like starlight. Each creature he met welcomed him warmly, and Finn soon learned that this world, known as the Vale of Whispers, was a sanctuary for those who cherished the bond between nature and magic. Days turned into weeks as Finn immersed himself in the wonders of the Vale. He learned the language of the trees, how to dance with the wind, and the art of listening to the heart's true desires. But as much as he loved this magical realm, a part of him knew he couldn't stay forever. The forest had trusted him with the Heartstone, and he wanted to honor that trust by sharing its wonders with others back in Larkspur Hollow. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn gathered his new friends beneath the great tree that had first welcomed him. With a heavy heart, he told them of his decision to return home. Sylvie nuzzled him gently. "Remember, dear Finn, the magic of the Vale is within you. Share it with those you love, and you will never truly be far from us." Bramble, with tears glistening in his eyes, nodded. "Your journey has only just begun. Go with the knowledge that friendship and kindness are the true magic of the world." With their blessings, Finn stepped back through the shimmering doorway, the Heartstone glowing warmly in his hand. As he emerged into the familiar forest of Larkspur Hollow, he felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. He had discovered a hidden world, but more importantly, he had found a family and a purpose. Back in the village, Finn became a storyteller, sharing tales of the Vale of Whispers with all who would listen. His stories sparked curiosity and wonder, inspiring others to explore the world around them and cherish the magic within their own hearts. As the years passed, Larkspur Hollow flourished, its people united by the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of the forest. And though Finn grew older, the Heartstone and the Vale of Whispers remained a part of him, a gentle reminder of the journey that had changed his life forever. And so, beneath the twinkling stars and the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks, the village continued to thrive, a testament to the power of kindness, adventure, and the magic that lies within every heart. The end. Story 10. In a secluded valley, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of leaves like liquid gold, there lay an ancient forest known as Whispering Woods. Here, the air was perpetually fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing symphony for the creatures who called this place home. Among the inhabitants of Whispering Woods were the Lumina, ethereal beings with wings like stained glass, who glowed softly in the twilight. The Lumina were the guardians of the forest, their purpose woven into the very fabric of the woods. They could often be seen flitting from tree to tree, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake, as they tended to the delicate balance of their verdant world. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, the forest began to hum with a quiet excitement. The air was cool, and the scent of wood smoke curled up from the chimneys of woodland cottages, mingling with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. It was on this evening that a young Lumina named Finn was entrusted with his first great task, the Rite of Renewal. The Rite of Renewal was a sacred tradition that ensured the forest's harmony with the changing seasons. Each year, as autumn began to whisper its sleepy lullaby, the Lumina would gather in a hidden glen to perform this ancient ceremony. It was believed that through their magic, they could weave the energy of the forest into a tapestry that would sustain life throughout the winter. Finn was both nervous and excited. He had watched the older Lumina perform the rite many times, admiring their grace and confidence. Now, as the stars blinked awake in the deepening sky, it was his turn to contribute to the timeless cycle of nature. As Finn made his way to the glen, he was accompanied by his dearest friends, a wise old owl named Oliver and a gentle doe named Sylvie. Oliver, with his feathers as soft as velvet and eyes that gleamed with ancient knowledge, had guided many young Lumina through their rites. Sylvie, with her serene presence and soft, warm eyes, was Finn's constant companion, offering quiet encouragement whenever he faltered. The trio walked through the forest, the path carpeted with leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The moon bathed the woods in a silvery glow, and the cool breeze carried the distant sound of a nightingale's song. As they approached the glen, the ground beneath them began to shimmer with the first hints of magic, and Finn felt a gentle thrill of anticipation. In the center of the glen stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching high into the sky. This was the heartwood, the source of the forest's magic and the focal point of the ceremony. Gathered beneath its boughs were the other Lumina, their wings casting a rainbow of lights onto the forest floor. They greeted Finn with warm smiles and nods of encouragement. As the ceremony began, the Lumina formed a circle around the heartwood, their hands linked and wings gently fluttering. Finn took his place among them, feeling the warmth of their camaraderie. Oliver perched on a nearby branch, his eyes twinkling with pride, while Sylvie stood quietly beside Finn, her presence a soothing balm to his nerves. The air was filled with the soft hum of Lumina voices, weaving ancient incantations that resonated through the trees. The heartwood responded, its bark glowing with a gentle luminescence that spread outwards like ripples in a pond. Finn closed his eyes, feeling the magic flow through him, and added his voice to the others, letting the words of the incantation carry his spirit. As the rite reached its crescendo, the glen was alive with light and sound, a symphony of nature and magic that seemed to echo through time itself. The seasons passed before Finn's eyes, the gentle buds of spring, the lush abundance of summer, the vibrant hues of autumn, and the serene quiet of winter. He understood now, more deeply than ever, the delicate balance that sustained their world. When the ceremony concluded, a profound peace settled over the forest. The Lumina drifted away, their hearts light and their spirits renewed, while Finn stood for a moment longer beneath the heartwood, feeling its ancient whiz seep into his being. Oliver fluttered down to Finn's shoulder, his voice a gentle murmur. "You did well, young one. The forest will thrive, thanks to your efforts." Sylvie nuzzled Finn affectionately, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "The forest is grateful, and so are we. You have honored the traditions of the Lumina and ensured the harmony of our home." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. As they made their way back through the forest, the night seemed to wrap around them like a soft, comforting blanket. The breeze whispered through the trees, carrying the promise of restful slumber to every corner of whispering woods. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Finn and his friends returned to their nests and burrows, their hearts at ease. The forest, cradled in the embrace of the Lumina's magic, slipped into a gentle, restorative sleep. Here in this enchanted realm, the cycles of life continued, nurtured by wisdom and friendship, and the promise of renewal was forever etched into the heart of Whispering Woods. Story 11. In the quaint village of Wisteria Glade, nestled between gentle hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her auburn hair danced with each step, and her eyes sparkled with a curiosity that seemed to mirror the twinkling night sky. Clara lived in a small cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of wildflowers mingled with the crisp, cool breeze that carried tales from the forest. One serene afternoon, as the sun filtered through the emerald canopy, Clara ventured into the woods with a wicker basket in hand, gathering herbs for her grandmother's remedies. The forest, with its dappled light and rustling leaves, felt like an old friend that always greeted her warmly. As she wandered deeper, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, ornate box half buried in a patch of violets. Its wood was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the evening sun. Curiosity piqued, Clara gently unearthed the box and opened it to reveal a delicate, silver locket. As her fingers brushed against its cool surface, a soft, musical chime resonated through the air, as if the very notes were alive. Startled but intrigued, Clara clasped the locket around her neck, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her chest, as if a comforting hand rested over her heart. Returning home, Clara shared her discovery with her grandmother, a wise woman whose eyes seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. Her grandmother smiled knowingly and said, "Ah, my dear, you've found the heart of whispers. It is said to be a gift from the forest spirits, granting its wearer the ability to hear the true thoughts and feelings of others, not just their words." Clara's eyes widened in awe. "What should I do with it, grandmother?" she asked, her voice a mixture of excitement and wonder. "Listen closely, my dear," her grandmother replied, "for with this gift comes the responsibility to understand and to heal." Over the following days, Clara began to notice the subtle whispers of the locket. When her friend Oliver seemed cheerful but spoke with a tinge of sadness, the locket revealed his hidden worry about his family's farm. Clara, guided by the gentle murmurs of the locket, offered her help, and together they devised a plan to tend to the crops, easing Oliver's burden. As word of Clara's newfound ability spread, villagers came to seek her wisdom, not for her to solve their problems outright, but to understand their hearts more deeply, leading them to find their own paths to resolution. Each encounter was a lesson, not just for those she helped, but for Clara herself, as she learned the values of empathy and patience. However, the true test of the Heart of Whispers came on a day when the village faced a dilemma. A great storm had swept through Wisteria Glade, leaving the river swollen and threatening to flood the fields. The villagers gathered at the riverbank, debating the best course of action. Some suggested building barriers, others wanted to dig channels, but the arguments only grew more heated. Clara stood quietly amidst the clamor, the locket warm against her skin, guiding her to listen beyond the noise. She closed her eyes and focused on the whispers, each villager's fears, hopes, and the love they bore for their home. With a deep breath, Clara stepped forward and spoke softly yet clearly. "What if we each share our strengths? Together we can build a solution that honors everyone's voice." Her words, carried by the gentle assurance of the locket, settled over the crowd like a calming breeze. Slowly, the villagers nodded, each one realizing the truth in unity and cooperation. They worked together, combining their ideas and efforts, and by day's end, the river was safely redirected, sparing the fields from harm. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, the villagers gathered under the starlit sky to celebrate their triumph. Laughter and music filled the air, and Clara felt a deep warmth in her heart, knowing that the Heart of Whispers had guided her well. As the festivities quieted and the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Clara sat beside her grandmother by the fireplace, the flames casting a warm, flickering glow across the room. Her grandmother looked at her with pride and said, "You have done well, my dear. Remember, the true magic of the Heart of Whispers lies not just in hearing, but in understanding and connecting." Clara nodded, feeling the truth of her grandmother's words. The journey with the locket had changed her, deepening her understanding of herself and others. As she drifted to sleep that night, the locket resting softly against her heart, Clara knew that the true gift was not the magic itself, but the wisdom and friendships it fostered along the way. And so, in the peaceful village of Wisteria Glade, Under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Clara's story of discovery and wonder became a cherished tale, whispered from generation to generation, a gentle reminder of the beauty of listening with the heart. Story 12. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a gentle young girl named Lyra. Lyra had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. The villagers spoke often of the forest, known as the Whispering Woods, which was said to hold secrets as old as time itself. Few dared to wander its depths, for it was believed that the woods were magical, teeming with the whispers of the past and the spirits of nature. Lyra was not afraid of the woods. She felt a kinship with the towering trees and the creatures that dwelled within. Her days were spent wandering the fringes of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the soft symphony of rustling leaves. Her heart was drawn to the mysteries hidden within, and she yearned to uncover their secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist curled lazily over the earth and the air was rich with the scent of pine, Lyra stumbled upon something peculiar. Tucked beneath a cluster of ferns was a small, ornate box. Intricately carved with patterns of vines and stars, it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Curiosity piqued, Lyra reached out and touched the box, feeling a warm, gentle hum resonate through her fingertips. As she lifted the lid, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a single, radiant feather. The feather was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with hues of silver and gold, as if woven from moonlight and sunbeams. As she held it, a whispering voice echoed in her mind, gentle and wise, like a breeze through the trees. "Lyra," the voice murmured, "you have found the feather of the Whispering Woods. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and guide those who seek truth. Use it wisely, for it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams." Startled yet intrigued, Lyra tucked the feather into her satchel, its warmth a comforting presence against her side. The village bustled with life as she returned, yet her thoughts were filled with the mysteries of the feather and the voice she had heard. That evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, Lyra sat by the fireplace, the feather clasped in her hands. She felt its warmth spread through her, and the whispers grew clearer, urging her to venture into the depths of the forest. It spoke of a hidden world, one that lay beyond the veil of the everyday, waiting to be discovered. With the first light of dawn, Lyra set out, her heart a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The path into the woods was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the songs of birds and the distant murmur of a brook. As she walked, the feather seemed to gently tug her in a direction she had never ventured before. The forest deepened, and soon she found herself in a grove where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches intertwining like the threads of an old tale. It was here that she met a fox with fur as fiery as the setting sun and eyes like pools of emerald. The fox regarded her with a knowing look, as if it had been waiting for her arrival. "Welcome, Lyra," the fox spoke, its voice a soft melody. "I am Oron, guardian of the Whispering Woods. You are the first in many years to find the feather of truth. Together we will journey to the heart of the forest, where the hidden world awaits." Lyra's heart leaped with joy at the thought of such an adventure. She agreed to follow Oron, and together they ventured deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, and the light danced through the leaves, casting patterns on the forest floor. As they walked, Oron shared stories of the woods, tales of ancient spirits and forgotten times. Along their path, they encountered a stream that sang as it flowed, its waters glistening like liquid crystal. Lyra knelt beside it, cupping the water in her hands. As it touched her lips, she felt a surge of clarity and understanding, as if the water held the wisdom of the ages. The journey was not without its challenges. They faced thickets of brambles and shadowed glades where the light barely reached. Yet with Oron's guidance and the feather's gentle whispers, they moved forward, their hearts steadfast. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, they arrived at a clearing surrounded by towering oaks. In the center stood a stone archway, covered in moss and adorned with delicate carvings. It was here that the feather glowed brightest, its light illuminating the archway like a beacon. "This is the gateway to the hidden world," Oron explained, his voice filled with reverence. Beyond lies a realm of wonder and truth, unseen by those who do not seek it with a pure heart. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped through the archway, feeling a gentle breeze envelop her, carrying the scent of jasmine and honey. The world beyond was unlike anything she had imagined. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmering with iridescent hues. Flowers bloomed in colors beyond the spectrum, and creatures of all kinds wandered freely, unafraid and curious. In this hidden world, Lyra discovered the true magic of the whispering woods. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, each one telling a story of its life and the world it had witnessed. The creatures of the forest, once shy and elusive, welcomed her with open hearts, sharing their wisdom and friendship. As days turned into weeks, Lyra felt herself change. She learned to see beyond the surface of things, to understand the interconnectedness of all life. Her heart grew kinder, her spirit more resilient, and her mind open to the wonders of the world. Yet, as much as she loved the hidden world, Lyra knew she could not stay forever. The village awaited her return, and she yearned to share the wisdom and beauty she had discovered. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to Oron and her newfound friends, promising to carry their stories and lessons with her. As she stepped back through the archway, the feather in her satchel glowed softly, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the truth she had found. The forest welcomed her back, its whispers a familiar comfort. Lyra returned to the village, her heart full of stories, and her eyes alight with a newfound understanding. She shared her tales with the villagers, inspiring them to see the beauty and magic in the world around them. The forest, once shrouded in mystery and fear, became a place of wonder and learning, its secrets shared and cherished. And so, Lyra's journey transformed not only herself but her entire village. The Whispering Woods, with its ancient secrets and hidden world, became a symbol of wisdom and friendship, a reminder that the greatest truths are often found in the most unexpected places. As Lyra sat by the fire, the feather glowing softly beside her, she knew that her journey was only the beginning. The world was vast and full of mysteries, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage and heart to seek them. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit unbound, Lyra drifted into a gentle sleep, the whispers of the woods lulling her into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the forest would always be with her. The story thus ends, leaving behind whispers of its own, echoing the timeless message that wisdom and friendship can illuminate even the darkest paths, transforming lives and worlds alike. Story 13. In a secluded corner of the world, where the soft whispers of the wind played tender melodies through the leaves, there lay an ancient forest known as Eldergrove. This was a place where the lines between the tangible and the magical were as thin as the mist that often curled around the bases of towering trees. Here, the creatures of the forest lived hidden lives, each one contributing to the delicate balance that ensured their shared home thrived in harmony. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the forest floor, a gentle creature known as Bramble the Hare emerged from his burrow. His fur was the color of freshly tilled earth, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. Bramble's role in Eldergrove was that of a caretaker, a keeper of stories and secrets passed down through the ages. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. It was the time of year when autumn began to weave its tapestry of vibrant reds and golds across the canopy. Bramble hopped softly through the underbrush, his heart attuned to the rhythmic cadence of the forest. With each step, he listened to the stories the wind carried, tales of change and continuity, of life and rebirth. Eldergrove was not merely a forest. It was a living entity, pulsating with the magic of nature. The creatures within it had long understood the importance of balance, a lesson taught by the ancients and remembered by all. Each member of the forest community had their role to play, from the industrious ants that aerated the soil to the stately oaks that offered shelter and sustenance. On this particular evening, as the moon began to rise, casting a silver glow over the forest, Bramble made his way to the heart of Eldergrove. There, nestled among the roots of a venerable oak, lay a small clearing, known to the creatures as the Circle of Seasons. It was here that the magic of the forest was at its most potent, and where the creatures gathered to share their knowledge and ensure the continuity of their harmonious existence. Waiting in the clearing was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell bore the marks of time, etched with patterns that told the stories of his journeys and the wisdom he had accumulated. Thistle was the keeper of the Circle of Seasons, a place where the magic of the weather and the turning of the year were most profoundly felt. "Greetings, Bramble," Thistle intoned, his voice deep and resonant like the echo of distant thunder. "The time has come to share the tales of the changing world with the young ones." Around them, other creatures began to gather. Squirrels with bushy tails, foxes with sleek coats, and birds whose feathers shimmered like the dew-kissed dawn. They settled in a circle, eyes bright and ears perked, eager to absorb the knowledge that had been passed down through countless seasons. As the moon climbed higher, draping the clearing in its gentle light, Bramble began to speak. Each season brings its own magic, its own lessons. Autumn is a time of transformation, a reminder that change is a part of life, as natural as the falling leaves. The younger creatures listened intently as Bramble spoke of the importance of letting go, of understanding that the old must make way for the new. He recounted stories of past autumns when the forest creatures learned to adapt, to use the resources provided by nature wisely, ensuring that all had enough to sustain them through the leaner months. Thistle added his own tales, recounting how the weather, with its cycles of rain and sunshine, frost and thaw, was a gentle teacher. The rain nourishes the earth, the frost reminds us of resilience, and the sun's warmth is a promise of renewal, he explained, his eyes gleaming with the light of ancient knowledge. As the night deepened, a hush fell over the clearing. The creatures, wrapped in the warmth of community and understanding, contemplated the lessons shared. The magic of the forest, of Eldergrove itself, seemed to hum gently around them, a lullaby of unity and peace. "Remember," Bramble concluded softly, "we are all part of this great tapestry. Our lives are threads woven together, each one important, each one necessary. By living in harmony with the world around us, we honor the magic of Eldergrove." With that, the gathering slowly dispersed, each creature carrying with it the wisdom of the Circle of Seasons. As Bramble returned to his burrow, the moonlight guiding his path, he felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that the stories would continue to be told, that the lessons would be remembered. In the heart of Eldergrove, the ancient forest where reality and magic danced in perfect harmony, the creatures of the forest slept soundly, cradled by the comforting embrace of nature's eternal rhythm. And as the winds sang their gentle lullaby, the forest dreamed of balance, of peace, and of the endless cycle of life. Story 14. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds, a hidden world thrived. This was a place where sunlight danced through emerald leaves, casting dapples of gold upon the forest floor, and the air was thick with the earthy aroma of moss and damp wood. Here, the natural creatures lived in harmony, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the ancient wisdom that flowed through their veins like a gentle stream. In this enchanted forest, the creatures were more than mere animals. They were the keepers of balance, the custodians of nature's delicate tapestry. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who had lived for many seasons and had witnessed the forest's many transformations. His shell was like an ancient map, etched with the stories of time, and his eyes held the glow of 1,000 sunsets. Thistle had a special gift. He could understand the language of the forest, hearing the whispers of the wind, the songs of the birds, and the murmur of the streams. He spent his days slowly making his way across the forest, sharing the wisdom he had gathered and offering guidance to those in need. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to burnished gold and the air was scented with the rich perfume of fallen leaves, Thistle noticed a change in the forest. The usual chatter of the squirrels was subdued, and the birds sang in hushed tones. Something was amiss. It was as if the forest held its breath, waiting for a sign. Thistle made his way to the clearing where the great oak stood, a tree so ancient and wise that it was said to have been planted by the first breath of the forest itself. Its branches spread wide, offering shelter and shade, and its roots delved deep into the heart of the earth. Beneath this mighty tree, the creatures of the forest gathered to share news and seek counsel. As Thistle arrived, he was greeted by Willow, a gentle deer with eyes as deep and serene as the forest pools. "Thistle," she said softly, her voice like the rustle of leaves, "there is a disturbance in the forest. The streams have begun to slow and the plants seem weary. We fear the balance is shifting." Thistle nodded, his wise eyes narrowing in thought. "The forest speaks, but we must listen closely to understand its needs. Let us gather the elders, and together we shall seek the counsel of the seasons." The elders of the forest, creatures who had lived through many cycles of the sun and moon, assembled beneath the great oak. There was Birch, the cunning fox with a coat like silver moonlight, and Hazel, the gentle rabbit whose heart was as warm as the summer sun. Together, they formed a circle of wisdom and strength. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to echo from the roots of the earth, Thistle spoke. "We must journey to the crystal spring, where the spirit of the forest dwells. There we may find the answers we seek and restore the harmony that binds us all." The journey to the crystal spring was one of wonder and beauty. As they traveled, the forest revealed its secrets, the delicate tapestry of spider silk glistening with dew, the soft murmur of streams weaving through the underbrush, and the gentle sigh of the wind through the treetops. Every step was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life, a symphony of sights and sounds that spoke of the forest's intricate balance. Upon reaching the crystal spring, the elders were greeted by a sight of breathtaking beauty. The water shimmered like liquid diamonds, reflecting the colors of the forest and sky. It was said that the spirit of the forest lived within these waters, a presence as ancient and enduring as the earth itself. Thistle approached the spring, his heart filled with reverence and hope. "O spirit of the forest," he called softly, "we come seeking your guidance. The balance of our home is threatened, and we wish to restore it, that we may live in harmony once more." For a moment there was silence, and then the water began to ripple and dance. From its depths a voice emerged, as soft and gentle as the whisper of leaves. "Dear guardians of the forest," it said, "the balance has indeed shifted. The earth is weary and in need of rest. The time has come for renewal, for the cycle of life to begin anew." The elders listened intently, their hearts open to the wisdom of the spirit. "How may we aid in this renewal?" asked Willow, her voice filled with compassion. "Let the forest rest," the spirit replied. "Allow the earth to breathe and the waters to flow freely. Encourage the creatures to move gently upon the land and cherish the gifts of each season. In this way, the balance shall be restored, and the harmony of the forest will once again flourish." With these words of guidance, the elders returned to their home, carrying the spirit's message in their hearts. They shared this wisdom with the creatures of the forest, and together they worked to honor the cycle of life and the delicate balance that sustained them all. As the seasons passed, the forest began to heal. The streams flowed with renewed vigor, and the plants thrived in the embrace of the sun and rain. The creatures moved with a gentle grace, aware of their place within the great tapestry of life. And Thistle, the wise tortoise, continued his journey through the forest, a beacon of wisdom and hope. He knew that the lessons of the forest would endure, passed down through generations, a testament to the power of harmony and friendship. Under the watchful gaze of the great oak, the forest flourished like never before. The creatures of the forest lived together in peace, their hearts bound by the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a living, breathing world that sang with the voices of the earth. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, the forest settled into a gentle slumber. The stars emerged, a glittering canopy above, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered a lullaby of dreams and renewal. In this ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, life continued its endless dance, a symphony of harmony and balance that echoed through the ages, a testament to the wisdom of those who had come before and those who would follow. Story 15. In the quiet heart of the galaxy called the Luminous Veil, there existed a small, twinkling planet named Aurora. Its skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and its gentle breezes carried the scent of blooming star blossoms, a fragrance akin to warm honey mixed with the crispness of morning dew. Aurora was a peaceful world, where the inhabitants, known as Aurorans, lived harmoniously under the watchful eye of their 3 moons. One day, an unusual event unfolded as a small, silver spaceship descended from the heavens, its surface reflecting the vibrant colors of the Aurorian sky. The craft landed softly in a meadow filled with luminescent flowers, their petals glowing like tiny lanterns in the twilight. Emerging from the spaceship was a creature unlike any the Aurorans had seen before. Its form was tall and slender, with iridescent scales that glimmered in the fading light. It moved with an elegance that seemed to blend seamlessly with the gentle rustling of the flora. The creature was named Zephyr, a wanderer from the distant planet of Aetheris, known for its windswept plains and crystalline skies. Zephyr had embarked on a journey to explore the galaxy, seeking knowledge and companionship in the stars. Despite their graceful appearance, Zephyr felt a twinge of apprehension, aware that their presence might be unsettling to the Aurorans. As Zephyr stepped into the meadow, they were greeted by a curious young Auroran named Lyra. With her eyes wide and filled with wonder, Lyra approached Zephyr cautiously, her soft fur shimmering in the golden twilight. She had always been fascinated by stories of the sky and its travelers, her heart filled with dreams of distant worlds. "Greetings, traveler," Lyra said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Welcome to Auroria. I am Lyra. How may I assist you on our humble planet?" Zephyr, sensing the warmth in Lyra's words, felt their initial apprehension melt away. "Thank you, Lyra," Zephyr replied, their voice resonant like a soothing melody. "I am Zephyr from Aetheris. I have journeyed across the stars in search of new experiences and friendships." As Lyra and Zephyr conversed, a bond began to form, their differences overshadowed by a shared curiosity and kindness. Yet, as is often the case with new friendships, they soon encountered their first misunderstanding. Zephyr, accustomed to the swift, direct mannerisms of Etherians, unintentionally offended Lyra by misinterpreting her gentle gestures as hesitance. For a brief moment, a cloud of uncertainty settled between them. Lyra felt a pang of sadness, fearing she had done something wrong, while Zephyr was puzzled by the sudden silence. However, the evening sky, with its tapestry of stars, seemed to bridge the gap between them, whispering tales of forgiveness and understanding. Determined to mend their budding friendship, Zephyr approached Lyra, their voice filled with sincerity. "I wish to understand, Lyra. If I have caused any upset, please know it was not my intent. Your friendship is precious to me." Lyra, touched by Zephyr's earnestness, smiled softly. "I too wish to understand, Zephyr. Let us learn from one another, that we may grow closer through our differences." With their hearts open and their minds willing, Lyra and Zephyr embarked on a journey of discovery and growth. They spent their days exploring the wonders of Auroria, from its crystal-clear lakes that mirrored the sky to its sun-dappled groves alive with the songs of feathered creatures. At night, they would sit under the starlit canopy, sharing stories of their worlds, their hopes, and their dreams. Each day brought new challenges, testing the strength of their friendship. When a sudden storm swept across the meadow, threatening to uproot the delicate star blossoms, Lyra and Zephyr worked side by side, shielding the fragile blooms with their bodies. In those moments of shared struggle, they found a deeper connection, their differences blending into a harmonious whole. One evening, as the two friends rested by a tranquil pond, its surface rippling like liquid silver under the moonlight, Lyra turned to Zephyr with a thoughtful expression. "Zephyr, do you ever miss Aetheris? The winds and the skies you call home?" Zephyr gazed at the reflection of the stars in the water, their voice a soft whisper. "I do, at times, but I have found something equally beautiful here with you, Lyra, a friendship that fills my heart with warmth and joy." Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "And I with you, Zephyr. You have shown me the skies beyond Auroria, and in doing so, you have opened my eyes to the boundless wonders of friendship." As the seasons passed, Lyra and Zephyr's bond deepened, weathering the trials and triumphs of their shared journey. Through misunderstandings, they learned patience and empathy. Through challenges, they discovered resilience and trust. Their friendship, like the blooming star blossoms, flourished in the light of understanding and love. In the end, it was not the differences that defined their friendship, but the kindness and wisdom they found in each other. As they stood together under the vast canopy of the luminous veil, their hearts intertwined like the stars above. They realized they had discovered something more profound than they had ever imagined, a true and lasting friendship that transcended worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Aurora, beneath the watchful gaze of its 3 moons, Lyra and Zephyr found their place among the stars, their hearts forever linked by the timeless magic of friendship. Story 16. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the gentle embrace of a murmuring river, there lived a young woman named Mira. Her days were spent weaving stories through the vibrant threads of her loom, crafting tapestries that mirrored the ever-changing hues of the sky. Yet, in her heart, Mira felt a quiet yearning, a whisper of something lost, a connection to a past she had never known. The village was a tapestry in itself, stitched together by traditions that whispered through the ages. Elders spoke of an ancient legacy, a tradition as old as the stones that paved the village square. It was said that the first light of spring would reveal the path to a hidden sanctuary, a place where the heart of their heritage lay waiting to be discovered. On a morning when the world was painted in the soft blush of dawn, Mira set out on a journey to uncover this legacy. The air was crisp and fragrant with the promise of new beginnings as she followed the meandering river, its waters singing a song of timeless grace. Her footsteps were light on the dew-kissed grass, guided by the gentle rustling of leaves, whispering secrets overhead. Mira's path led her to an ancient forest, where the trees stood like wise sentinels, their branches cradling the sky. Here the air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, a place where time seemed to stand still. As she walked deeper into the woods, the light danced through the canopy, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor, a reminder of the loom she had left behind, and of the stories yet to be woven. In the heart of the forest, Mira discovered a glade bathed in golden light. At its center stood a stone altar, weathered by the passage of countless seasons. Upon it lay a delicate silver pendant, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. Mira's fingers traced the intricate designs, feeling an inexplicable pull, as if the pendant itself was a thread connecting her to a forgotten past. As she held the pendant, images began to bloom in her mind's eye, visions of ancestors who had walked this path before her, their lives woven into the fabric of the village's history. She saw their joys and struggles, their laughter and tears, all echoing through the ages to reach her now. With each heartbeat, Mira felt the warmth of their presence, as if they were guiding her from beyond the veil of time. The pendant was a key, unlocking a story that had been waiting for her all along. It spoke of unity and resilience, of a people bound by a shared heritage, and of the strength that came from embracing one's roots. Mira understood now that the legacy she sought was not a distant relic, but a living tradition that flowed through her veins, a gift from those who had come before. With newfound clarity, Mira returned to her village, the pendant resting warmly against her heart. She shared the tale of her journey with her fellow villagers, weaving it into her tapestries so that the lessons of the past might guide them in the present. Her work became a celebration of their shared history, each thread a testament to the enduring spirit of their ancestors. Through her journey, Mira discovered a profound sense of belonging, a connection to the land and its stories that filled her with peace. In the quiet moments by her loom, she realized that she was not alone, that she was part of something greater, a tapestry of life stretching beyond the boundaries of time. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of amber and violet, Mira sat by the river, the pendant gleaming softly in the fading light. She knew that her journey had only just begun, that the path of discovery was endless and full of wonder. With a heart full of gratitude, she embraced the legacy that was hers to carry forward, a beacon of hope for future generations. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mira closed her eyes, her spirit content in the knowledge that she was home. Story 17. Once upon a dream, nestled deep within the verdant embrace of an ancient forest, a world thrived where the veil between the natural and the mystical was gossamer thin. Here, the very earth seemed to breathe in symphony with the rhythm of the seasons, and the creatures who called this realm home were more than mere beasts. They were guardians of a delicate equilibrium. As the first whispers of spring caressed the forest floor, a young rabbit named Sage found herself drawn to the melodic gurgling of a crystalline stream. Lowering her nose to the water's edge, she marveled at the intricate dance of sunlight upon the rippling surface. It was in these quiet moments that the wisdom of her elders would echo through her mind like the gentle murmurs of the wind. "Listen closely, little one," the voice of her grandmother seemed to say. "The forest is alive with magic, and we are its humble stewards. Each creature, no matter how small, plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of this realm." Sage's ears perked up as a rustling nearby heralded the arrival of her friend, a sprightly squirrel named Chitter. With a flick of his bushy tail, he scampered to her side, his eyes alight with the boundless energy of youth. "Did you see it, Sage?" he whispered excitedly. "The first blossoms have unfurled on the ancient oak. Spring has truly awakened." Indeed, as Sage turned her gaze towards the towering oak at the heart of the forest, she beheld a breathtaking sight. Delicate pink petals had begun to unfurl, their fragrance carrying the promise of renewal and rebirth. It was in this moment that the magic of the forest revealed itself, for as the petals drifted lazily upon the breeze, they seemed to shimmer with an ethereal radiance. "The awakening bloom," Sage murmured in awe, recalling the tales of her elders. "A phenomenon that heralds the return of life and growth to our beloved home." As the seasons danced their endless waltz, the forest revealed more of its mystical secrets. In the heat of summer, when the air was thick with the heady scent of wildflowers, the streams and rivers would come alive with a luminous glow, casting an enchanting shimmer upon the mossy banks. The woodland creatures whispered of the water sprites, mischievous spirits who infused the waterways with their radiant essence, ensuring the forest's thirst was forever quenched. Autumn brought with it a tapestry of fiery hues, the leaves seeming to blaze with an inner fire as they swirled upon the crisp breeze. It was during this time that the wise old oak would bestow its most precious gift, a bounty of acorns, each one imbued with the memories and knowledge of generations past. The squirrels would scurry to gather these treasures, ensuring the sacred wisdom was preserved and passed down to the young. Yet it was in the depths of winter, when the forest lay hushed beneath a blanket of snow, that the most wondrous magic unfolded. As the first crystalline flakes began to fall, the very air would crackle with an ancient energy, and the creatures would gather to bear witness to the dance of the snowflakes. In a breathtaking display, each delicate ice crystal would swirl and twirl, weaving intricate patterns that seemed to bend the laws of nature itself. Through it all, the creatures of the forest remained steadfast in their reverence for the land that sustained them. They understood that their existence was intrinsically woven into the tapestry of this enchanted realm, and that by honoring the balance, they ensured the magic would endure for generations to come. As Sage grew older, her own role as a guardian of the forest became clear. She would pass on the tales and wisdom to the young, ensuring that the sacred knowledge was never forgotten. And whenever she felt the weight of her responsibility, she need only look to the ever-changing tapestry of nature around her, the renewal of spring, the abundance of summer, the wise counsel of autumn, and the ethereal magic of winter, to find solace and strength. For in this ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and enchantment blurred, the true magic lay not in grand spectacles, but in the harmonious dance of life itself, a dance that would continue to unfold in all its glorious mystery, forever guided by the gentle hands of those who called this wondrous realm their home. Story 18. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient and enchanted forest, there lay a quaint little village known as Willow Glade. The village was nestled amidst towering trees, whose leaves whispered secrets with the wind, and where every dawn brought with it the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. The villagers lived in harmony, guided by the gentle light of the moon and the warm glow of the sun, and they never lacked for anything, as nature provided generously for their needs. In this idyllic setting, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Claire. Claire had a curious spirit and a heart as warm as the cottage she shared with her grandmother, who was the village's wise woman. Their home was a haven of warmth and light, with a hearth that crackled happily, and shelves lined with jars of herbs and potions that her grandmother brewed for the villagers' ailments. Claire loved to sit by the window, sipping chamomile tea while watching the forest creatures frolic among the trees. One crisp autumn morning, Claire awoke to find the village abuzz with whispers of a strange occurrence. Overnight, streams that once babbled cheerfully had turned silent, their waters vanishing without a trace. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces etched with worry, for the streams were the lifeblood of Willow Glade, providing water for drinking and for their gardens. Determined to unravel the mystery, Claire set off into the forest with her satchel slung across her shoulder, filled with provisions and a few of her grandmother's potions. As she walked along familiar paths, the forest revealed itself in all its autumnal glory, with leaves of gold and crimson carpeting the ground and the air filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Claire's first stop was the ancient oak, a massive tree whose gnarled branches stretched high into the sky. It was said that the oak had stood since time immemorial, and many believed it held the wisdom of the ages. As Claire approached, a soft rustling caught her attention. Peering up, she spotted a pair of wise old eyes watching her intently. It was Eldon, the great owl, known for his knowledge of the forest and its secrets. "Eldon," Claire called softly, "can you help me understand what has happened to our streams?" The owl blinked slowly, his eyes like twin moons in the dappled light. "Ah, young Claire," he hooted gently, "the forest is in distress. A mischief of magical nature has stirred the waters from their rest." Claire nodded, understanding that she would need to look deeper into the forest's heart. With Eldon's guidance, she followed a winding path that led her to a hidden glen, a place she had never seen before. It was a serene spot, with the faintest trace of mist hovering above the ground and a soft musical hum in the air. Here Claire met Finn, a sprightly water sprite with hair like spun silver and eyes the color of clear skies. Finn was darting to and fro, his expression troubled as he hovered above a small pool that should have been brimming with water. "Finn," Claire called, "do you know why the streams have stopped flowing?" The sprite paused and nodded, his tiny wings fluttering with agitation. "Something has blocked the source of the waters, Claire. It's as if a door has been shut, and the waters are trapped behind it." Claire pondered Finn's words, her mind working like a puzzle solver fitting pieces together. She remembered her grandmother's stories of the forest's guardian, a gentle giant who watched over the waters and the trees. Perhaps he would have the answers she sought. With renewed determination, Claire ventured deeper into the forest, guided by the whispers of the trees and the soft glow of the pixie lights that danced around her. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Claire found herself in a clearing where a great stone stood, covered in moss and ancient runes. As she approached, the ground rumbled softly, and from behind the stone emerged Gorm, the forest guardian. He was a gentle giant, with skin like bark and eyes like pools of deep green water. Gorm looked down at Claire, his expression one of concern. "Little one," he rumbled in a voice as deep as the earth, "the balance of the forest has been disturbed. A mischievous spirit has closed the gate that allows the waters to flow." Claire listened intently, her mind racing. "How can we open the gate, Gorm?" The guardian smiled kindly at her. "The spirit is playful and loves riddles. Offer it a challenge, and it may reveal the key to unlocking the waters." Armed with this knowledge, Claire returned to the hidden glen, where Finn still hovered anxiously above the pool. Together, they concocted a plan to entice the mischievous spirit with a riddle that would appeal to its playful nature. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery light over the forest, Claire and Finn began their game. Claire spoke clearly, her voice carrying through the still night air. "Spirit of the forest, hear our plea. Answer this riddle, and set the waters free. What dances without feet and sings without voice, yet can calm the heart with gentle noise?" For a moment the forest was silent, and then there came a soft, tinkling laugh, like the sound of bells in the breeze. The air shimmered, and a figure appeared, a spirit of light and laughter, its form ever changing like the reflections on water. "A waterfall," the spirit answered, its eyes twinkling with delight. "Your riddle pleases me, clever child." With a wave of its hand, the spirit unlocked the gate, and with a joyful rush, the waters began to flow once more, cascading through the streams with a song of freedom. Claire and Finn watched in delight as the streams returned to life, their waters sparkling under the moonlight. The forest hummed with gratitude, and Claire felt the gentle embrace of the forest's magic all around her. With the mystery solved and the village's lifeblood restored, Claire returned home, her heart light and her spirit at peace. Her grandmother welcomed her with a warm embrace, and together they watched the stars glitter above the forest, knowing that their home was safe once more. And so, in the quiet of the night, the village of Willow Glade slept soundly, wrapped in the gentle arms of the forest, where mysteries were solved and friendships forged under the watchful eyes of the moon. Story 19. In the heart of the misty wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the stars and the mushrooms glowed with a soft, welcoming light, lay the quaint village of Thistledown. The residents of Thistledown were a merry folk, always ready with a warm smile and a cup of steaming herbal tea. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, ivy-draped cottages, and gardens that seemed to bloom with laughter. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a gentle mystery began to unfold. A peculiar occurrence had caught the attention of the villagers. Each morning, they awoke to find their gardens rearranged in the most unusual of ways. Flower beds had been shifted, vegetables lined up in curious patterns, and the once chaotic tangle of vines now wove intricate designs on the garden gates. At first, the villagers thought it was the playful wind swirling through the night with a mischievous spirit. But when the patterns grew more complex, they realized something more magical was at play. They called upon a wise and beloved figure in the village to help solve the mystery, Grandmother Willow, the storyteller and keeper of ancient wisdom. With her silver hair tied in a bun and spectacles perched on her nose, Grandmother Willow gathered the villagers by the old oak tree at the center of Thistledown. The oak's branches stretched out like welcoming arms, casting a gentle shade over the gathering. "My dear friends," Grandmother Willow began, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves, "the forest speaks in ways we may not always understand. Let us listen closely and observe with open hearts." Guided by her gentle wisdom, the villagers set out to unravel the mystery. Among them was Finn, a curious young lad with a keen eye for detail, and his best friend, Lily, whose laughter was as bright as the morning sun. Together they decided to keep watch over their gardens, hoping to catch a glimpse of the nocturnal gardener. The night was cool and fragrant with the scent of blooming jasmine. Finn and Lily nestled among the soft grass, wrapped in cozy blankets, their eyes wide with anticipation. The moon hung high, casting silver beams that danced across the garden. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, just as they were about to drift into slumber, a soft rustling caught their attention. Out of the shadows stepped a small, delicate creature, a gossamer-winged sprite, no taller than a sunflower. Her eyes sparkled like dewdrops, and her hair shimmered like moonlight. The sprite moved gracefully, her tiny hands weaving patterns with the flowers and vines as if conducting an invisible orchestra. Finn and Lily watched in awe, careful not to disturb the enchanting scene unfolding before them. "Hello there," Lily whispered, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. The sprite paused, turning her bright eyes towards them. "Greetings, young ones," she replied, her voice a tinkling melody. "I am Faye, a garden sprite. I mean no harm, only to bring a touch of magic and order to the gardens." Finn smiled, his curiosity piqued. "But why do you rearrange everything?" Faye fluttered closer, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "In the heart of every garden lies a song," she explained softly. "When the plants are happy, they sing a melody that nourishes the earth. I merely help them find their harmony." Understanding dawned on Finn and Lily. The sprite's rearrangements were not random. They were a dance of balance and beauty, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. "Can we help?" Finn asked, eager to join in the magical process. Faye's eyes twinkled with delight. "Indeed, you can. Listen to the whispers of the leaves, feel the rhythm of the soil under your feet, and let your heart guide you." With Faye's guidance, Finn, Lily, and even the villagers learned to see their gardens in a new light. They discovered the subtle language of nature, the way each plant leaned toward the sun or nestled into the shade, and how the earth hummed with life. As the days turned into weeks, the gardens of Thistledown flourished in ways they had never imagined. The villagers found joy in their newfound understanding, and the gardens sang louder than ever before, a symphony of colors and scents that filled the air with peace. One evening, as the village gathered once more under the old oak tree, Grandmother Willow smiled warmly at the children. "You see, dear ones, sometimes the answers we seek are found not in solving a mystery, but in understanding it." And so, in the heart of Mistywood Forest, the villagers of Thistledown lived in harmony with the magic around them. Their gardens thrived, their hearts were light, and the gentle mystery of the garden sprite became a cherished tale, told by the fire on starry nights. As the village drifted into slumber, the sprite's work continued, weaving her magic with a tender touch. And the gardens, with their newfound harmony, sang a lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the honeyed scent of wildflowers. And so, the mystery of the garden sprite, with its gentle lessons of harmony and understanding, found its place in the hearts of all, leaving an imprint as soft and enduring as the moonlit blooms of Thistledown. Story 20. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Unity. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush, verdant forests, there lay a secret known only to a few. The sun-kissed leaves of the Whispering Woods danced with the wind, their rustling a melody composed by nature itself. This was no ordinary forest. Hidden within its depths lay a world unseen by most, a place where magic lived in harmony with nature, a sanctuary for creatures and spirits alike. In this village lived a young girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer's sun, and her spirit as gentle as the autumn's breeze. Leora loved the forest, often wandering its paths, listening to the stories whispered by the ancient trees. She felt a connection to the woods, as if each step she took was a part of a journey pre-written in the stars. One crisp morning, as the golden light of dawn filtered through her window, Leora awoke with a sense of anticipation. She donned her favorite cloak, a deep green that mirrored the forest's canopy, and set out with a basket in hand to gather herbs and berries. The forest greeted her with a symphony of birdsong and the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet. As she ventured deeper, she came across a brook that sparkled like liquid crystal under the morning sun. Beside it sat an old, gnarled tree, its bark twisted into patterns that seemed to form an ancient face. Leora had passed this tree many times, but today something was different. A soft glow emanated from its roots, drawing her closer. Curiosity piqued. Leora knelt beside the tree and peered into the roots. Nestled within was a lantern, unlike any she had seen. It was crafted from silver, with intricate patterns etched into its surface that shimmered with an otherworldly light. The glow pulsed gently, like a heartbeat, and within the glass chamber a tiny flame flickered, a flame that seemed to dance in rhythm with the forest's whispers. As Leora reached out to touch the lantern, a voice gentle as the evening breeze spoke, "This is the Lantern of Unity." Startled, Leora looked around but saw no one. The voice continued, "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods, and you, dear Leora, have been chosen." "Chosen for what?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "To restore balance," the spirit replied. "The harmony of this forest has been disturbed, and only with the light of this lantern can it be mended." Leora's heart quickened with both fear and excitement. "How can I help?" "Follow the path of the heart," the spirit instructed. "Trust in the friendships you forge, and let the light guide you." Clutching the lantern, Leora felt a warmth spread through her, as if the flame within had kindled her soul. She knew her journey had begun. With each step deeper into the forest, Leora noticed changes. The air grew cooler, the light dimmer, and the once harmonious whispers of the woods turned into a cacophony of distressed murmurs. She pressed on, the lantern's light casting a comforting glow in the deepening shadows. As the day gave way to dusk, Leora encountered her first challenge. A river, swift and wide, cut across her path. She hesitated, unsure of how to cross. Just then a soft, melodious voice called out, "Need some help?" Leora turned to see a figure emerging from the reeds, a young boy with hair as silvery as moonlight and eyes like emeralds. He wore clothes woven from reeds and leaves, and his presence exuded a calm, ethereal energy. "I'm Finn," he introduced, smiling warmly. "I can help you cross." "How?" Leora asked, intrigued by this mysterious boy. Finn winked and with a graceful motion raised his hand. The water began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of stones leading across the river. "I have a way with water," he explained, a hint of playfulness in his voice. Grateful and amazed, Leora followed Finn across the newly formed path. As they reached the other side, she thanked him. "Your magic is beautiful." Finn shrugged with a bashful grin. "It's the least I can do for a friend." "Friend?" Leora echoed, touched by his kindness. "Of course," Finn replied. "Anyone on a journey like yours could use a friend." Together they ventured further into the forest, the lantern lighting their way. The woods seemed to grow denser, the shadows longer, but with Finn by her side, Leora felt braver. As night enveloped the forest, they came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center stood a majestic willow tree, its branches drooping like a curtain of stars. Beneath it sat a creature unlike any other, a fox with fur that shimmered like copper under the moon's gaze and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. "Welcome, travelers," the fox greeted, its voice smooth and rich. "I am Sage, guardian of this realm." Leora and Finn bowed respectfully. Sage's presence radiated wisdom, and Leora felt drawn to the fox's gaze, which seemed to see into her very soul. "Your journey is noble," Sage continued, "but the path ahead is fraught with challenges. The balance of this forest rests upon the choices you make." "What must we do?" Leora asked, her determination unwavering. "Trust in the light of the lantern and the bonds of friendship," Sage advised. "For it is through unity that harmony will be restored." With newfound resolve, Leora and Finn pressed on, grateful for Sage's guidance. They traversed winding paths and shadowed glades, the lantern's light a beacon of hope in the darkness. As dawn began to break, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they reached the heart of the forest. Here, the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets of ages past. But the tranquility was marred by a presence that felt out of place, an aura of discord that sent shivers down Leora's spine. In the clearing ahead, they saw the source of the disturbance, a great stone altar, around which dark vines writhed like serpents. The air crackled with tension, and Leora knew this was the heart of the imbalance. Finn placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We can do this," he said, his voice steady. Together they approached the altar. The vines hissed and recoiled from the lantern's light, but their grip remained firm. Leora raised the lantern high, its glow intensifying, casting warmth and light into the shadows. The air shimmered, and the spirit of the whispering woods appeared before them, its form a graceful silhouette of light and leaves. "The lantern's light is strong," the spirit said, "but it needs the strength of your hearts to prevail." Leora and Finn exchanged a determined glance. They knew what needed to be done. Holding the lantern between them, they focused on the friendships they had forged, the kindness and unity that had guided them. The flame within the lantern blazed brighter, fueled by their shared resolve. The vines began to wither, their dark tendrils retreating in the face of the lantern's radiance. The altar pulsed with an ancient energy, and the imbalance that had plagued the forest started to dissolve, replaced by a soothing harmony. As the last of the darkness faded, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it a sense of peace and renewal. The spirit smiled, its form glowing with gratitude. "The forest is in harmony once more, thanks to you." Leora and Finn stood together, the lantern dimming to a gentle glow. The journey had changed them both, their bonds strengthened by the challenges they had faced. "Thank you," Leora said, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. The spirit nodded, its voice a soft echo in the wind. "Remember, dear ones, it is the light of friendship that guides even the darkest paths." With those words, the spirit dissolved into the morning light, leaving Leora and Finn alone in the clearing. The forest around them seemed to hum with life, the whispers of the trees now a harmonious symphony. As they made their way back through the woods, Leora realized that her journey had not only restored balance to the forest, but had also awakened something within her, a deeper understanding of the power of unity and friendship. Back in the village, Leora and Finn parted ways, promising to meet again. The lantern now rested on a shelf in Leora's room, its light a reminder of the adventure they had shared and the magic that lay within their hearts. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the village slept, cradled in the embrace of the whispering woods, a place where magic and nature thrived, and where the light of friendship shone eternally bright. Story 21. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Marin. Her home was a cozy wooden cottage, nestled among tall, stately pines and surrounded by a vibrant tapestry of wildflowers that danced in the breeze. Marin cherished her life amidst nature, finding solace in the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle babble of a nearby brook. Yet deep within her heart there flickered a persistent yearning for change, an unsettling sensation she couldn't quite understand. Marin had always been content with simplicity. Her days were spent gathering herbs, weaving baskets, and tending to her small garden, where she grew the most fragrant of blossoms. Still, as each day drifted into the next, she felt the subtle pull of something more, something unknown, beckoning her beyond the familiar paths she walked. One golden morning, as the sun filtered through the branches, painting dappled patterns on the forest floor, Marin decided to visit her dear friend, Alden. He was a wise old owl with feathers as soft as silk and eyes that gleamed with the wisdom of ages. Alden lived in an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots cradling the earth like a protective embrace. "Alden," Marin called softly as she approached, her voice mingling with the songs of the forest. "I seek your counsel, for my heart is restless, and I cannot find peace." Alden fluttered down from his perch, landing gracefully beside her. "Ah, dear Marin," he hooted warmly, "change is the gentle breeze that stirs the soul. It is natural to feel its whisper." "But how do I embrace it?" Marin asked, her fingers tracing patterns in the cool earth. "I fear what I do not know." "Fear not, for change is a journey," Alden replied, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Look to the forest, for it holds many secrets and mirrors the growth within you." With Alden's words echoing in her mind, Marin wandered deeper into the forest, her steps guided by an unseen hand. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight wove a silken tapestry through the trees. As she walked, she could feel the stirrings of transformation, akin to the forest's own cycles of bloom and decay. Her path led her to a glen where the air shimmered with a magical energy. At its center, a crystal-clear pond lay cradled by moss-covered rocks. The water sparkled like 1,000 tiny stars, beckoning Marin closer. She knelt beside it, gazing into its depths, and saw not just her reflection but visions of her life, the past she cherished and the future she feared. It was then that the pond's guardian appeared, a water sprite named Lyra. She rose from the depths, her form graceful and ethereal, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Marin, seeker of change," Lyra spoke, "within these waters lies the magic of transformation. To grow, you must first let go." Marin hesitated, her heart fluttering like a bird in a cage. "But what must I release?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lyra smiled, her eyes twinkling like moonlit waters. "Release your fear, dear one. Embrace the unknown, for it is the soil in which your dreams will take root." With a deep breath, Marin dipped her hands into the pond, feeling the cool water glide over her skin. As she did, a warmth spread through her, a gentle reassurance that she was not alone. The world around her seemed to hold its breath, and the forest itself leaned in, eager to witness her transformation. In that moment, Marin understood. Change was not something to be feared, but a dance to be embraced. It was a journey of discovery, much like the forest's own cycles, where each ending heralded a new beginning. She closed her eyes, letting go of her fear, and as she did, she felt herself unfurl, like a bud opening to the sun. When she opened her eyes, the world seemed brighter, more vivid. The forest sang in harmony with her heart, and the path before her was lit with possibilities. Marin rose, feeling lighter, as if the earth itself had lifted her burdens. "Thank you, Lyra," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I am ready to embrace the journey." Lyra nodded, a knowing smile on her lips. "Remember, dear Marin, growth is not a destination, but a path. Walk it with courage and wonder." Marin left the glen, her spirit alight with the magic of transformation. As she returned to her cottage, she found her friends waiting, Alden, perched on the gate, and a gathering of woodland creatures, all eager to hear of her adventure. Together, they shared stories by the fireside, the warmth of friendship wrapping around them like a comforting blanket. Marin spoke of her journey, of the pond and the sprite, and as she did, she realized the truth of Alden's words. Change was indeed the gentle breeze that stirred the soul. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Marin lay in her bed, her heart full of peace. She had embraced the unknown and found herself anew, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. The forest sang her to sleep, its lullaby a promise of new adventures and the magic of personal growth. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Marin slumbered, her dreams woven with the beauty of transformation, her heart at ease with the ebb and flow of life. For she knew that no matter where her path led, she was never truly alone, but always cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest and the love of her friends. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and gently swaying fields of lavender, lived a young girl named Rose. Rose had a heart full of wonder and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Each day she would wander to the edge of the village, where the cobalt forest began, a place whispered about in hushed tones by the villagers, renowned for its mysterious beauty and secrets. The cobalt forest was unlike any other. Its trees shimmered with a blue hue that danced and shifted under the sunlight, as if the sky itself had dipped down to paint them. The leaves seemed to sing a soft melody when the wind passed through, a tune that tugged at Rose's adventurous spirit. She longed to explore beyond the familiar paths, to discover what lay beneath the canopy of cerulean leaves. One misty morning, with a gentle breeze carrying the scent of dew-kissed earth, Rose made her way to the forest's edge. Today she felt a tug stronger than ever before, a magnetic pull that seemed to call her name in the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of excitement, Rose stepped off the beaten path and into the depths of the cobalt forest. As she ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, and the light took on an ethereal quality, filtering through the leaves in shades of sapphire and aquamarine. The ground was soft with moss, and each step felt like walking on a plush carpet of emerald. The forest was alive with gentle sounds, the chirping of unseen birds and the rustle of small woodland creatures hidden in the underbrush. Suddenly, Rose heard a soft giggle, like the tinkling of tiny bells. Turning towards the sound, she spotted a cluster of mushrooms that glowed with a soft luminescence, surrounding a small furry creature with wings as delicate as lace. It was a whisperwing, a creature of legend said to bring good fortune to those who found them. Its eyes were bright with mischief, and it fluttered up to Rose, dropping a trail of sparkling dust as it moved. "Hello, brave child of the village," the whisperwing chimed, its voice as light as a feather. "What brings you to our enchanted woods?" "I wish to see what wonders lie within the cobalt forest," Rose replied, her voice filled with awe. "I've heard tales, but I want to see them for myself." The whisperwing nodded, its wings shimmering in the dappled light. "Then come, follow the path of the moonlit stream. It will guide you to the heart of the forest, where the secrets of this place reveal themselves." With a grateful heart, Rose thanked the whisperwing and followed the gentle babble of the moonlit stream, its waters glistening with silver under the filtered sunlight. As she walked, she encountered trees that whispered her name, flowers that bloomed in a burst of colors as she passed, and stones that hummed a melody when touched. Along the way, Rose came upon a peculiar sight, a tangled vine that blocked her path. It seemed impossible to pass, yet Rose remembered her father's words. Sometimes the solution is not force, but thought. Pausing, she traced the vine with her fingers, finding a pattern, an unraveling that caused the vines to part like a curtain, revealing the path beyond. Grateful for her father's wisdom, Rose continued her journey. The path led her to a clearing where stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. At its roots, a pool of crystal-clear water mirrored the sky above, and in its depths, Rose saw visions of the village, her family, and the many lives she had touched with her kindness and curiosity. Sitting by the pool, Rose realized that the forest was not just a place of wonder, but a reflection of her own heart's journey. She had ventured into the unknown, guided by courage and a thirst for discovery, and in doing so, she had found a part of herself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Rose began her journey back to the village, her heart full and her spirit alight with newfound wisdom. The forest had shared its secrets, and in return she left a piece of herself in its care, a promise of return, of continued exploration and friendship. When Rose emerged from the cobalt forest, the villagers greeted her with smiles and curious questions. She told them of her adventures, the Whisperwing, and the wonders of the Enchanted Woods. Yet she kept the heart of it, a whisper of courage and the joy of discovery, close to her heart, a secret shared only with the forest. And so Rose returned to her village life, content and at peace, knowing that the cobalt forest would always be there, waiting to share its magic with those who dared to step off the beaten path. Each night, as she drifted to sleep, she dreamt of blue-hued trees and whispering leaves, and her dreams were filled with the promise of new adventures yet to come. The cobalt forest, with its shimmering beauty and gentle challenges, had taught Rose that the world was a vast place, full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered. In its embrace, she had found the courage to explore, and in doing so she discovered the true magic lay not just in the destination, but in the journey itself. And so, dear listener, remember this. As you close your eyes and drift into dreams, carry with you the spirit of exploration and the gentle courage to seek out the wonders waiting beyond the horizon. For in the heart of every adventure lies the promise of discovery, and the world is full of enchanting places, just waiting for you to find them. Story 23. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to one another with the rustle of their leaves, there existed a world unseen by most. This forest was alive with the soft hum of life, a symphony composed by nature herself. Here, the boundaries between the mundane and the magical blurred, and if one listened closely enough, they could hear the gentle thrum of enchantment that pulsed through the air like an invisible heartbeat. In this hidden realm, the creatures of the forest lived in perfect harmony. Beneath the emerald canopy, the air hung heavy with the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers that painted the forest floor in vibrant hues. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns that danced with the rhythm of the breeze. Among the denizens of this enchanted place was an old, wise owl named Alaric. His feathers were a soft, mottled gray, blending seamlessly with the bark of the ancient oak in which he made his home. Alaric was a guardian of the forest's secrets, a keeper of stories passed down through generations. He watched over the forest with keen eyes, as golden as the autumn sun, that seemed to hold the wisdom of centuries. One crisp morning, when the first blush of dawn kissed the horizon with hues of lavender and rose, Alaric noticed something amiss. The gentle balance of the forest had shifted ever so slightly, like a melody played just out of tune. The creek, usually a merry babbler, sang a quieter song, and the leaves whispered in hushed tones as if holding their breath. It was during one of these serene mornings that Alaric met a curious young squirrel named Thistle. Thistle was a sprightly creature with fur the color of freshly fallen chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with the mischief of youth. She bounded through the forest with an energy that crackled like the first frost of winter, her bushy tail twitching with curiosity. "Good morning, Alaric," chirped Thistle as she scampered up to the wise owl's perch. "What brings you to such deep thought today?" Alaric turned his gaze to the young squirrel, a gentle smile touching his beak. "Ah, Thistle, my keen-eyed friend, it seems the forest is whispering of changes. Have you felt it too?" Thistle flicked her ears, pondering the owl's words. "I did notice the creek's quieter song. It's as if it's lost its laughter." With a wise nod, Alaric ruffled his feathers. "Indeed, young one, the balance of our beloved forest has shifted. We must find the cause and restore harmony, lest the delicate dance of nature falters." Thistle's eyes widened with excitement and determination. "I will help, Alaric. Together we'll unravel this mystery." And so the unlikely pair set off on their quest, their journey guided by the soft glow of the morning light that filtered through the trees. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they met with other creatures who shared their concern. A gentle doe with eyes like liquid amber joined them, her hooves whispering softly against the forest floor. A family of busy beavers, their dam a testament to nature's architecture, paused their work to listen and offer their support. With each new companion, the melody of the forest grew stronger, a chorus of voices united in purpose. They followed the trail of subtle signs, a fern unfurling in the wrong direction, a patch of mushrooms growing in curious spirals, each clue a note in the symphony of nature's language. Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, a place where time seemed to stand still and the very air shimmered with magic. Here stood the great oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching for the heavens as if embracing the sky. Under its watchful boughs, the forest had thrived for generations. As they gathered beneath the great oak, Alaric spread his wings, casting a shadow over the forest floor. "This is where the heart of the forest beats strongest," he said, his voice a sonorous echo. "Here we shall discover the source of the imbalance." The creatures fell silent, their breaths mingling with the soft rustle of leaves. It was then that they saw it, a small, shimmering pool nestled among the roots of the great oak. Its waters glowed with an ethereal light, reflecting the sky's azure and the forest's verdant hues. Thistle approached the pool, her reflection rippling in its depths. "What is this place, Alaric?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. "This, dear Thistle, is the Pool of Seasons," Alaric replied. "It is a magical conduit through which the rhythms of the forest are in tune with the changing seasons, but something has disturbed its flow." The creatures gathered around, their eyes fixed on the pool's shifting colors. It was then that the wind carried a voice, soft and melodious, like the sigh of 1,000 leaves. From the depths of the pool emerged a figure, her form woven from sunlight and shadow, her eyes as deep as the forest itself. "I am the spirit of seasons." She spoke, her voice a gentle caress. "The balance of the forest is my charge, but a shadow has crept into my realm, disrupting the harmony of nature." The spirit's words were met with murmurs of concern, and it was Thistle who spoke first. "How can we help restore the balance, dear spirit?" The spirit of seasons regarded the young squirrel with a gaze as old as the earth itself. "Brave Thistle, you must find the source of this shadow, a seed of discord sown by the careless hands of those who do not understand the symphony of life." Alaric nodded, his eyes filled with understanding. "We shall find this seed and return it to the earth, where it can do no harm." With their tasks set, the creatures of the forest set out once more, guided by the spirit's words and the wisdom of Alaric. They journeyed to the edge of the forest, where the boundary between man and nature lay blurred. There they found a clearing, scarred by the hand of those who took more than they gave. In the center of the clearing lay a small, dark seed, its surface etched with runes of chaos. It pulsed with an energy that felt foreign and cold, a stark contrast to the warmth of the forest. Thistle approached the seed with caution, her heart filled with resolve. "This is the source of the imbalance," she said, her voice steady. "We must return it to the earth, where it belongs." Together, they dug a small hole in the earth, the soil rich and welcoming beneath their paws and hooves. With gentle care, they placed the seed within, covering it with the earth's embrace. As the last handful of soil fell upon the seed, a warmth spread through the clearing, a gentle hum that resonated with the beating heart of the forest. The creatures watched in wonder as new life began to sprout, tiny shoots of green unfurling like the first notes of a long-forgotten song. The spirit of seasons appeared once more, her form shimmering with the light of rebirth. "You have restored the balance," she said, her voice a melody of gratitude. "The forest sings once more, thanks to your wisdom and friendship." With their task complete, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had safeguarded the harmony of their beloved forest. As the sun set, casting the forest in a golden glow, Alaric returned to his perch high in the oak. He looked out over the forest, his heart filled with peace. The balance had been restored, and the symphony of life played on, a testament to the power of wisdom and the strength of friendship. And so as night fell and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the ancient forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of nature's eternal embrace. Story 24. Once upon a time, in the gentle folds of a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and crystalline streams, there lived a humble weaver named Lina. Lina's days were spent weaving tapestries of such beauty and intricacy that they seemed to capture the whispers of the wind and the warmth of the sun. Her skill was known far and wide, yet she remained modest, finding joy in the simple rhythm of loom and thread. Lina's cottage was perched at the edge of the village, where the forest began to creep into fields of wildflowers. The air there was always scented with pine and earth, and the songs of forest birds were her constant companions. Her closest friend was a small, curious fox named Bram, whose russet fur blended seamlessly with the autumn leaves. Bram had a knack for finding hidden paths and forgotten places, and the two shared many adventures in the whispering woods. One crisp morning, as the first golden rays of the sun spilled across the sky, Lina noticed an unusual glimmer from the edge of her garden. Intrigued, she set aside her loom and followed the sparkle to a patch of dew-kissed clover. There, nestled like a forgotten treasure, lay a small, opalescent stone. Its surface shimmered with hues of every color, as if it contained the sky at dawn. Lina picked up the stone, its cool surface warming in her palm. As she held it, she felt a gentle pulse, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Curiosity piqued, she decided to share her discovery with Bram, who was busy nosing around the base of an old oak tree. "Bram," Lina called softly, "come see what I've found." The fox trotted over, his eyes bright with interest. When Lina showed him the stone, Bram sniffed it carefully, then tilted his head in a manner that suggested both wonder and caution. "This is not an ordinary stone, is it, Lina?" Bram seemed to say with a look. Lina nodded, feeling an unspoken agreement pass between them. "I think it might be something special," she mused, turning the stone over in her hand. The stone's luster seemed to deepen, and as Lina gazed into its depths, a vision unfolded before her eyes, an image of a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the trees were taller and the streams sang with a melody unknown to human ears. She saw creatures of light and shadow, and a path that led to a place where the air shimmered with magic. The vision faded, leaving Lina breathless. She looked at Bram, who had also seen the vision, his eyes wide with understanding. "We must find this place," Lina whispered, a thrill of adventure tingling through her. "There's something there that calls to us." Bram wagged his tail, eager to embark on a journey that promised the unknown. With the stone safely tucked into a pocket of her apron, Lina and Bram set off into the heart of the forest. The path wound through groves of ancient oaks and past bubbling brooks, each step taking them deeper into the embrace of the wild. The forest seemed to welcome them, its canopy dappling the ground with sunlight and shadow. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs mingling with the rustling leaves to create a symphony of nature. As they walked, Lina felt a change within herself. Her senses seemed sharper, her heart lighter, as if the forest was weaving its own magic into her spirit. She and Bram shared a bond that transcended words, their friendship growing stronger with every step they took together. After what felt like hours, they reached a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of stones, their surfaces etched with ancient runes that glowed faintly in the fading light. The air hummed with energy, and Lina knew they had found the place from her vision. Bram approached the stones, sniffing the air with a curious intensity. Lina followed, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She reached out and placed the opalescent stone on the largest of the runes, feeling a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips. In an instant, the clearing was transformed. The stones shimmered and the air vibrated with a gentle melody, as if the forest itself was singing a welcome. A figure emerged from the shadows, a being of light and grace with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, travelers," the figure spoke, their voice as soothing as a summer breeze. "I am Elara, guardian of the hidden realm." Lina and Bram bowed their heads in respect, sensing the ancient wisdom that emanated from Elara. "We are honored to meet you," Lina replied, her voice filled with awe. "We were drawn here by this stone." Elara nodded, their gaze gentle and knowing. "The stone is a key, one of the few that can open the way to our world. It has chosen you, Lina and Bram, for you possess hearts that are pure and true." Lina felt a warmth spread through her chest at Elara's words, and she glanced at Bram, who wagged his tail in agreement. "You have come at a time of need," Elara continued. "Our realm is in danger, and we seek the aid of those who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary." "What danger?" Lina asked, concern etching her features. A shadow has fallen over our land, Alara explained. An ancient creature, once a guardian like myself, has succumbed to darkness. It seeks to unravel the magic that binds our world, threatening both our realm and yours. Lina felt a chill run down her spine, and she reached for Bram, drawing strength from their shared courage. "How can we help?" she asked, determination in her voice. "You must journey to the heart of our realm," Alara said, "and confront the creature. It is not a task of might, but of understanding. You must remind it of the light it once knew." Lina nodded, understanding the weight of the responsibility laid upon them. She and Bram had been chosen not for their strength, but for their capacity to see and heal with kindness. "Will you guide us?" Lina asked, looking to Alara for reassurance. Alara smiled, a gesture that banished the shadows of doubt. "Yes, I will guide you, but remember, the true strength lies within you both." With Alara leading the way, Lina and Bram stepped beyond the circle of stones and into the hidden realm. The air was different here, tinged with a sweetness like the first blossoms of spring. The trees towered above them, their leaves shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. Creatures of all shapes and sizes watched with curious, friendly eyes as the trio passed by. As they journeyed deeper, the landscape became more enchanting, with fields of flowers that glowed softly in the twilight and streams that sang with voices like bells. Yet beneath the beauty, Lina could sense the underlying tension, a discordant note in the harmony of this magical world. Their path led them to a great forest, its heart cloaked in shadow. The trees here were gnarled and twisted, and the air was thick with an uneasy silence. This was the lair of the creature who had once been a guardian. Alara paused at the edge of the forest, their expression solemn. "This is where I must leave you," they said softly. "The rest of the journey is yours alone." Lina and Bram nodded, understanding that this was a trial they must face together. With a final nod of encouragement from Alara, they stepped into the darkness. The forest was silent, the kind of silence that pressed against the ears with an oppressive weight. Lina and Bram moved cautiously, their senses alert to any sign of the creature they sought. They didn't have to wait long. From the shadows, a pair of eyes emerged, glowing with a cold, malevolent light. The creature was a great wolf, its fur matted and dark, as if it had absorbed the very essence of night. It growled, a low rumble that resonated through the ground. Lina felt Bram tense beside her, but she placed a calming hand on his back. "We must remember why we're here," she whispered, her voice steady. "Not to fight, but to heal." Taking a deep breath, Lina stepped forward, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and resolve. "We know who you are," she called to the creature, her voice carrying across the silence. "You were once a guardian, a protector of this realm." The wolf paused, its eyes narrowing as if struggling to remember something long forgotten. "You still are," Lina continued, her tone gentle but firm. "The darkness does not define you. You have the power to choose the light." Beside her, Bram sat quietly, his presence a steadying force. His eyes met those of the wolf, and in that moment, a connection sparked, a bridge between light and shadow. The wolf hesitated, its growl softening into a whine. Lina could see the conflict within its gaze, the struggle between the darkness that had claimed it and the light of its true nature. "You are not alone," Lina said softly, taking another step forward. "We are here to help you find your way back." The wolf's eyes flickered, and for a heartbeat, Lina saw the guardian it had once been, a majestic creature of light and wisdom. It took a tentative step towards them, its posture shifting from aggression to uncertainty. Lina reached out, her hand trembling slightly, and touched the wolf's muzzle. The contact was electric, sparking a cascade of memories and emotions that washed over the creature. It shuddered, and the darkness that clung to its fur began to dissipate like mist in the morning sun. Bram moved closer, his warmth and friendship a beacon in the gloom. The wolf let out a soft whimper, a sound of longing and release, and Lina knew they had reached the heart of its struggle. With a final, shuddering breath, the wolf raised its head and howled, a sound of both sorrow and joy, of release and redemption. The darkness that had bound it fell away, leaving behind the luminous creature it had once been. The forest around them seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the oppressive silence lifting to reveal the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant song of the streams. Lina and Bram watched as the guardian, no longer a creature of shadow, stepped into the light, its eyes filled with gratitude and newfound peace. "You have saved me," the guardian spoke, its voice resonant with warmth and light. "I had forgotten the joy of the light, but you have shown me the way." Lina smiled, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment and joy. "We did it together," she replied, feeling the truth of her words resonate in the air. Bram wagged his tail, his eyes twinkling with triumph and camaraderie. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, not through force, but through understanding and friendship. With the guardian by their side, they returned to the edge of the forest where Alara awaited. The guardian and Alara embraced, their reunion a testament to the power of hope and transformation. "You have done well," Alara praised, their eyes shining with pride. "The balance of our realm is restored, thanks to your courage and compassion." Lina and Bram shared a look of satisfaction, knowing that they had played a part in something greater than themselves. They had journeyed into the heart of the unknown and emerged forever changed. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of gold and rose, Lina and Bram prepared to return to their own world. Alara and the guardian accompanied them to the circle of stones, where the veil between realms shimmered like a curtain of stars. "Remember," Alara said, their voice a gentle reminder, "the magic of this place lives in your hearts. Carry it with you always." With a final farewell and a promise to return, Lina and Bram stepped through the shimmering veil, the opalescent stone warm in Lina's pocket. They found themselves back in their village, the familiar sights and sounds welcoming them home. The journey had changed them, leaving an indelible mark on their souls. Lina's tapestries took on new colors, infused with the magic of the hidden realm, while Bram's eyes sparkled with the wisdom of the journey they had shared. And so, under the soft glow of the evening stars, Lina and Bram settled into the comfort of their cottage, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the promise of new adventures. As the world outside faded into a gentle lullaby, they knew that the magic of the hidden realm was never far, waiting to be woven into the fabric of their lives once more. Story 25. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, nestled between towering trees and meandering streams, lay the quaint village of Willowshade. The village was a tapestry of emerald greens and rich browns, where ivy-clad cottages snugly lined the cobblestone paths, and the scent of honeysuckle hung sweetly in the air. Willowshade was a place where the ordinary and the magical entwined like old friends. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the gentle hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, a peculiar event unfolded. The villagers noticed that the moonflower blooms, which usually opened at dusk with a silvery glow, remained tightly shut. This strange occurrence puzzled everyone, for the moonflowers were known to dance under the moonlight, their scent a beacon for the village's nighttime creatures. The villagers gathered in the square, a circle of concerned faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns. Among them was young Finn, a curious lad with a heart full of wonder and a mind keen on unraveling mysteries. Finn's eyes sparkled with determination as he listened to the murmurs of the crowd. He knew that the moonflowers were more than just beautiful. They held the secret to the village's serene nights, their fragrance a lullaby for the land. "I'll find out what's happened," Finn announced with quiet resolve, his voice carrying the confidence of someone wise beyond his years. The villagers nodded, trusting in his promise. Finn set off with his faithful companion, Luna, a small fluffy cat with eyes like twin pools of midnight. Together, they ventured deeper into the Whispering Wood, where shadows danced playfully, and the air was thick with the magic of unseen creatures. The path was lined with ancient oaks, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Finn and Luna paused by an old stone well, known to be the home of Yara, the gentle water sprite. As Finn leaned over the mossy edge, the water shimmered and a figure emerged, her translucent form glistening like moonlight on water. "Dear Finn," Yara greeted with a voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "What brings you to my well?" Finn explained the mystery of the moonflowers, and Yara listened intently, her eyes filled with understanding. "The moonflowers are linked to the silver moonstone," she revealed, "a gem of great power that rests at the heart of the forest. If disturbed, it could affect the flower's bloom. Thanking Yara, Finn and Luna continued their journey, guided by the soft glow of fireflies. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, leaves rustling as if eager to share their secrets. It wasn't long before they reached the glade where the silver moonstone lay, nestled in the roots of a mighty willow. There they met Thistle, an elder hedgehog known for his wisdom and gentle heart. His quills shimmered with an ethereal light, and his eyes twinkled with kindness. "Ah, young Finn," Thistle greeted warmly. "I see you've come seeking answers." Finn nodded, explaining what Yara had told him. Thistle pondered for a moment, then spoke with a gravely yet soothing voice. The moonstone was indeed disturbed, but not by malice. A curious young wisp, entranced by its glow, accidentally shifted its balance. With Thistle's guidance, Finn and Luna carefully approached the moonstone. A small wisp fluttered nearby, its light flickering nervously. "I'm sorry," it whispered, its voice a soft breeze. "I didn't mean any harm." Finn smiled gently, understanding that the wisp's intentions were innocent. "Let's make it right together," he suggested. With Thistle's instructions, Finn and the wisp worked together to restore the moonstone to its rightful place beneath the willow. As they did, a gentle hum filled the air, and a soft light enveloped the glade. The moonflowers, sensing the balance restored, began to unfurl their petals, releasing their sweet, calming fragrance. Back in Willowshade, the villagers watched in awe as the moonflowers bloomed once more, their silvery glow lighting up the night. The air was filled with a sense of peace, as if the village itself sighed with relief. Finn returned to the village, where the villagers greeted him with grateful smiles and warm embraces. The mystery of the moonflowers had been solved, not through force or fear, but with kindness and understanding. As Finn lay in bed that night, Luna curled up at his feet. He felt a deep sense of contentment. The gentle rustle of leaves lulled him to sleep, and the moonflowers outside his window swayed in the breeze, their dance a promise of the village's harmonious nights. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, where magic lingered in every leaf and stone, Finn had learned that sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not by seeking answers, but by listening to the whispers of the world around us. And with that thought, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the night wrapping him in its gentle embrace. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a dreamer, with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops on a summer morning. Yet beneath her whimsical exterior, Willow grappled with the changes life brought her way. As the seasons shifted, Willow found herself at the cusp of a great transformation. The once familiar paths she had trodden felt unfamiliar, and her heart yearned for guidance. It was then that a chance encounter with an old oak tree forever altered her perspective. The ancient oak, gnarled and wise, seemed to beckon Willow closer. As she drew near, a tiny door emerged in its trunk, leading to a wondrous realm unlike any she had ever imagined. Tentatively, Willow stepped through the threshold, and a world of magic unfolded before her eyes. In this enchanted realm, every flower, every stone, and every creature pulsed with an energy that mirrored Willow's inner journey. A gentle breeze carried the whispers of encouragement, reminding her that change was not something to fear, but an opportunity to grow. Along the way, Willow encountered a host of delightful companions. There was Flutter, a playful fairy with gossamer wings who taught her the importance of embracing her unique gifts, and Moss, a wise old toad whose croaky voice imparted lessons on patience and perseverance. As Willow ventured deeper into this magical world, she discovered that her struggles were not hers alone. The trees shed their leaves in autumn, only to bloom anew in spring. The caterpillars wove their cocoons, emerging as magnificent butterflies. Nature itself was a testament to the beauty of transformation. With each step, Willow's fear melted away, replaced by a sense of wonder and acceptance. She learned to trust the ebb and flow of life, understanding that change was not an ending but a new beginning. One day, as Willow sat by a crystalline stream, watching the water dance over smooth pebbles, a sudden realization dawned upon her. She had been so focused on the destination that she had forgotten to enjoy the journey itself. In that moment, a warmth blossomed in her heart, and she knew she had found the courage to embrace the changes that lay ahead. As Willow emerged from the magical realm, She carried with her a newfound confidence and a deeper appreciation for the cycles of life. She understood that growth was not a straight path, but a winding journey, filled with unexpected turns and amazing discoveries. From that day forward, Willow approached each challenge with an open heart and a resilient spirit. She knew that with every change came the opportunity to blossom into her truest self, just as the flower unfurls its petals to greet the sun. And though the magical realm remained hidden from mortal eyes, its lessons lingered within Willow, guiding her through the seasons of her life with grace and wonder. For she had learned that true transformation blooms from within, when one embraces the courage to grow. Story 27. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there lived a gentle soul named Amara. The village, known for its lush orchards and vibrant meadows, was a place where the air always seemed to carry a hint of lavender, and the sky wore a perpetual hue of soft, comforting blue. Amara was a weaver by trade, known for crafting tapestries that captured the whispers of the wind and the stories of the stars. Yet despite her skill, she often felt a quiet storm stirring within her, a yearning for change that both intrigued and unsettled her. She was beloved by her neighbors, who admired her gentle nature and the way her laughter could light up even the gloomiest day. But Amara often found herself staring into the horizon, seeking a transformation she could not yet name. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced to the ground in a symphony of gold and russet, Amara decided to take a solitary walk through the nearby forest. The forest was a place of magic, where ancient trees whispered secrets to those who cared to listen, and the air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As Amara wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a glen bathed in soft sunlight, where a small brook bubbled joyfully over smooth stones. In the center of this glen stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Amara felt a strange pull towards this tree, as if it held the answers to the questions swirling in her heart. She approached it cautiously, her fingers brushing the rough bark, and at that moment she noticed a faint shimmer in the air, a doorway to another world. With a deep breath and a heart full of curiosity, Amara stepped through the shimmering veil and found herself in a realm unlike any she had known. The air was alive with the scent of jasmine and honey, and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose. Around her, flowers bloomed in impossible colors, and creatures of light flitted between them, singing sweet, melodious tunes. It was here that Amara met Serene, a wise and gentle fae with eyes that sparkled like moonlit waters. Serene greeted her with a warm smile, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Welcome, Amara," she said in a voice that seemed to carry the music of the wind. "This is a place where the heart's true desires are revealed and nurtured." Amara shared her feelings of restlessness and her fear of the unknown changes she felt brewing within her. Serene listened with compassion, nodding as if she understood all too well. "Change can be daunting," she said softly, "but it is also a path to discovering the depths of your own strength and beauty." As the days passed in this enchanted realm, Amara found herself immersed in the wonders around her. She learned to dance with the fireflies under the silvery moon, to sing with the birds at dawn, and to weave dreams into the very fabric of the world. With each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening its petals to the sun. But the most profound lesson came one evening as she sat by the brook, watching the water reflect the starlit sky. Serene joined her, and together they watched the gentle flow of the stream. "Life is much like this brook," Serene mused, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "It flows, it changes, yet it remains true to its course. You too will find your way, Amara. Trust in the journey, and let your heart be your guide." Amara pondered these words long after Serene had left. She realized that the magic she sought was not in changing who she was, but in embracing her true self with all its complexities and potential. She understood that transformation was not about becoming someone new, but rather about revealing the beauty and strength that had always been within her. With a newfound sense of peace, Amara returned to her village. She brought with her the lessons of the enchanted realm, and as she resumed her weaving, her tapestries became more vibrant and alive than ever before. Each thread she wove told a story of her journey, of growth, of discovery, and of the gentle magic that lay in accepting oneself. Her neighbors noticed the change in Amara, drawn to the quiet confidence that now radiated from her. They gathered around her as she shared tales of her adventures, and in doing so inspired others to embrace their own paths of transformation. In time, the village became a place where change was not feared, but celebrated. Amara's story was passed down through generations, a reminder that true magic lies in the courage to grow and the wisdom to see the beauty in that growth. And so, under the same soft blue sky and amidst the scent of lavender, Amara found her place in the world, a place where she could be both the weaver of dreams and the keeper of her own heart's truth. And in the gentle embrace of this understanding, she found peace, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 28. In the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between the gentle rolling hills and the whispering woods, there was a secret that only a few trusted souls knew. The hollow was a place where the ordinary met the extraordinary, where the mundane was just a veil over the magical. This was particularly true for the forest that bordered the village, a place where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patterns of gold and green on the forest floor. In this village lived a young girl named Mira. She had eyes the color of morning dew and hair like chestnut leaves. Mira was known for her curious nature, always exploring the woods with her satchel slung across her shoulder. Her constant companion was a small, fluffy squirrel named Nibble, who seemed to understand the world better than most humans. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves rustled with the secrets of the wind, Mira decided to venture deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot accompanied her every step. Nibble scurried beside her, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. As they walked, Mira noticed something unusual. Among the ancient oaks and whispering pines, there was a tree unlike any she had seen before. It was a grand, towering willow, its branches swaying gently as if moved by an unseen hand. The tree's bark shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its leaves seemed to glow with an ethereal light. Intrigued, Mira approached the tree. Nestled at the base of the willow was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and change when she looked at them from different angles. Nibble chirped in curiosity, his tiny paws tapping on the box as if urging her to open it. With a mix of excitement and hesitation, Mira unlatched the box. Inside was a smooth iridescent stone that fit perfectly in the palm of her hand. The stone was cool to the touch, and it pulsed gently with a soft, luminescent glow. As she held it, Mira felt a warmth spread through her, a feeling of connection and possibility. Suddenly, the world around her changed. The forest seemed to shimmer and hum with energy. The colors became more vibrant, the sounds more harmonious. It was as if she had stepped into a hidden realm, one that existed just beneath the surface of her everyday world. Mira realized that the stone was magical, a key to a hidden world within the forest. But as she marveled at her discovery, she also sensed a presence nearby. Emerging from the shadows was an elderly woman with eyes as bright and wise as the moon. Her name was Elder Fern, the guardian of the forest's secrets. "Ah, young Mira," Elder Fern said, her voice gentle and melodic, "you have found the Heartstone. It is a gift, a link between our world and the world of the unseen. But with such a gift comes responsibility." Mira listened intently as Elder Fern explained that the Heartstone was a conduit of magic, capable of revealing the beauty and wonder of the hidden world. But it was also a source of balance, ensuring that the magic of the forest remained in harmony with the village. "You must use it wisely," Elder Fern advised, "for the magic it holds is both a blessing and a challenge. It will guide you, teach you, and in time, transform you." With the Heartstone's magic, Mira embarked on a journey of discovery. Each day she ventured into the forest, uncovering its mysteries and befriending its inhabitants. She met talking animals, wise old trees, and mischievous sprites. Each encounter taught her something new, not just about the forest, but about herself. One day, as she wandered deep into the heart of the woods, Mira encountered a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes like amber jewels. The fox, named Riven, was known for his cleverness and charm, but Riven was troubled, for his den had been disturbed by a group of unruly goblins who had taken up residence nearby. Mira, with Nibble at her side, knew she had to help Riven. Using the Heartstone's magic, she devised a plan to peacefully coax the goblins to move. She learned their language, a series of clicks and whistles, and discovered their love for stories and music. With a gentle heart and a creative mind, Mira told the goblins tales of distant lands and played melodies on a flute carved from willow wood. The goblins, charmed by her kindness and the beauty of her stories, agreed to relocate to a more suitable part of the forest. Through this experience, Mira learned the power of compassion and understanding, realizing that true strength lay not in force, but in empathy and friendship. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Mira's bond with the forest deepened. She became known as the Keeper of the Heartstone, a guardian of the balance between the seen and the unseen. Her adventures were many, each one a thread in the tapestry of her life, each one a lesson in the art of living harmoniously with the world. But one morning, as the first snows of winter dusted the village, Mira sensed a change. The Heartstone glowed with a new intensity, and she felt a pull, a calling from the depths of the forest. With Nibble and Riven by her side, she followed the call to a secluded glen she had never seen before. In the center of the glen stood a magnificent oak, its branches heavy with frost, and beneath it, a shimmering portal, a gateway to the realm where the magic of the Heartstone originated. Elderfern appeared once more, her presence as comforting as a warm blanket on a cold night. "The time has come, Mira," Elderfern spoke, her voice a gentle lullaby. "You have learned much and grown wise. The Heartstone has prepared you for this journey, a journey that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine." Mira felt a pang of hesitation. She loved her home, her village, and the friends she had made. But she also felt a yearning for the unknown, a desire to explore the wonders that lay beyond the portal. With a heart full of courage and a spirit ready for adventure, Mira stepped forward. As she crossed the threshold, the world around her dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors and light. She felt herself being carried on a current of magic, a gentle river flowing through the realms of possibility. When she emerged on the other side, she found herself in a land of breathtaking beauty. The skies were painted with hues of lavender and gold, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Creatures of every kind roamed freely, their eyes twinkling with curiosity and kindness. Mira knew she had found a new home, a place where the magic of the Heartstone was alive and vibrant. And as she looked around, she realized that her journey was not an end, but a beginning. A beginning of a life filled with wonder, friendship, and endless discovery. And so, under the vast, starlit sky, Mira embraced her new world, her heart aglow with the magic of friendship and the promise of tomorrow. The warmth of the Heartstone pulsed in her hand, a comforting reminder of the path she had traveled and the adventures yet to come. In Larkspur Hollow, the villagers often spoke of Mira, the girl who had become the keeper of the Heartstone. Her story was told around firesides and in quiet corners, a tale of courage, kindness, and the power of believing in the magic of the world. And though Mira's footsteps no longer graced the village paths, her presence was felt in the rustle of leaves, the song of the wind, and the gentle whisper of the forest that she had loved so dearly. Her legacy lived on, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who dared to dream. In the heart of the forest, the great willow stood watch, its branches swaying to the rhythm of time. And beneath it, the wooden box lay nestled in the roots, waiting patiently for the next curious soul with the courage to open it and discover the magic within. For in the world of Larkspur Hollow, as in the heart of every dreamer, the magic never truly fades. It lives on in stories and songs, in the laughter of children and the warmth of friendship, a gentle reminder that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. And so, dear dreamer, as you close your eyes and drift into the realm of dreams, remember the story of Mira, the keeper of the Heartstone, and know that wherever there is curiosity, courage, and love, the magic will always find a way. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint little village named Hazelwood. This village was known for its cobblestone paths lined with mushroom lamps that glowed softly at night, and the sweet scent of honeysuckle that hung in the air. The villagers, a kindly folk, lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that called the forest home. In this peaceful village, an unusual mystery began to unfold. It started on a crisp autumn morning when the leaves were painted in hues of gold and crimson. A gentle breeze carried whispers that something peculiar was afoot. The first sign came when the vibrant colors of the flowers in the village square began to fade, as if suddenly painted with a wash of gray. The villagers, puzzled but not alarmed, gathered in the square, their woolen shawls wrapped tightly against the morning chill. Among them was young Pippa, a curious soul with an insatiable love for solving puzzles. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence beneath her knitted cap as she observed the wilting blossoms. "It's as if they've lost their colors overnight," murmured Mr. Thistle, the village baker, brushing flour from his hands. "Indeed," agreed Miss Lavender, the seamstress, her fingers tracing the once vibrant petals. "It's as if the colors have been whisked away by the wind." Pippa, intrigued by this mystery, decided to seek the counsel of the wisest creature in the Whispering Woods, an ancient owl named Eldrin, who resided in the hollow of an ancient oak tree at the forest's edge. Eldrin was known for his vast knowledge and gentle wisdom. As the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees, Pippa made her way to Eldrin's oak. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature settling in for the evening, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of crickets, and the distant hoot of an owl. "Eldrin," Pippa called softly as she approached the tree, "may I seek your guidance?" With a soft flutter, Eldrin appeared at the entrance of his hollow, his eyes like two pools of moonlight. "Ah, young Pippa," he hooted warmly, "what brings you to my doorstep?" Pippa explained the strange occurrences in the village, her words tumbling out in a flurry of curiosity and concern. Eldrin listened intently, nodding his wise old head. "Indeed, it seems we have a curious case of color theft," Eldrin mused, his voice deep and soothing. "But fret not, young one. The forest holds many secrets, and sometimes it is the smallest creatures who possess the keenest insights." He gestured with a wing to a nearby cluster of mushrooms, where a tiny figure peeked out. It was Pip, a cheerful sprite known for her bright spirit and quick wit. Her wings shimmered like the surface of a pond under the moonlight, and her eyes twinkled with mischief and kindness. "Pip," Eldrin said, "will you help Pippa in unraveling this mystery?" "Of course," chimed Pip, her voice as light as a breeze. "Let's find those colors." Together, Pippa and Pip embarked on their quest, guided by Eldrin's wisdom. They began by observing the forest with fresh eyes, taking note of the smallest details, the patterns of the clouds, the way the light danced through the leaves, and the trails of tiny creatures that wound through the underbrush. Their journey led them deeper into the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. It was there, in a glade bathed in silver moonlight, that they stumbled upon a most curious sight. A gathering of fireflies hovered in a tight circle, their lights flickering erratically. Pip fluttered close, her wings stirring the air. "Why are you gathered here, friends?" she asked the fireflies, her voice gentle and inviting. The fireflies hummed in response, their lights pulsing in a rhythm that spoke of distress. "The colors," buzzed one, its glow dimming. "We've seen them carried away by a mischievous wind." Pippa's eyes widened with realization. "A wind spirit?" she guessed, recalling tales of such playful beings who danced through the skies. "Yes," chimed another firefly, its light brightening in confirmation. "It delights in collecting the colors of autumn." With this clue in hand, Pippa and Pip devised a plan. They would appeal to the wind spirit's playful nature and encourage it to return the colors to Hazelwood. They gathered an array of colorful ribbons and feathers, crafting them into a dazzling mobile that sparkled in the moonlight. That evening, as the stars twinkled overhead, Pippa and Pip hung the mobile from the tallest tree in the village square. They danced beneath it, their laughter echoing through the night, a melody of joy and friendship. The wind spirit, drawn by the merriment, swept down from the sky, its presence felt in a sudden gentle gust. It swirled around the mobile, intrigued by the vibrant display. As it played among the ribbons, the colors it had gathered began to spill forth, painting the flowers and trees in glorious shades once more. The villagers awoke the next morning to a world restored to its former beauty. The flowers bloomed with renewed vigor, their colors more brilliant than ever. Laughter and cheer filled the air as they celebrated the return of autumn's splendor. Pippa, Pip, and Eldrin watched from the edge of the forest, their hearts warmed by the joy they had helped restore. Eldrin, perched on his branch, nodded approvingly. "You've done well, young ones. Sometimes the simplest acts of kindness can bring about the most wondrous changes." And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the village of Hazelwood thrived, its colors a reminder of the gentle wisdom and friendship that had brought them back to life. Pippa and Pip continued their adventures, always ready to lend a helping hand, while Eldrin watched over them with pride. As the sun set, casting a golden glow across the land, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the whispering trees and the gentle hum of the forest. And thus, the mystery of Hazelwood's colors became a cherished tale, told by the fireside on crisp autumn nights, a reminder that even the smallest among us can make the biggest difference. The end. Story 30. In the gentle village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering streams, life unfolded at a pace as serene as the morning mist that caressed the rooftops. The village was known for its lush meadows and the enchanting tales spun around the hearthstone, tales that spoke of magic tucked away in the most unsuspecting corners of the world. One such tale began on a day bathed in the golden hues of autumn, when the air was crisp and leaves danced joyfully from their branches. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Lila. With eyes the color of the sky at dusk and a heart brimming with curiosity, Lila loved to wander through the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook. The villagers often smiled at her wanderlust, knowing well that she might discover a world beyond their own. One breezy afternoon, while Lila was exploring a particularly dense thicket, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the soft earth. It was an old, tarnished key, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Lila carefully brushed away the soil and held the key up, feeling a gentle warmth pulse through her fingers. Little did she know, this unassuming key would unlock not just doors, but secrets of the heart. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila tucked the key securely into her pocket and made her way back home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the sky, she shared her find with her grandfather, a wise and gentle soul who was known for his stories of wonder. "My dear Lila," he said, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, "keys have a way of finding their locks, just as hearts find their way to what they seek most. Perhaps this key holds a story of its own, waiting for you to uncover." Inspired by her grandfather's words, Lila resolved to uncover the mystery of the key. The following morning, she set out on an adventure, armed with her courage and the key that now felt like a trusted friend in her pocket. Her journey took her through fields of wildflowers, where the air was sweet with their fragrance, and past the old stone bridge that arched over a babbling brook, its waters singing a melody of secrets. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Lila arrived at the edge of the Enchanted Grove, a place whispered about in hushed tones by the villagers. The grove was said to be a realm of magic, where time flowed like a gentle stream, and dreams took root like the ancient trees that stood sentinel. As she stepped into the grove, a sense of calm enveloped her, as though she were being welcomed by an unseen presence. It was here that Lila met the first of her helpers, a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered like moonlight on water. Perched on a low branch, Orin regarded her with eyes that twinkled with knowledge older than the stars. "Young traveler," Orin hooted softly, "I see you carry a key most curious. What doors do you seek to open?" Lila, feeling the warmth of kindness in Orin's voice, shared her story and her desire to unlock the mysteries of the key. The owl listened intently, nodding his head as if in understanding. "To unlock the unseen," Orin said, "one must first see the unseen within their own heart. Journey forth and trust in the path that unfolds, for wisdom lies not in the answers, but in the questions we dare to ask." With Orin's cryptic guidance echoing in her mind, Lila continued her journey through the grove, each step accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of nature's lullaby. Along the way, she encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft as the clouds drifting lazily above. The rabbits, led by the sprightly elder Thistle, offered her companionship and shared tales of the grove's hidden wonders. Together, they ventured deeper into the heart of the grove, where the air grew thick with magic and the light danced playfully between the branches. It was here that Lila faced her greatest challenge, a door of ancient wood, veined with silver and alive with a soft, pulsing glow. The door stood alone in a clearing, its presence both inviting and enigmatic. With a heart full of wonder and a mind open to possibility, Lila approached the door. She could feel the key in her pocket, warm and reassuring. As she held it in her hand, she remembered Oren's words and paused to reflect on her journey. She realized that the true key lay not in her hand, but within her, a heart open to new friendships, a mind willing to embrace the unknown, and a spirit ready to grow. Taking a deep breath, Lila inserted the key into the lock. The door responded with a gentle click, swinging open to reveal a world bathed in soft, golden light. Beyond the threshold lay a garden unlike any she had ever seen, a place where the air shimmered with magic and the scent of lavender and honeysuckle intertwined in a heady embrace. In that moment, Lila understood that the door was not just a gateway to another world, but a reflection of her own heart, a heart that had grown through friendship, curiosity, and the courage to embrace the unknown. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of the stories she had gathered and the friendships she had forged. The key, now a cherished token of her journey, rested in her pocket, a reminder of the magic that lay within and around her. That night, as she nestled under her quilt and listened to the gentle crackle of the fireplace, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams woven with the threads of wonder and wisdom she had discovered. And so, the tale of Lila and the magical key became a cherished story in Willowbrook, a reminder to all who heard it that the greatest journeys often begin with a single step into the unknown, and that the truest magic lies in the hearts that dare to seek it. Story 31. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering leaves shared secrets carried by the wind, there lay a hidden glade, untouched by time's relentless march. Here, the fragrances of pine and wildflowers mingled with the earthy scent of rich, damp soil, creating a symphony of aromas that danced through the air. This was a place where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled gold, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing lullaby to all who listened. Within this enchanting glade lived a community of forest creatures, each with a story as old as the towering oaks that shaded them. The wise old owl, with eyes like polished amber, sat perched in his venerable oak, a sentinel watching over the woodland realm. He was the keeper of ancient wisdom, passed down through generations, and the creatures often sought his counsel when the world seemed to tilt on its axis. One crisp autumn day, when the air was painted with the scent of fallen leaves and the first chill of impending winter, a soft rustling disturbed the tranquility of the forest. It was a slight breeze, weaving through the branches, carrying with it the whisper of change. The animals sensed it, a subtle shift in the balance of their harmonious world. The leaves, which had dressed in vibrant hues of crimson and gold, now trembled as if sharing a secret with the wind. Among the animals was a gentle deer named Fern, her coat a soft mix of browns and whites, blending seamlessly with the forest's autumn palette. Fern was beloved by all for her kind heart and her ability to listen deeply, not just with her ears, but with her soul. She had a special bond with the forest, understanding its language in ways that others only glimpsed. As the days grew shorter and the chill in the air deepened, Fern noticed something peculiar. The brook that usually sang its bubbling song was quieter, its voice subdued as if it were struggling to breathe. The leaves, too, seemed reluctant to fall, clinging to their branches with a tenacity born of fear. Fern felt an unease growing in her heart, a whisper from the forest urging her to seek the wisdom of the owl. With a determined heart, Fern made her way through the forest, her hooves barely making a sound on the carpet of leaves. The path was familiar, yet ever-changing, as the forest had a way of reshaping itself with each passing season. As she approached the ancient oak, she was greeted by the owl's warm, knowing gaze. "O wise owl," Fern began, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest feels different this year. The brook grows silent and the leaves cling to their branches. What is this change that stirs within our home?" The owl blinked slowly, his eyes reflecting the forest's secrets. "Ah, dear Fern, you have sensed what many overlook. The balance of our forest is delicate, woven with the threads of weather and time. This season, the magic of the forest hesitates, caught in a dance with the winds of change." Fern listened intently, the owl's words weaving a tapestry of understanding within her mind. "What can we do to restore the harmony?" she asked, her voice a gentle play. The owl ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "The forest teaches us that all things are connected, that each creature, each leaf, each drop of water plays a part in the greater song. We must remind the forest of this unity, rekindle the magic that binds us." With newfound purpose, Fern thanked the wise owl and set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They came from all corners of the glade, the mischievous squirrels with their bushy tails, the industrious beavers with their clever hands, the graceful birds who painted the sky with their wings. Together, they formed a circle beneath the canopy, united by Fern's gentle call. As the creatures settled, Fern spoke with a voice that resonated like a gentle breeze through the trees. "We are the heart of this forest, each of us a note in its song. To restore balance, we must remember our connection, our shared home." The creatures nodded, their eyes reflecting a mutual understanding. They began to sing, a melody born of the forest itself, their voices blending with the rustling leaves and the whispering wind. It was a song of unity, of harmony, a reminder of the magic that pulsed through every living thing. Slowly, the forest responded. The brook's voice returned, its waters dancing with renewed vigor. The leaves, once reluctant, began to release their hold, twirling gracefully to the ground, creating a patchwork quilt of colors. The air felt alive, crackling with the energy of rebirth, as if the very earth was sighing in contentment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the animals felt a deep peace settle within them. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat steady and strong. And in that moment, beneath the watchful gaze of the old owl, Fern knew that the wisdom of the forest would endure, passed down through the ages like a cherished story. The night wrapped its gentle arms around the glade, and the creatures returned to their homes, lulled to sleep by the harmonious symphony of their world. In the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic danced together, peace reigned once more, a testament to the power of unity and the enduring wisdom of nature. Story 32. In a secluded forest glade, nestled between ancient trees and mossy rocks, there stood a quaint little cottage. This was the home of Willow, a kind-hearted witch with a talent for gardening and a deep love for all living things. One crisp autumn morning, Willow stepped outside to tend her beloved garden, humming a merry tune. But as she approached the vegetable patch, she gasped in surprise. The pumpkins, which had been plump and vibrant the day before, now looked shriveled and withered, their stems drooping sadly. "Oh dear, what could have happened?" Willow wondered aloud, her brow furrowed with concern. As she inspected the other plants, she noticed that the tomatoes were missing their juicy redness, and the lettuce leaves had turned a sickly yellow. Even the flowers seemed to have lost their vibrant hues, their petals drooping like they were exhausted. Willow knew something strange was afoot, for her garden had always thrived under her loving care. She needed to get to the bottom of this mystery before the entire garden wilted away. Just then she heard a gentle rustling in the bushes nearby. Out hopped her dear friend, Mossy, a sprightly garden gnome with a twinkle in his eyes. "Good morning, Willow," Mossy greeted cheerfully. "My, what seems to be troubling you this fine day?" Willow explained the peculiar situation with her garden, and Mossy listened intently, stroking his long, mossy beard. This is indeed a puzzling predicament," he mused. "But fear not, my friend. We shall get to the root of this mystery together." With Mossy's help, Willow began to carefully examine every nook and cranny of her garden, looking for any clues that might shed light on the strange occurrences. They checked the soil for signs of pests or imbalances, inspected the leaves for evidence of disease, and even consulted Willow's trusty book of botanical spells. As the day wore on, they enlisted the help of other forest friends, chattering birds, industrious bees, and wise old trees, hoping to uncover any information that might aid their investigation. Just when they thought they had exhausted all possibilities, a tiny voice piped up from beneath a cabbage leaf. "Excuse me, friends," said the little field mouse, her whiskers twitching nervously. "I may have seen something peculiar last night." Willow and Mossy leaned in eagerly as the mouse recounted her tale. She had been scurrying through the garden in search of a midnight snack when she noticed a strange, glowing figure flitting among the plants. It appeared to be a tiny fairy, but instead of the usual sparkling dust, a shimmering mist trailed in her wake. "And wherever she touched the plants," the mouse continued, "their colors seemed to fade and their vibrance drained away." Willow gasped, her eyes widening with realization. A color-stealing fairy! That must be the culprit behind this mystery. With renewed determination, Willow and Mossy set out to locate this mischievous fairy and put a stop to her antics before the entire garden lost its splendor. As dusk fell, they waited patiently in the garden, keeping a watchful eye for any sign of the color-stealing fairy. Sure enough, as the moon rose high in the sky, a faint glow appeared among the withering plants. Mossy gave a signal, and Willow sprung into action, carefully casting a harmless binding spell to capture the fairy without harming her. The tiny figure struggled briefly, then went still, her iridescent wings drooping in defeat. "Please, don't be afraid," Willow soothed, her voice gentle but firm. "We mean you no harm, but you must stop draining the color from my garden." The fairy's eyes welled with remorseful tears as she explained her plight. She had been cursed by a jealous sorcerer, doomed to steal the vibrant hues from all living things. It was a cruel punishment, for she loved nothing more than the beauty of nature's colors. Willow's heart ached for the poor fairy, and she vowed to help break the curse. With Mossy's assistance and the guidance of Willow's wise old mentor, Hawthorn the tree spirit, they performed an intricate ritual under the full moon's glow. As the last words of the incantation were spoken, a shimmering mist enveloped the fairy, lifting the curse and restoring her natural radiance. The garden, too, seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief as the colors gradually returned to their former glory. From that day on, the fairy became a welcome guest in Willow's garden, flitting among the blooms and sharing her own vibrant magic with the plants. Willow and Mossy had not only solved the mystery, but also gained a new friend and a renewed appreciation for the wonders of nature's hues. And whenever the moon was full and bright, they would gather in the garden, swapping stories and marveling at the kaleidoscope of colors that painted the world around them. Story 33. In a land where the sky was painted with hues of lavender and the gentle rustle of whispering willows filled the air, there existed a quaint village named Fairlea. Nestled between rolling emerald hills and a crystal-clear river that sang lullabies as it meandered through, Fairlea was a place of wonder and tranquility. Its cobblestone paths wound through clusters of cottages with thatched roofs, each adorned with blooming gardens that sweetened the air with the scent of honeysuckle and jasmine. In this village lived a young girl named Mira, known for her curious mind and kind heart. Her hair was a cascade of auburn waves, and her eyes gleamed with the same brightness as the stars that danced in the night sky. Mira's days were filled with joyous explorations, and her evenings were spent listening to the tales of the village elders, who spoke of ancient magic and the creatures that dwelled in the nearby enchanted forest. One serene morning, as the sun's golden rays spilled over the horizon, Mira noticed something peculiar. The beloved bell of Fairlea, which hung in the village square, had begun to ring at odd hours, sending a gentle chime that echoed through the village. This bell, known as the Harmony Bell, was said to possess a magic that soothed hearts and brought peace. Yet now, its erratic tolling stirred a soft murmur of curiosity among the villagers. Determined to uncover the mystery behind the bell's sudden behavior, Mira set off on a gentle adventure. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of freshly baked bread from her mother's kitchen and a flask of warm tea, then made her way to the village square. There, she found the Harmony Bell gleaming in the morning light, its surface etched with intricate runes that shimmered like moonlit water. As Mira stood pondering, she was joined by an unexpected companion, a small, fluffy creature with fur as white as snow and eyes like glistening sapphires. It was a pippin, a magical creature known for its wisdom and playful nature. The pippin chirped softly and danced around Mira's feet, its presence both comforting and reassuring. "Hello there," Mira greeted warmly, kneeling to stroke the pippin's soft fur. "Do you know why the bell has been ringing so strangely?" The pippin tilted its head, as if considering her question, then bounded toward the edge of the village, beckoning Mira to follow. Intrigued, Mira trailed after the pippin, her steps light as she ventured into the enchanted forest. The forest was a place of wonder, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dapples, and the air was alive with the sound of bird song and rustling leaves. Guided by the pippin, Mira came upon a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree sat a wise old owl named Solara, whose feathers were a tapestry of autumnal colors, woven with hints of gold and russet. "Welcome, Mira," Solara hooted softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I sense you seek the truth behind the bell's mysterious tolling." Mira nodded, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Yes, Solara, the bell's charm has always been a source of comfort for us. I wish to understand why it rings now, at such unexpected times." Solara closed her eyes in thought, her feathers rustling gently. The harmony bell is connected to the heart of Fairlia. When the village is in need, the bell rings to call upon its protectors. But this time, it is not a danger that stirs it, but a forgotten joy. Mira listened intently, her curiosity piqued. A forgotten joy? What could that be? The pippin chirped excitedly and twirled around Solara, who opened her eyes and gazed at Mira with a twinkle of amusement. Long ago, Fairlia was known for its Festival of Lights, a celebration of friendship and unity. It seems the bell wishes to remind the village of this cherished tradition. Understanding dawned upon Mira like a sunrise. "The festival, of course, we must bring it back to life." Solara nodded, her expression warm with approval. "Indeed, dear child, gather the villagers and rekindle the festival. Let the bell's chime be a call to joy, not just a mystery." With a grateful heart, Mira returned to Fairlia, the pippin bounding joyfully beside her. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, she shared Solara's revelation with the villagers. Excitement blossomed like wildflowers in spring, and soon preparations for the Festival of Lights were underway. Cottages were adorned with strings of lanterns that glowed like captured stars, and the scent of baked goods mingled with laughter in the air. The village square was transformed into a tapestry of color and light, where villagers gathered to share stories, music, and dance. As the festival reached its peak, the harmony bell rang out once more, its notes a melodious blend of happiness and harmony. Mira stood at the heart of the celebration, her heart swelling with pride and joy at the sight of her village united in friendship and love. The pippin, perched on Mira's shoulder, chirped contentedly, while Solara watched from the edge of the forest, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. The mystery of the bell had not only been solved, but had also brought a forgotten joy back to the hearts of Fairlia, reminding them of the power of unity and the magic of shared memories. And so, as the night sky enveloped the village in a blanket of shimmering constellations, Mira knew that the gentle mystery of the harmony bell had woven a new tale of wonder for the village, a tale that would be told beside crackling fireplaces for generations to come. Story 34. The Whispering Wood and the Enchanted Lantern. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Wood, where the trees sang softly to the wind's gentle caress, there lived a young girl named Maeve. Her auburn hair flowed like a river in the sunlight, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity, always eager to uncover the stories hidden within the world around her. Maeve's heart was as warm as the hearth in her family's cottage, and she was beloved by all who knew her. Maeve's village was a place where simplicity thrived, where each day unfolded like the turning of a well-worn page. Yet the Whispering Wood, with its towering oaks and cascading streams, hid within its depths a secret world that few dared to explore. The elders spoke of it in hushed tones, a realm where magic lingered in the air like the sweet scent of honeysuckle. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Maeve set out on a journey that would change her life. She had heard tales of an enchanted lantern hidden deep within the wood, a lantern said to hold the power to reveal the unseen and illuminate the truth. It was a story that had captivated her imagination since she was a child, and now the yearning to uncover its mystery tugged at her heartstrings. The forest greeted Maeve with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of a brook winding its way through the underbrush. She walked along a path carpeted in fallen leaves, their colors vibrant under the morning sun. As she ventured deeper into the wood, the world around her transformed. The light danced through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Maeve's journey took her past ancient trees whose gnarled roots seemed to whisper secrets of the ages. She marveled at the delicate mushrooms that sprouted in clusters like tiny umbrellas, and the shy deer that paused to watch her with gentle, curious eyes. The forest was alive, a tapestry of life woven with threads of magic. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Maeve stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood a majestic oak, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the heavens. Nestled within the roots of this ancient tree was a small, weathered chest, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of leaves and stars. With a heart full of anticipation, Maeve approached the chest. As she touched its surface, a soft glow emanated from within, as if the chest itself welcomed her presence. She opened it cautiously, and there, resting on a bed of velvet, was the enchanted lantern. It was a thing of beauty, crafted from silver that gleamed like moonlight, and its glass panels shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Maeve cradled the lantern in her hands, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. She knew, in that moment, that this was no ordinary object. It was a vessel of magic, a guide to the hidden truths of the world. With a gentle breath, she lit the lantern, and its glow enveloped her in a comforting embrace. The light revealed a path that she had not seen before, a trail that wound deeper into the heart of the whispering wood. Maeve followed it with unwavering faith, the lantern's glow illuminating her way. As she walked, the forest seemed to shift around her, the trees whispering softly as if sharing secrets meant only for her ears. The path led Maeve to a hidden glen, a place untouched by time. In the center of the glen stood a circle of standing stones, their surfaces etched with runes that pulsed with a gentle light. It was a place of power, where the veil between worlds was thin. Maeve stepped into the circle, and the air shimmered around her. The lantern's glow intensified, casting a radiant light that filled the glen. From the stones emerged figures of light, ethereal beings with eyes like stars. They were the guardians of the whispering wood, ancient spirits entrusted with its secrets. Maeve, one of the guardians, spoke, her voice a melody that resonated with the very essence of the forest. "You have been chosen to bear the lantern's light, to uncover the truths hidden in shadow." Maeve listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She understood that the lantern was more than a tool. It was a bridge to understanding, a source of wisdom to be wielded with care. The guardians bestowed upon Maeve a gift, a fragment of their magic that would allow her to see the world as it truly was, to perceive the beauty and wonder hidden in plain sight. With this gift, she could help her village and the world beyond, fostering understanding and harmony. Grateful and humbled, Maeve thanked the guardians and promised to honor their trust. As she left the glen, the lantern's light guiding her way, she felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her, a bond that transcended the boundaries of the seen and unseen. Maeve's journey back to the village was filled with wonder. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like an old friend, its secrets laid bare in the soft glow of the lantern. She returned home, her heart alight with the knowledge that she carried not just a lantern, but a beacon of hope and understanding. In the days that followed, Maeve shared her gift with those around her, illuminating the paths of others with kindness and wisdom. The lantern's light became a symbol of unity, a reminder that the world was full of magic waiting to be discovered. And so, in the cozy warmth of her cottage, Maeve would sit by the fireplace, the lantern casting gentle shadows on the walls, and tell stories of the whispering wood and the wonders it held. Her tales wove together the threads of friendship, courage, and the enduring power of love, leaving those who listened with hearts full of warmth and dreams of their own journeys into the magical unknown. And every night, as the village settled into peaceful slumber, the lantern's light shone softly in the window, a guardian of dreams and a promise of the adventures yet to come. Story 35. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other. Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. How do we learn to listen, Bramble? With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, by being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song. And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months. With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the stars peeked through the leaves like curious fireflies, lay the quaint village of Hollowbrook. It was a place where the air smelled sweetly of honeysuckle and fresh rain, where cobblestone paths wound their way like gentle streams through the cottages that wore moss as cozy coats. The villagers of Hollowbrook were a kind-hearted bunch, always ready with a smile and a freshly baked scone for any passerby. Yet, despite the warmth that permeated the village, a peculiar mystery had begun to weave its way into their peaceful lives. It started with the dew-kissed morning, when the townsfolk awoke to find all the weather vanes atop their homes pointing steadfastly eastward, despite a wind blowing from the west. At first, it was considered a harmless oddity, a topic of amused conversation over tea and biscuits at the village square. But as days turned into nights, the mystery deepened. The streams that usually sang their way southward began to burble north. The sunrises seemed to linger in the twilight, painting the sky in curious hues of lavender and gold. Alarmed yet intrigued, the villagers turned to the wisest among them, a gentle soul named Eldwin. With hair that spilled like silver silk down his back, and eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 stories, Eldwin was known for his wisdom and the gentle comfort he brought to all who sought his counsel. Gathering the villagers at the foot of the ancient oak, whose branches stretched like welcoming arms over the village square, Eldwin listened patiently to their concerns. "Fear not, dear friends," he assured them, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "For every mystery holds a lesson, and every riddle a tale waiting to be told." Eldwin decided that the best way to unravel this curious conundrum was to enlist the help of the forest's magical creatures, who were known for their keen senses and gentle magic. With a twinkle in his eye, he set off into the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently in greeting. As Eldwin walked deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with enchantment. The scent of pine mingled with the sweetness of wild berries, and the path was dappled with the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the leaves. It wasn't long before he reached the Glade of Whimsy, a secret place where the magical creatures of the forest gathered under the watchful gaze of the moon. There, Eldwin met with Clover, the wise old owl, whose feathers were as soft as spun cotton and eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. "Dear Eldwin," Clover hooted softly, "what brings you to our glade on such a fine night?" Eldwin recounted the strange happenings in Hollowbrook, his voice carrying the weight of the villagers' curiosity and concern. Clover listened attentively, her head tilting in thought. Then, with a gentle flap of her wings, she called forth the other creatures of the glade. Among them was Bramble, the playful fox with a coat of fiery red, and Willow, the gentle deer whose antlers seemed to catch starlight. Together they listened, their hearts open to the mystery that had befallen the village. "It seems," Clover mused, her voice as soft as the night breeze, "that the forest itself may hold the key to your mystery. Perhaps a shift in its ancient magic is at play." Bramble, ever the curious one, twitched his nose and suggested, "Maybe the stones of the earth have a tale to tell. They've been here since time began, after all." Willow nodded, her gentle eyes reflecting the moon's glow. "And the streams may carry whispers from afar. We should listen closely." With a plan forming, Eldwin and his magical companions set about observing the forest with heightened senses. They listened to the babble of the brooks, watched the sway of the tall grasses, and felt the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. As they wandered, Eldwin noticed something peculiar. A patch of earth, usually firm and dry, was soft and sponge-like. Kneeling down, he brushed aside the leaves to reveal a hidden network of glowing roots, pulsing with a gentle light that seemed to hum a tune only the heart could hear. "This," whispered Eldwin, "is the work of the rootkin, the guardians of the forest's life force. Perhaps they are trying to speak to us." Clover fluffed her feathers thoughtfully. "The rootkin are known to adjust the flow of magic when the forest is in need. Let us seek their counsel." Guided by the glowing roots, the group made their way to a secluded grove where the air was thick with the scent of earth and echoes of ancient songs. There they found the rootkin, small, gnome-like beings with skin like bark and eyes that glimmered like emeralds. A rootkin elder, named Moss, stepped forward, his voice as deep and rich as the soil. "We have sensed an imbalance," he explained. "The forest's magic has grown restless, seeking a new harmony. It seems the winds and waters are merely following the call of this change." Eldwin nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. And how might we aid in restoring this balance? Moss smiled, a gentle curve that spoke of ages past. The forest requires a song, a melody to soothe its spirit. Perhaps the humans of Hollowbrook, with their music and joy, can help weave this song. Returning to the village with his magical companions, Eldwin gathered the townsfolk once more. He explained the Rootkin's message, and together they devised a plan. On the following evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, the villagers gathered in the square. With instruments in hand and voices ready, they began to play and sing, their music rising like a gentle tide into the night. The melody was simple yet profound, a blend of laughter and lullabies, of love and unity. As the notes filled the air, the forest seemed to sigh in contentment, its ancient magic settling into a peaceful hum. Gradually, the strange occurrences ceased. The weather vanes returned to their whimsical spinning, the streams sang their way south once more, and the sunrises found their rhythm in the sky. The village of Hollowbrook, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, embraced the harmony that had been restored. In the days that followed, the villagers continued their tradition of song, a newfound appreciation for the magic that surrounded them. And every so often, Eldwin would venture into the forest to visit his magical friends, sharing stories and laughter beneath the starlit canopy. Thus, the mystery of the forest's enchantment became a cherished tale, a reminder of the beauty found in friendship, unity, and the gentle magic that binds all living things together. As the fires burned low in the hearths of Hollowbrook, the villagers drifted into dreams filled with music and wonder, safe in the knowledge that their world was at peace once more. Story 37. Once upon a time, in the small village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village for her kind smile and her knack for growing the most vibrant flowers in her quaint garden. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and wooden shutters painted a soft periwinkle, was a haven of peace and color. One misty morning, as Clara attended to her blooming marigolds and lavender, she noticed something peculiar nestled beneath the sprawling stems of a wild rose bush. It was a small, ornate box, barely larger than her hand, with intricate carvings of intertwining vines and tiny birds. Curiosity piqued, Clara carefully retrieved the box, brushing away the dew-drenched leaves that had kept it hidden. As she opened the box, a gentle warm glow emanated from within, revealing a delicate silver thimble. The thimble shimmered with an otherworldly light, and as Clara held it, she felt a tingling sensation travel through her fingers and up her arm. It was as if the thimble had whispered a secret only she could hear. She slipped it onto her finger, marveling at how it seemed to fit perfectly, as if it had been made just for her. That evening, as Clara sat by the fireplace, the crackling flames casting a comforting glow around her cozy living room, she pondered the thimble's mystery. Her cat, Whiskers, curled up beside her, purring softly as if to encourage her musings. Clara's mind wandered to the tales her grandmother used to tell her about magical objects hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right person to discover them. The next day, Clara decided to visit her dear friend Benjamin, the village storyteller, who lived in a cottage at the edge of the forest. Benjamin was a kind, elderly man with a long, tusked, flowing beard that seemed to twinkle with the wisdom of ages. He greeted Clara with a warm hug and ushered her inside, where the scent of freshly baked bread filled the air. As they sat by the fire, sipping on fragrant herbal tea, Clara recounted the discovery of the thimble and the strange sensation it had brought her. Benjamin listened intently, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Ah, my dear Clara," he said with a gentle smile, "it seems you have stumbled upon a piece of the old magic that still lingers in our world. This thimble is no ordinary sewing tool. It is said to grant the wearer the ability to mend more than just cloth. It can mend hearts and heal wounds unseen." Clara's eyes widened in wonder. "But how do I use it?" she asked. Benjamin chuckled softly. "The magic responds to your kindness and the sincerity of your heart. When you encounter someone in need of healing, whether it be a torn garment or a weary soul, the thimble will guide you." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara returned to her cottage, eager to see how the thimble might help her bring comfort to others. In the days that followed, Clara discovered that the thimble indeed had a gentle magic of its own. One chilly afternoon, she came across a young boy sitting by the village fountain, tears streaming down his cheeks. His beloved toy bear had torn its paw, and he was heartbroken. Clara knelt beside him, her heart full of empathy, and as she took the bear into her hands, the thimble began to glow softly. With a few careful stitches, the bear's paw was as good as new, and the boy's face lit up with joy. Word of Clara's wondrous thimble spread throughout Willowbrook, and soon people came to her not just for mending clothes, but for soothing their troubles and easing their burdens. With each act of kindness, Clara felt the thimble's magic strengthen, and her heart swelled with happiness. One day, a traveler arrived in the village, weary and lost. His eyes were filled with a deep sadness, and his spirit seemed burdened by an unseen weight. Clara, sensing his need for healing, invited him into her home. As they shared a simple meal, Clara listened to his story of lost dreams and unfulfilled hopes. Gently, she placed her hand over his, the thimble shimmering with a soft glow. She spoke words of encouragement and hope, reminding him of the beauty and potential that still lay within him. The traveler, touched by her kindness and the thimble's magic, felt a warmth spread through his heart, rekindling a spark of hope. As the traveler left Willowbrook, his steps were lighter and his spirit brighter. Clara watched him go, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She realized that the thimble's true magic lay not in mending fabric, but in the way it allowed her to connect with others on a deeper level, to touch their lives with compassion and kindness. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, Clara continued her journey, one small act of kindness at a time. Through the thimble, she discovered the extraordinary power of empathy and friendship, learning that sometimes the greatest magic of all lies in a simple act of love. As the seasons changed, Clara's garden flourished, a testament to the love and care she poured into every corner of her world. And each night, as she sat by the fire with Whiskers purring beside her, she felt a profound peace, knowing that she was part of something truly magical. A world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where every heart could be mended with a gentle touch and a kind word. And so, dear listener, may you carry this story in your heart, remembering always the magic that lies within you, ready to be shared with the world in your own special way. For in every act of kindness, there is a bit of magic waiting to be discovered, just like the thimble in the garden of Willowbrook. Story 38. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of a lush, whispering forest, there lived a young girl with eyes as bright as the morning sky. Her name was Lila, and she had an insatiable curiosity that often led her on little adventures through the meadows and woodlands surrounding her home. The village itself was a picture of serenity, with cobblestone paths winding through rows of cottages adorned with blooming flowers. One golden autumn afternoon, as the leaves fluttered down like pieces of amber from the trees, Lila wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was crisp, carrying the gentle scent of pine and earth. Sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As Lila meandered, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled oak tree, its trunk as wide as a house, with roots that crept over the ground like the fingers of a giant. At the base of the tree, half buried in the soft moss, was an old, tarnished compass. It seemed to glimmer with an inner light, subtle yet undeniable. Curious, Lila picked up the compass, brushing the dirt from its surface. As her fingers traced the intricate designs etched into its casing, the needle began to spin wildly before settling in a direction that was neither north nor any other point on the map. It pointed towards a path that seemed to appear out of nowhere, winding deeper into the forest. Intrigued by this magical compass, Lila decided to follow where it led. She took careful, quiet steps, the soft rustle of fallen leaves underfoot blending with the gentle chorus of birdsong. The path guided her to a glade where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. Here, she encountered her first helper, a wise old turtle named Oliver. Oliver wore a shell that resembled a patchwork quilt, each piece a different shade of green and brown. His eyes were kind and twinkled with ancient knowledge. "Ah, young Lila," he greeted, his voice as slow and steady as the river. "You hold the compass of curiosities, a rare treasure. It will guide you to places of wonder and teach you secrets of the heart. Lila smiled, feeling a warm glow of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. "Where will it take me?" she asked, sitting beside Oliver on a soft patch of moss. "The compass responds to the questions of your heart," Oliver explained. "It leads you to answers you need, not just those you seek." With this wisdom, Lila continued her journey, the compass quivering in her hand as if eager to show her more. The path led her to a babbling brook where the water sparkled like spun glass. Here, she met a lively squirrel named Pip, who chattered with boundless energy. Pip's bushy tail flicked back and forth like a banner in the breeze. "Hello there!" Pip exclaimed, his voice high and cheerful. "I see you're on an adventure. Anything I can help with? I'm always ready to lend a paw." Lila giggled at Pip's enthusiasm. "The compass brought me here, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to find." Pip paused, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Sometimes you need to look beyond the obvious. The answers are often hidden in plain sight." Taking Pip's advice to heart, Lila scanned the brook and noticed a small, shimmering stone wedged between two rocks. She reached out and plucked it from the water. As she held it, the stone glowed softly, and the compass needle spun again, directing her towards the heart of the forest. With Oliver's patience and Pip's playful guidance, Lila's journey continued, each step unveiling new marvels and gentle lessons. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to see the patterns in the dance of the shadows, and to feel the pulse of life in the forest around her. Finally, the compass led her to a serene, hidden grove, bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. Here, a gentle breeze carried the scent of lavender and honeysuckle. In the center of the grove, a shimmering pool mirrored the sky, its surface a canvas of pinks and purples. Sitting by the pool was the last of her guides, an elegant deer named Serafina, whose coat shimmered like moonlight on water. With a nod of her graceful head, Serafina invited Lila to sit beside her. "You've come far, dear child," she spoke, her voice a gentle melody. "What have you learned on your journey?" Lila pondered for a moment, her heart swelling with the warmth of newfound wisdom. "I've learned that the world is full of wonders if you have the heart to see them. And sometimes the answers we seek are within ourselves, waiting to be discovered." Serafina smiled, her eyes soft with approval. "The compass has done its work well. Remember, Lila, life is a journey of discovery. With curiosity and kindness, you can uncover the magic in the everyday." As the last light of day faded, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. The compass, its purpose fulfilled, now pointed her home. She thanked her guides and began the journey back, the path familiar now, lined with the memories of her adventure. When Lila returned to her village, she carried with her not just the compass and stone, but a heart full of stories and a soul enriched by the wonders she had witnessed. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep that night, she dreamed of the forest and the friends she had made, knowing that wherever her life took her, magic was never far away. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, the village nestled into its slumber, held safe and warm by the forest's gentle embrace and the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 39. Story 40. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listen to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 41. Story 42. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, a quaint village lay nestled amidst the gentle hills. This village, wrapped in the tender embrace of nature, was home to creatures both ordinary and magical, living together in harmony. One evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, a peculiar event occurred. The villagers awoke to find that all the colors in their world had shifted. The sky was a soft lavender instead of blue, the grass was a vivid shade of turquoise, and the roses in the village gardens bloomed in hues of vibrant orange and indigo. The change was not alarming, but it was certainly curious. Among the villagers was young Aiden, a thoughtful boy with eyes the color of a summer storm and a heart full of curiosity. His best friend, a small, wise fox named Bramble, trotted by his side, her fur a fiery red that seemed to shimmer in the twilight. Together they were known for their adventures throughout the Whispering Woods, often unraveling small mysteries and helping their neighbors. Perplexed by the sudden color change, Aiden and Bramble decided to visit the village's revered sage, the gentle owl known as Elder Moonfeather. His home was a cozy hollow in a towering oak tree, lined with soft moss and illuminated by the glow of dozens of tiny fireflies. As they approached, Elder Moonfeather greeted them with a warm hoot, his eyes twinkling like twin stars. "Ah, Aiden and Bramble, what brings you to my humble abode on such a peculiar evening?" Aiden explained the situation, describing the kaleidoscope of colors that had transformed their village. Elder Moonfeather listened intently, nodding his feathery head. "Such a phenomenon is rare indeed," he mused, "but not unheard of. Long ago, a similar event occurred, and it was said to be the work of the Prism Spirit." Bramble's ears perked up at the mention of the Prism Spirit, a legendary creature known for weaving rainbows across the sky. "Do you think the Prism Spirit is responsible for this?" she asked, her voice full of wonder. Elder Moonfeather chuckled softly. "The Prism Spirit is known to play tricks, but never with ill intent. It is likely a playful reminder of the beauty and change. To understand its message, you must visit the Crystal Cavern, where the spirit dwells." Determined to solve the mystery, Aiden and Bramble set off at dawn, guided by the gentle light of the morning sun. The path to the Crystal Cavern wound through the heart of the forest, where every leaf whispered secrets of the past, and every shadow danced in harmony with the light. As they traveled, they encountered various woodland creatures who offered guidance. A family of deer pointed the way with graceful nods, while a chorus of birds sang tunes that filled the air with music, lifting their spirits and keeping them on course. Finally, Aiden and Bramble reached the entrance of the Crystal Cavern, a majestic archway draped with ivy and glistening with dew. Inside, the cavern sparkled with countless crystals, each reflecting light in a dazzling array of colors. At the heart of this wondrous place, the Prism Spirit awaited. The spirit, a luminous being woven from the colors of the rainbow, greeted them with a radiant smile. "Welcome, young seekers. I trust you have enjoyed the vibrant transformation of your world?" Aiden nodded, his curiosity piqued. "We have, but we seek to understand your message. Why have you changed the colors of our village?" The Prism Spirit's laughter was like the tinkling of wind chimes. "Sometimes, the world needs a gentle reminder of the beauty found in change and diversity. Colors, like life, are ever-changing, and each hue brings its own joy. My gift to your village is a celebration of this truth." Bramble, wise in her own right, added, "And perhaps your gift encourages us to see the world anew, with fresh eyes and open hearts." "Precisely," the Prism Spirit replied, glowing with approval. "Embrace the changes, and you will find beauty where you least expect it." With their questions answered and their hearts full, Aiden and Bramble thanked the Prism Spirit and began their journey home. As they walked, the colors of the forest seemed even more vibrant, each shade telling a story of its own. When they returned to the village, they shared the Prism Spirit's message with their friends and neighbors. The villagers, inspired by the revelation, began to see their world in a new light, appreciating the tapestry of colors that had painted their lives. As the sun set once more, casting its gentle glow over the land, Aiden and Bramble sat by the edge of the village, watching the colors of the sky shift and blend like a living masterpiece. They realized that, like the changing colors, each day brought its own unique beauty, and it was up to them to embrace it with open hearts and curious minds. And so, with a sense of peace and wonder, they drifted into sleep, comforted by the knowledge that the world was a place of endless possibility, just waiting to be discovered. Story 43? Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender, and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Wisteria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumen's traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nira became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 59. Story 60. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny, perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature. Lyra the fox nodded thoughtfully. Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles? Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back. As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Serene approached, his eyes wide with concern. Tiberius, he said softly, I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do? The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. Ah, Serene, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself. The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony. As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. 61. Story 62. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Story 63. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight, and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young sapling named Willow. Willow was a sprightly little tree, her slender trunk stretching eagerly towards the sun, her vibrant green leaves shimmering in the gentle breeze. Yet despite her outward beauty, Willow often felt restless and uncertain within. As the seasons changed and the world around her transformed, Willow couldn't help but envy the graceful oaks and stately pines that seemed so self-assured in their growth. She longed to blossom into her truest self, but the path forward remained a mystery, hidden beneath the rich soil. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow's leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, she was visited by a wise old oak named Narla. Narla's bark was weathered and her branches gnarled, but her eyes shone with a kindly warmth. "Little sapling," Narla said softly, "I sense your yearning for growth, yet you resist the very changes that will guide you there." Willow felt a tremor run through her roots. "But how can I embrace change when I'm so uncertain of what I'll become?" she asked, her leaves quivering. Narla chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "That is the beauty of growth, dear one. We cannot know our destined forms until we surrender to the journey." As if summoned by Narla's words, a shimmering light began to coalesce among the fallen leaves at their roots. From this radiant glow emerged a tiny fairy, her gossamer wings beating rapidly as she hovered before them. "I am Lyra, keeper of the woodland magic," the fairy announced in a tinkling voice. "I have been sent to aid you, Willow, in your transformation." Willow's eyes widened, and she felt a fluttering of hope within her slender trunk. "You'll help me grow?" she asked breathlessly. Lyra nodded, and with a wave of her delicate hand, a shower of glittering dust rained down upon Willow. "This enchanted pollen will nurture your growth from within," the fairy explained. "But you must open yourself to the magic and trust in the wisdom of change." As the pollen settled upon her leaves and sank into her bark, Willow felt a warmth blossoming deep within her core. Tendrils of energy unfurled through her branches, and she could sense the stirrings of something wondrous taking shape. Over the coming moons, Willow underwent a remarkable transformation. Her trunk thickened and grew sturdy, her branches reaching higher and stronger with each passing day. Vibrant blossoms burst forth in a riot of color, their delicate petals releasing a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Yet the most profound change occurred within Willow's spirit. As she embraced the magic of growth, she found herself shedding her former insecurities, her roots drinking deep of the earth's ancient wisdom. She learned to trust in the eternal cycle of life, to revel in the beauty of each fleeting moment, and to honor the unique path that nature had set before her. Narla and Lyra remained by Willow's side throughout her journey, offering guidance and encouragement when her faith wavered. The wise old oak shared tales of her own growth, reminding Willow that even the mightiest trees had once been but tender saplings. And Lyra's magical presence was a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to bloom. As the seasons turned once more, Willow stood tall and resplendent, her blossoms giving way to a bountiful harvest of fruit. She had blossomed into a magnificent tree, her branches providing shelter and sustenance to all who sought refuge in her welcoming embrace. And though the path of growth had been challenging, Willow now understood that true transformation came not from emulating others, but from embracing one's truest essence. For within each seed lay the potential for boundless beauty, waiting to unfurl beneath the nurturing light of faith and acceptance. From that day forth, Willow resolved to share her hard-won wisdom with all who crossed her path, inspiring others to embark upon their own journeys of growth and self-discovery. And as the woodland magic danced upon the breeze, she knew that she had finally found her place in the eternal rhythm of nature's grand embrace. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. I've always believed the stars tell stories, she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared, he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source. Lyra's light flickered with happiness. I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods. Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before. Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far. Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow. With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of, a stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephira, there lay a small, unassuming village, known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Etherion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Etherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Etherion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephira, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Lyra, a native of the verdant Zephira, whose people, the Zephirites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Lyra, curious and ever welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephirites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Etherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Lyra it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephyra's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. On Etherion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution. Lyra, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. Together, we can find a way to heal the forest. As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quillen's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Etherian minerals and Zephyrite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Lyra shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Quilon, in turn, spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Etherion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quilon and Lyra stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quilon's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quilon and Lyra knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, The magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself. Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Oren gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter, Oren said, the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings. Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Oren spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. And then comes summer. Oren continued, when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones. The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. But as the days grow shorter, Oren said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet. Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow, Oren said softly. The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come. Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. But remember, dear Finley, Oren advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony. Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. Thank you, Oren, Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. I will remember your words. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Oren's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Oren and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listened to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Maren noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Maren many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Maren, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Maren's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Maren had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Maren approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Maren," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Maren listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Maren thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Maren, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Maren lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Maren began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Maren, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Maren's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Maren found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Clara had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, as the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Clara carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Clara took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Clara. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires." Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Finn, the innkeeper's son. Finn was a cheerful boy, with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Clara, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willowbrook, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Finn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Finn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Finn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Wisteria. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Wisterians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusarian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusarian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Once upon a time, in a sleepy little village, nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Luna. Though her surroundings were quaint and unassuming, Luna harbored a secret. She possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the trees. From the moment she could toddle, Luna felt an inexplicable connection to the towering oaks, the whispering willows, and the ancient pines that populated the woods. Their branches seemed to beckon her, their leaves whispering secrets only she could decipher. It wasn't long before Luna discovered that the trees were more than mere silent sentinels. They were living, breathing beings with tales to tell and wisdom to impart. With each gentle caress of their bark, Luna could hear their voices, soft and melodic, sharing stories of the forest's rich history and the wonders hidden within its emerald depths. One crisp autumn morning, As Luna sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak, she heard a faint, troubled murmur. The trees were distressed, their voices laced with worry. They spoke of a dark force that had taken root deep within the forest, a malevolent presence that threatened to corrupt the very essence of their verdant home. Luna knew she had to act. With a resolute nod, she set off into the heart of the woods, her feet treading a path known only to those with the deepest connection to nature's realm. As she delved deeper, the forest seemed to grow denser, the air thick with the scent of moss and decay. Twisted branches reached out like gnarled fingers, obscuring the sun's warm rays. Luna pressed on, her steps guided by the whispers of the trees, their voices growing more urgent with each stride. Eventually, she stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. The ground was barren, the earth cracked and lifeless, and in the center stood a twisted, blackened stump. From its gnarled roots, an ominous miasma seeped, tainting the air with an acrid stench. Luna approached cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. As she drew nearer, the stump seemed to pulse with a sinister energy, its malevolence palpable. Steeling her resolve, Luna reached out and placed her hand upon the scorched bark. In an instant, a torrent of images and emotions flooded her mind. She saw a once vibrant tree, its branches heavy with verdant foliage, until a dark force took root, poisoning it from within. The tree's anguish was overwhelming, its cries for help echoing through the ages. Luna recoiled, her eyes wide with horror. She knew then that this was the source of the forest's affliction, a malignant entity that fed on the life force of the trees, corrupting their very essence. With a newfound determination, Luna summoned every ounce of her strength and focused her mind. She reached out to the trees, their voices joining hers in a harmonious chorus. Together, they wove strands of pure, unadulterated energy, weaving them into a glowing tapestry of light. As the radiance grew, the miasma surrounding the stump began to dissipate, the darkness retreating from the warmth of Luna's magic. The trees rallied, their roots intertwining, their branches swaying in a unified dance. In a final, blinding burst of light, the darkness was banished, the stump reduced to mere ash. The clearing was transformed, the ground once again lush and verdant, new life sprouting from the earth. Luna collapsed, her energy spent, but her heart swelled with joy and pride. She had saved the forest, her home, and her friends. From that day forth, Luna's bond with the trees only deepened. They shared their stories with her, tales of courage and resilience, of the cycles of life and death, and the delicate balance that sustained their vibrant realm. And as Luna grew older, she realized that her journey into the heart of the forest had been more than just a quest to vanquish a malevolent force. It was a transformative experience that had taught her the true power of friendship, the importance of perseverance, and the profound interconnectedness of all living things. With each passing season, Luna would venture into the woods, her steps light and her heart full of wonder. The trees would greet her like old friends, their branches swaying in a gentle embrace, their leaves whispering secrets still untold. For in the heart of that enchanted forest, a hidden world thrived, a realm where the boundaries between the natural and the magical blurred, and where a young girl's extraordinary gift had forged an unbreakable bond between the mortal and the ancient, the seen and the unseen. And as Luna sat beneath the canopy of her beloved oaks, listening to the melodies of the wind and the whispers of the trees, she knew that her journey had only just begun. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the world was painted in soft hues of lavender and gold, young Sylvie found herself standing at the edge of the whispering woods. This was no ordinary forest. It was a place of enchantment, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the leaves rustled like a chorus of gentle whispers, telling tales of ancient times and forgotten magic. Sylvie had always been a curious soul, with eyes wide and bright like a pair of polished amber stones. Her heart danced with the thrill of discovery, and it was this very spirit that led her to the threshold of the Whispering Woods. The stories of the forest had been many, passed down through generations in her village, each tale more captivating than the last. Yet none could say what truly lay within, for no one had ventured far enough to uncover its secrets. With a deep breath, Sylvie stepped forward, her feet sinking softly into the mossy path. The forest welcomed her with a gentle breeze that played with her hair like an old friend. As she walked, the air was filled with the soothing sound of a babbling brook nearby, its waters glistening like a trail of diamonds under the fading light. It wasn't long before Sylvie encountered her first glimpse of the forest's wonders. A small, luminescent creature flitted across her path, a wisp glowing with a gentle blue light. It paused mid-air, regarding Sylvie with curious eyes that twinkled like tiny stars. The wisp danced around her in playful circles, leading her deeper into the heart of the woods. Following the wisp, Sylvie soon arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. Here the trees formed a protective circle around a shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the night sky as if it were a mirror. Around the pond, flowers of every imaginable color bloomed, their petals opening to reveal a symphony of fragrances that filled the air with a sense of peace and wonder. As Sylvie marveled at the beauty around her, she noticed a figure sitting by the pond's edge. It was a small, gentle creature, with fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. Its eyes were the color of twilight, deep and full of wisdom. The creature, a moonlit hare, greeted Sylvie with a nod, as if acknowledging her courage to explore the unknown. "Welcome, brave traveler," the hare spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Few have come this far, but those who do are often rewarded with the forest's secrets." Sylvie felt a warmth spread through her chest, a mixture of pride and gratitude. "I've always wondered what lay beyond the stories," she confessed, sitting down beside the hare. "It feels like a dream." The moonlit hare chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of distant bells. "This place is indeed magical, but it is your heart that makes it a dream. Your courage to step into the unknown is what brings the wonders of this forest to life." As they spoke, other creatures began to emerge from the shadows, drawn by Sylvie's presence. A family of glow foxes, their tails trailing streams of golden light, played in the underbrush. Above, a pair of sky owls glided silently through the treetops, their feathers glistening like silver in the moonlight. Sylvie listened as the hare shared stories of the whispering woods, tales of friendship and harmony among its inhabitants. She learned that the forest was a place of balance, where each creature played a part in maintaining its delicate beauty. As the night deepened, Sylvie felt a gentle tug on her heart, a reminder of home and the comfort of her own bed. The moonlit hare noticed her gaze drifting back toward the path she had come from and smiled knowingly. "Every journey must find its end, just as every night must yield to dawn," the hare said softly. "But remember, Sylvie, the courage you showed here tonight is a light that will guide you wherever you go." With a heart full of newfound wisdom and a promise of return, Sylvie bid farewell to her new friends. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the path seemed to glow with a welcoming light, as if the whispering woods itself were guiding her safely home. When Sylvie finally emerged from the forest, the first rays of dawn were beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. She felt a profound sense of peace, as if the forest had shared a part of its magic with her, a magic that would stay with her always. As she slipped back into her warm bed, the stories of the whispering woods lingered in her mind like a gentle lullaby, reminding her that courage and exploration could unveil the most wondrous of dreams. And so, with a heart full of joy and eyes heavy with sleep, Sylvie drifted into a world of dreams, comforted by the knowledge that she was part of a larger magical world where anything was possible. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the Enchanted Grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, nestled a quaint, circular village known as Willowgrove. The village was a harmonious blend of nature and magic, where the roofs of cottages seemed to sway with the gentle breeze and tiny luminescent sprites flitted about, casting a warm glow that rivaled the stars. The villagers of Willowgrove were known for their kindness and their unique ability to understand the language of the forest. Each morning, the air hummed with the gentle sounds of nature and the cheerful bustle of villagers preparing for the day. But lately, something curious had been happening. Each night, as the moon cast its silver light over the village, strange occurrences began to unfold. The first incident was noticed by the village baker, Mr. Marlowe. One morning, he awoke to find all his freshly baked moonberry pies had vanished, leaving only a trail of shimmering flour leading out the door and into the forest. The villagers, puzzled by this spectacle, whispered among themselves but concluded it must be some playful forest spirit. However, the following evening, a new mystery arose. Mrs. Violet, the village seamstress, had been crafting a beautiful tapestry to hang in the village square for the upcoming Festival of Lights. But as dawn broke, her intricate creation was gone, replaced by a single strand of golden thread that glimmered like sunlight. The villagers gathered in the central square, a circle of ancient oak trees standing guard around them. They spoke in hushed tones, the leaves above rustling softly as if to eavesdrop on the conversation. Among them was a wise old man named Elder Rowan. Known for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, he stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It seems," Elder Rowan began, his voice as smooth as the gentle stream that wound through Willow Grove, "that our village has attracted the attention of the forest's more mischievous creatures. But do not fret, for where there is mystery, there is also the chance for discovery." Curiosity piqued young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with an adventurous spirit, stepped forward. "Elder Rowan, how can we solve this mystery?" he asked, his voice tinged with both eagerness and a hint of trepidation. "Ah, young Finn," Elder Rowan replied with a twinkle in his eye, "the forest holds many secrets, and those who seek to uncover them must do so with an open heart and a keen mind. But worry not, for I believe you are up to the task." Finn felt a warm glow of encouragement spread through him, and with a determined nod, he set out to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. Alongside him trotted Luna, a small, silver-furred rabbit with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Luna was no ordinary rabbit. She was a forest guide, wise beyond her years, and her presence filled Finn with reassurance. As dusk fell and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn and Luna followed the shimmering trail left by the vanished pies into the heart of the forest. The trees loomed tall and majestic around them, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Luna's keen senses led them deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a peculiar sight. A circle of small, glowing creatures danced joyfully around a pile of moonberry pies and colorful threads, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. They were the fabled moon sprites, known for their love of mischief and artistry. Finn watched in awe as the sprites crafted a magnificent tapestry of their own, woven from the threads they had borrowed from Mrs. Violet. It depicted scenes of the village bathed in moonlight, capturing the spirit of Willow Grove in a way that was both enchanting and heartfelt. Luna nudged Finn gently, and he nodded in understanding. With a soft voice, he called out to the sprites. "Dear moon sprites, your creations are beautiful, but the villagers are worried about the missing items. Perhaps we could find a way to share in your joy without causing them distress?" The sprites paused in their revelry, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. After a moment's consideration, the leader of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings that glimmered like stardust, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," she chimed, her voice as delicate as the rustle of leaves. "We simply wish to celebrate with your delightful creations. But if it has caused concern, we shall make amends." With a nod of agreement, the sprites gathered the tapestry and the remaining pies, and together they returned to the village with Finn and Luna leading the way. As dawn's first light kissed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find the village square transformed. The tapestry hung proudly, a collaborative masterpiece that spoke of unity and celebration. Elder Rowan, observing the scene, smiled gently. "It seems our mystery has been solved, and with it, a new friendship has blossomed between our village and the moon sprites." From that day on, the villagers welcomed the sprites to their festivals, sharing in their laughter and creativity. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a newfound bond that enriched the lives of all. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, the village of Willowgrove continued to thrive, its people and the magical creatures around them living in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As night fell once more, the gentle glow of sprites could be seen flitting through the trees, a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer together. And with that comforting thought, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest, the whispering woods, and the lantern of truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the whispering woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient Elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that grace this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the Elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the Elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the Elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance.